Hello and welcome to Quake Pro League Week 10. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. Lethal, it's going to be a long day. We have a full menu today. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's been quite an action-packed weekend, hasn't it? You were, of course, casting the challenge yesterday as well, when we had both EU and NA challenge finals. And yeah, what a weekend's been so far. It's just going to continue on.
Yeah, a great weekend of Quake, starting off on Saturday yesterday. The challengers, congrats to everyone that qualified. We'll touch on that a little bit later, but why don't we take a look to the past real quick? You were there. Tell me all about it, Lethal. Let's take a look at what happened last week on the Quake Pro League.
I think I was there. I'm pretty sure I was.
You may have been there. I don't know.
Yeah, may have been. Like, just from the top of my head. And, talking about this first match here, fully between CNZ and Cooler, I would say very hard to predict. And I feel like at the same time, we were quite surprised that CNZ made it look so one-sided. He's improved a lot over the last few weeks.
Absolutely agree. I mean, the entire day was kind of bonkers. It was almost 3-0s across the board. Base was literally the only one to kind of put up a fight in the set. Granted, some of the maps were extremely close, but focusing in on this one, CNZ did make it look easy. Again, the question comes out, this isn't peak Cooler. Is he, is he going to maybe fall? I don't know. We'll have to look at the leaderboards in terms of where he sits with relegation. But yeah, it's always rough to see Cooler kind of not perform based on what we're used to. And then we got Effortless and Nosfa making, look at it. Effortless is like, what do I do? What more can I do, Lethal?
Do you know what? I lit read him, then it just goes, doesn't make any sense. I'm not the biggest lit reader in the world, but I'm pretty sure that's what I gathered. But do you know what? His facial reactions says it all. And a bit of a frustrating time against Nosfa. Who doesn't, in all fairness, considering Nosfa's just pretty much an aimbot with some great skill behind it. And all the things he does with movement as well, just to complement things further. It's just absolutely something you just can't comprehend, as Nosfa just absolutely just swinging left and right. And seeing this though, Maxter, this is one matchup I was very surprised with. We know what Maxter's like. He's pretty much an aim star himself as well. And taking down Dahang 3-0 was a little bit of a shock for me as well, considering Dahang has quite good combat skills, but it does depend on how much he practices beforehand. And some of the things Maxter was getting away with, he was getting away with murder on so many different occasions. A lot of high-risk plays, high reward along the way, and he definitely deserved it.
Yeah, Maxter just the magic man, pulling out Magic 3 over to Hang, and then we got Sparty versus Cypher. Sparty, he's in the danger zone, Lethal. He's in the danger zone. I mean, he has these great starts to maps, and then it seems to just all fall away, and Cypher ends up taking the 3-0 over Sparty, and I don't know, you gotta wonder, is this gonna be it? Is he gonna be sitting in relegation?
He could be, as we know, Garpy and Sparty not looking the best in terms of how they've been performing so far, but with Cooler as well, he's always been dancing around that relegation area, or relegation zone, you could say. But on the last few weeks, he decided to get a few 3-0s to go, no, I'm fine, thanks, mate. I'm just going to stay away from that and continue to stay away and let you guys fight for your spots yourselves. He does it every single time, and it's extremely hard to understand how he manages to do it, but that's what happens when you've got all that veteran experience behind you, able to retaliate against a lot of your opponents. And even this one with Base versus Avik, this was definitely going tooth and nail between the two. But the main thing is Avik on a number of occasions in those first two maps was able to force his style, because let's be honest, against a player like Base, it's very difficult to kind of get around how his head works and how he works around just being very counter-reactive. He's very, very defensive, as we know. And it's very difficult to try and adapt to that. And Avik did that quite well in those first two maps. But I must say, Base did have a dominating finish in the third map, but didn't really help him in the series just as a whole.
Yeah, unfortunate. And then we get into Rafa versus Zanaku, one of the featured matches. And this one wasn't as close as we thought. I mean, Zanaku has been on the come up, and Rafa just doing Rafa things. And yeah, I mean, that reaction kind of sums it up. Like, I can't believe it. A couple flubs in movement, a little bit of misplays. Zanaku not really on his game. Not the Zanaku we wanted to see against Rafa, but Rafa putting up another 3-0. Still undefeated, Lethal.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of a shame, really. I felt like Zanaku's movement was good, but you saw in the first map his aim was a little bit all over the place. I think he knows it as well. It was could have been a lot better in comparison. He was able to hit some of the shots that kept him in the matchup, but it wasn't enough to swing the tide of things on a number of occasions. And even though Zanaku was nowhere near at his peak against his opponent Rafa. At the same time, he kept the scores quite respectable. It wasn't like things spiraled out of control. He lost 19-3 like some opponents actually do, because he's literally a wrecking machine, isn't he? Like, what can we say? He's won over 60 matches in a row in the Americas region. Can't complain about. I think it's like 60 or 61 now, something a bit silly. But yeah, you can see there from those results, like you said earlier, a lot of 3-0s. Some 3-0s we didn't expect. The Maxter one is definitely the heavy hitter there we was quite surprised about. But seeing that, though, the only one we had was the Avec versus Base in that 2-1 victory. Base put on a strong performance at the end, but didn't take the series. But apart from that, though, it was a good day. It was a good day.
It's always a good day when there's Quake. And real quick, I think we could throw up the graphic for the different divisions and take a look at the standings, because this is going to tie into the Challengers. Again, yesterday was Challengers playoffs for both EU and the Americas. So big shouts to Pasita and Kron for qualifying on the EU side, the 1 and 2 seed respectively. And that means that Sparty and Garpy, and maybe even Cooler, are in the danger zone, potentially having to play their relegation/promotion matches against Pasita and Kron. And then over on the Americas side, we had Waz and Davis qualify. Davis in a nail biter versus Strong Sage. And we look at the bottom of the scoreboard here. It looks like PSYGIB, Effortless, and DRAMIS. Now, granted, there's a lot of matches that DRAMIS needs to make up. He's the first player on Quake Pro League to officially be put on IR, but today is his return. He's got some matches to make up, so we'll see how the jumble breaks down. But that's kind of the danger zone right now that we're looking at for the America side as well, Lethal.
Yeah, DRAMIS has a lot of matches to catch up on, at least 5 or 6 to make up for, which he will, which is going to be fine. He's got plenty of time to be able to catch up onto those. Good to see, or it'll be interesting to see how the outcomes go, considering he's only just made his return. So, you know, got to clean the cobwebs a little bit. He's got to de-rust and try and get used to it all over again. And then we'll see what happens later on. But I must say congratulations once again to Waz and Davis. And I'll see Waz back into it once again to try and regain his spot in the Quake Pro League, and Davis once again. And also shout out for Strong Sage as well. Considering the performance he actually put out yesterday, he's been absolutely grinding to no end. And it's great to see that he will continue on. But he will find his place one day in terms of qualification and be able to, you know, make all that time is worthwhile. But we'll see what happens in the future. And, you know, like you said earlier with Pasita, we've seen a lot of him back to back again and again at every single challenges, as well as Haron. You know, be good to see him back if he does manage to qualify through. Never been able to say his name correctly. I might be able to at some point, some stage.
You'll get it. It'll be fun.
We'll try. We'll try. We'll do our absolute best here. But yeah, good to see them back, being able to try and qualify for their spot once again, and look forward to see what happens when they definitely give it their best shot.
Yep, and real quick, shouts to Buckster. I mean, it was a very close set between him and Kron. It was really back and forth. Kron just able to edge him out, but shouts to Buckster. I mean, we've seen him before. Hopefully, you know, depending on what the future has in store for us, we'll see him again. But let's focus up and get into the game. Well, I mean, into just the day, right? The first match of the day is going to be a bit of a banger. Garpy versus Cypher, and just seeing those names, I'm a little worried for Garpy, Lethal. I don't know. How do you feel about it?
I feel the same. I'm not going to lie to you. We've got some right belters here, but that first one is going to be a little bit of a doozy here. As we know what Cypher can be like, one of the best adaptable players here in the Quake Pro League. Garpy can be quite defensive sometimes against some aggressive opponents such as Avec, Cypher, etc., etc. It's going to be very, very difficult for him, and he's probably a bit demoralised just due to the fact that in terms of his series wins, he hasn't got any at the moment, still looking for that first one on the board. But today's the day he needs to start getting the W's, or else he will be finding himself in one of those relegation spots, like you rightly said. But Garpy, though, definitely has... It's annoying because he has the potential to take out a lot of these players. He definitely does 100%. But the problem is we haven't really seen any signs of it as of yet. But, you know, is this his day? We don't know. We could definitely find out soon enough. But look at all these matches here for you. We're absolutely blessed.
Yeah, so many heaters. Garpy versus Cypher, again, the first set of the day. Then we get Maxter Chain, CNZ versus Sparty, DRAMIS PSYGIB, again, the return of DRAMIS. Is he on form, Lethal? We might find out. Nosfa versus Anaku. And then for the featured matches, we have Base versus Kilson, Wenger versus Avec, DJ Wheat, of course, joining us on the broadcast for those two. A hell of a lineup for Week 10, and it's going to be very exciting. It always is on Sundays, Lethal.
Well, I don't know what else I do on a Sunday. I don't know about you, Foy, but yeah, it's going to be incredible.
Cry in the shower mostly when Quake's not on. That's just, it's enough about my life, Lethal. Let's try and focus in on Garpy Cypher, okay? Garpy, again, I hate to harp on it. He's in the danger zone. It's just a rough ride for Garpy. He plays well. He has maps that are extremely close. Sometimes he might even take a map, but in terms of series wins, I don't think he has a single one yet, and that's just putting him all the way down in the danger zone where he might have to play in the relegation match. match, and now going up against Cypher, first set of the day. Cypher's just tearing out all the stops. He's getting better and better. He's heating up. He's playing that level that we see in frag movies. Cypher, Cypher, Cypher. This is going to be potentially a pain train for Garpy.
I think it will be as well. It's going to be difficult to say if he can even get a map of Cypher at this point, because, you know, Cypher tweeting last week, you know, it's time to, you know, get things going and sort myself out a little bit and put more into the grind. But he was doing really well anyway. So to go from that to, you know, what he normally does, he says that like, you know, a few weeks before QuakeCon every single time. He's done it this time around once again. And you know what? After what we saw last week, yeah, it was, you know, the pain train for Sparty. Garpy could be also taking a one-way struggle bus ticket bet as well. It's going to be very tough for him. And, you know, you say he's still looking for the odd map or two. Will he be able to get one? That's the next question, sadly.
I have no idea if he will, but, you know, if you're a Garpy fan in the chat, you're going to hope so. Maybe you'll even predict it. Always predict the under. But, yeah, I mean, Cypher always on point for the most part, and when he tweets something like, all right, now I'm going to try, that's something to be terrified of, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, you weren't, like, fully engaged before? Okay, that's terrible. So we'll see exactly what he has in store. I think we might have the pick bands ready so we can get into that. And Lethal, you could paint me a beautiful picture of what's going to go down. Deep Embrace, Awoken Exile, please do me the honor of running through the champs.
Of course I will. Of course I will. Well, first things first, Deep Embrace. Garpy's going to be very pleased about that, the fact that that did not get banned. Quite surprised it didn't, actually, just due to the fact that it is one of Garpy's best maps. But then again, Cypher's also very good on Deep Embrace. So maybe he's just like, well, okay, your best map might be Deep Embrace, but I think I'm better at it, which is perfectly understandable. And Garpy, good thing for him, he's actually banned Molten Falls. Cypher's been getting better and better at this map the last 2-3 months. And it seems to be almost one of his best. He's like trying to hit his peak in terms of that map from what I've seen compared to a lot of the other players. So I'm not really too surprised about that, as we will be going to Awoken. Again, not surprised considering in terms of statistics. Statistically, Cypher's been very dominant on Awoken overall and going to Exile. So do you know what? I've noticed that all three of these players, both these players on all three of these maps have been doing extremely well. And considering like the map choices we see, this is all of their best maps. But at the same time, neither player is kind of saying, well, even though this is one of my better maps, I'm a little bit worried here, I might choose something else instead. They both just think they can, you know, challenge each other and be able to be the dominant one. So it's going to be interesting to say the least. So you haven't got the large maps coming into it. So they both just want to go tooth and nail here for you.
Looking forward to it. I mean, I always love teeth and nails. Taking a look at the prediction real quick. It looks like chat is siding with Cypher, I think about 15% in the predictions for Garpy. Again, probably just predicting the under. Not judging. Okay, chat, go ahead and get your points. But if I had to pick, I would probably go with Cypher, maybe a 3-0. I think if Garpy can put up a map, fantastic. But at this point, Cypher, I mean, based on what we've seen in the previous weeks, Cypher's just too on point. I don't see him stopping. If anything, based on the tweet, he's only going to get better. This might be an outrageous scoreline. We'll see. Hopefully for Garpy, it's not, and he keeps it close. But I would side with Cypher.
I'm going to say the same. I'm going to be boring as well. I'm also going to say it's probably going to be a 2-1 or 3-0. The only one map I think Garpy can take would be this one, and it depends how much he's warmed up leading into this series against Cypher. I know that one of his better maps has been Deep Embrace. The only reason why I say that is because I know statistically it's very difficult to see what his best maps are, but in terms of scrims, I've seen him do really well on a number of occasions against Wenger on Deep Embrace and a number of other opponents as well in the past. So I don't think there's any reason why he can't win this, considering how well he's done against his previous opponents, and we'll have to see if he can to get his first map on the board for himself. So if anyone wants to, you know, predict Garpy at any point, it'll have to be this map, because this is probably the smallest chance you probably have to actually get some of those channel points.
It actually seems like less and less as it's dropped to 6%. So, yeah, a little rough. But let's kick it off, Lethal. Map number 1. Great start to the day. We'll see how great it could be for Garpy as he's going to start off on that Nixon again. This is Deep Embrace, Garpy versus Cypher. We are live.
We sure are. And like I said, we've got a long day ahead of us, and it's going to be an incredible day nonetheless. There's already Garpy having to sneak away, but Cypher does manage to find him in that murder hole. Almost gets cleaned up by that tri-bolt, but good response with that railgun, still trying to stay alive, which he does manage to. And you've got to remember that Heavy's coming up in the next 5 seconds. He probably realises that he is still on that Mega. And he was available at the time, so that was very risky. But at the same time, he felt like Cypher was not going to be able to respond quick enough. So good start from Garpy, considering the start he did have previously.
This is absolutely a miracle, I would say, based on Garpy was down to 30 HP with nothing, and now he has a decent stack. Cypher a little bit better off, but Ghostwalk is back up for Garpy. If things go horribly wrong, he's going to try and set up for this Mega. He might be able to sneak in. Rocket not doing any damage. You can't really push off of that, but trying to do some good damage indeed. The Tri-Bolt from Cypher not really landing, and Garpy will actually get the kill, and Mega's up, and a great rail off the spawn. What a fantastic start, and I jinxed it. Cypher just put the rocket in his pocket to tie it at 1, and just Cypher things, man.
Can't believe you jinxed it. Unbelievable. After that mid-air rocket. But it is Cypher after all. Not really too much of a surprise. Speaking of directs, he does hit another one. Oh, I like that. Good timing as well. He knew that if Pico was going to be anywhere near him, he was going to get taken down. But he is still pretty weak here, as he's still trying to get away for dear life. Cypher, no. Just having a little look around to see if he does push from the rockets. Looks like he will not, so Cypher will get the heavy for free, as the Mega will be picked up by Garpy as well. Just going around the shotgun to bottom middle. Cypher just standing his ground, just holding his turf just to see where Garpy could be heading, but neither player hasn't really got much info on each other yet.
Patiently, Garpy waiting on the campfire. Good LG to force Cypher onto the low ground, but Garpy still doesn't have a stack. A little bit too early for the heavy, and now he has to use the Ghost Walk as he tried to double back for the armor shard. Here's the chase from Cypher, perfect read, but the LG from Garpy, so strong.
This is what I mean. If there was one map I reckon Garpy could win, it's this one every time. It's just a matter of who's going to get full map control, full item control, item segregation, and then have done with it. But so far, Garpy's taken a huge amount of damages. Still Cypher trying to adapt to Garpy's movements here. Is he still currently top mid? Garpy has a little inkling in forward. Just waiting to see where he's going to come from. But oh, that was such a shame as well. If he shot that third rocket, maybe we've got a bit more damage on as Cypher was coming forward. But still though, still trying to get the flank around, just playing a do-si-do in the murder hole. Does back away, still got a decent amount of health, but Cypher's got a huge stack to work with as Garpy does get the first rail in, and this is good stuff from Garpy. What a great flank as well, using that Ghost Walk to his advantage to try and clean up Cypher. And already, he couldn't really do that much at all, but at the same time, just keeping Garpy at bay, and now down to 37 HP.
Really unfortunate Ghost Walk there. I mean, the play was great, the execution not so much. Of the LG unfortunately won't come through for Garpy this time. Cypher ties it up at 2. Garpy doesn't have Ghost Walk off the spawn, still trying to do some damage on the Mega as the Tri-Bolt right in his face, forcing him back out. And this is kind of where it's danger zone as a Nyx. No Ghost Walk, you're very vulnerable off the spawn, don't have a lot of weaponry, can't really rely on the rail either, but doing really good damage with these rockets, and Garpy making some magic happen here, trying to get this frag. Peeker comes out, Garpy has to be careful. Good rocket. Dealt with nicely, Lethal.
Well, I've mentioned it quite a few times, Garpy is the rocket man. Heavily relies on the rockets normally, but not as much this time round, which is a little bit of a surprise. So he's changing things up a little bit in terms of his progression to his opponent. Just trying to back away, but as I say that, there you go, rockets are coming in. You just expect him to go through that telly whilst he contests the heavy. Heavy's coming out in the next 6 seconds, but Garpy trying to get in early. He's taking a huge amount. Both of them are so weak, and Cypher just trying to hopefully just tickle Garpy a little bit more to clean him up. And even though he didn't have the stack advantage, he caught him by surprise and managed to take him down. So beautiful stuff from Cypher. Good risk as well. Done a huge amount there and takes him down just before the Mega. And this is where things could get a little bit awkward now for Garpy.
Oh yeah, forcing out the Ghost Walk immediately off the spawn. And Cypher gaining momentum. Garpy needs to try and slow things down as he has before. Doing a good job. Oh my god, the rockets! You know why Cypher renamed himself? Because he wanted to send Garpy to the ER, Lethal. That was an insane rocket. I don't even understand it, but put it in the frag movie as Garpy in a bad way again goes down 6-2 for Cypher.
And this is what I was...
Oh my god!
The direct as well, with the rail on spawn. How much worse can it be for Garpy here? This is a real shame. This is what I was worried about. I thought at some point, at some time, once Cypher gets full map control and has item segregation, this could be it. And it looks like it's already begun. It's just a question of how Garpy can counteract exactly what Cypher's going to be up to. He's going to push him with that peek. It does a little bit, but not a huge amount to turn the tide, but Garpy's already so weak. He needs to be extremely careful with the whereabouts of Cypher. Just keeping him back with that rail. He's had some good rockets earlier on as well. Just expecting him to go through that murder hole. And that was such a good rail and good prediction as well in terms of his whereabouts.
Ooh, good rocket from Garpy now. Potential opening. The rocket jump from Cypher as he wants to skirt around the map, denying the 50 shard, making his way back, and Garpy has to be careful. The rail just missing out 25 HP for Garpy, and the tickle will do it. And yeah, this is the problem with playing with Nyx. When you're in control, it's all gravy. It's a lot easier, but then you lose control, you lose your Ghost Walk, and the momentum on this map specifically too is just so scary. And your Cypher and your rockets just seem to, you know, home in on your enemy. And the peeker, what? Was that a double? Did he shoot through the peeker and hit Cypher? I don't even understand that, Lethal, but Garpy getting the frag back and Cypher putting a quick end to that, 11-3.
I'm glad you said that because I thought it was just me seeing things, but it might
I think maybe we're old, our eyes are bad. But regardless,
it might just be, it might just be.
Still a big lead for Cypher here. Garpy in a bad way, trying to do some magic with the LG and some wall jumps, but with that Mega, this should give Cypher the kill, going up the jump pad, and it's just a matter of time. Cypher picks him out of the sky, has a 50 shard to work with, and I think for the next 3 minutes, it might just be more of the pain train and the Cypher show.
Yeah, something you don't want to see. Cypher available. Garpy are looking for that one rail to maybe turn the tide, but we know how difficult it is at this point. But Cypher is getting a lot of value out of his life. He's making sure he can do everything he can before he gets cleaned up. If he gets cleaned up at this point, consider how well he's been doing. He will not. As you can see, Cypher just making matters worse once more. Picks up the heavy again. 2.5 minutes left, and so far, Garpy's just been struggling to try and adapt to what Cypher's up to and just trying to stand on his own 2 feet, because it's been a really difficult path. And like you said with the Nyx as well, considering with the stack you start with every single time and how the spawns are quite easy, not just to predict, but more so like in terms of getting to position for, it's very tough. And yeah, and if you don't have that Ghost Walk on spawn, it just makes things even worse coming into this, as Garpy finally gets another kill onto the board and gets the spawn rail as well, as he's still only on 16 HP, but with a couple of minutes left, it's not looking good.
Ooh, good rail around the corner here. Garpy trying to make some magic. Keeping the focus up. I mean, this one is pretty much lost, even though Dan would say there's still time, but he's usually wrong when he says that. So 10 frags in less than 2 minutes, even on Deep Embrace. I think it's going to be too difficult, but it's important that Garpy keeps his head in the game, keeps his aim and movement sharp going into the next map, because it is only one map, and it is best of 3, and every map counts, Lethal, especially when you're down in the danger zone, as we mentioned before, for Garpy. But what a display from Cypher. I mean, rockets, just incredible from Cypher. Great play overall. A bit of a rail here, might pull out the peeker, the shotgun instead. Oh, just missing with the rail. Good frag from Garpy there. I mean, item control for Cypher, pretty bonkers. 10 heavies, 12 megas in comparison to 6 and 3 for Garpy. And just the rockets. That's, I feel like we could clip 6 of the frags here for Cypher. Garpy with a nice Ghost Walk play here. Rockets of his own from Garpy. Don't sleep on Garpy. Going into map number 2. We'll see if he can kind of reboot a little bit, but I still feel like this was the Cypher show.
Yeah, and you've noticed as well that Cypher has only fired 10 rails. He's been relying on his rockets and his LG a lot more in comparison. Mainly his rockets overall, but then again, look at his LG damage as well. 38%, 1600. Oh, it's been absolute madness. It's quite strange as well, because I thought Cypher was going to be relying on the rail a lot more. I was expecting, you know, Garpy to have a lot less rail shots, but it seems like Garpy's been relying on the rail a huge amount, but just couldn't get anything going, considering his percentage was very good overall. But yeah, a little bit of a shame here. Not the start. Oh no, not the start that Garpy would like in this series, but it's just one of those things. We spoke about it before. After we tweet out, but he's going to be going in guns blazing for the rest of the stage. This is what you're going to get. You know, just an absolute stampede there from Cypher. 18-6. And just under 200 more damage. But you're right about in terms of the item cycle. 23 items, 23 lights as well. That's a huge statement there.
Yeah, and I mean, it calls into question the pick, right? Like, Garpy obviously had an idea of a plan he wanted to implement with Nyx, but that's a tough pick on that map, especially when there's everything on the board, because it was the first map. I think they'd banned out Doom first, so Cypher picks whatever. You still have a lot on the board to work with, but Going with the Knicks, it didn't really work out, and Cypher just took this one away and put on quite the show to start the day for Week 10 for us.
Yeah, it took a few minutes, took a while, and Cypher saw there. Spent 2 or 3 minutes working on his calculations, doing his quadratic equations especially, just to try and work out what Garpy could be doing for the next 7 minutes. Worked him out, downloaded him, and then things just escalated very, very quickly afterwards. But I must say, Garpy stood his ground very well at the start of that match, trying to, you know, keep himself at bay, keep himself away, and try and use that Ghost Walk to its full potential. You saw it earlier on when he was getting that first rail hit and then using the Ghost Walk to try and get the flank round whilst knowing that he's probably still going to be lurking around top mid. Then afterwards, that was literally about it. It was the Cypher show for like the remaining 6 minutes. It was a real tough ride for Garpy there. But this is what I'm a bit skeptical about here. That is one of his better maps from, you know, from my knowledge, from the top of my head. And the fact that now we're going to the next 2 maps, next one being Cypher's pick, it's a bit of a shaky one here, 40. I don't really know. But then again, it's like I said before, both these players like these 3 maps. It's not like they have any other maps they're not too keen on. It's just Garpy is probably best at Deep Embrace out of the 3 of them. And the fact that that's the scoreline from that first map, I'm a little bit worried.
I still chalk it up to the champ pick. Again, I know that he probably had a strategy or a plan he wanted to try out or implement, but it just didn't go to plan, obviously. So not the biggest deal. I mean, down a map against Cypher is always rough, but going into Awoken, it's going to be Ranger DK. I think it's going to be a little bit more even in terms of champ picks. But Cypher, those rockets were absolutely absurd. I know Garpy has fantastic rockets too, but what do you do when you just walk around a corner and you hit 100 damage rocket to the face? Like, that's just disheartening. I don't care who you are. Like, you just have to throw your hands in the air and be like, all right, I don't even really want to play anymore. But 10 minutes of that will crush anyone's spirit. So we'll see if Cypher can link those rockets again. Map number 2 shortly. I heard the buzzer. We're going to get into it. But let me take a look at the predictions here. Letha, what do you think about this one?
Oh, I don't know. Just how you were describing that first map, I think a lot of people was, you know, it's going to take its toll of him. Sometimes it can be an Alt F4 job, but, you know, he's got to continue on. He's got to try and scrape one of his maps by maps 2 and 3. But for this one in particular, like, Cypher is very, like, he either keeps the scores very close or it just goes way out of proportion with like 10 or 15 frag lead. We've seen it time and time again. It's very hard to dominate Cypher in this map. You can never get enough leadway for himself in order to, you know, get enough value against a lot of the engagements. Because his combat skills are so good, he seems to be able to trade almost every time, or if not, just keep you at that disadvantageous position at all times. It's a rough road for any opponent or any player that comes up against Cypher. But currently it is 1-0 in this series. If you're just joining us, it is the first match of the day. And Cypher now is going to see if it can go up to a 2-0 lead. We'll see. The Ranger versus the Death Knight as well. We've seen a lot of Death Knight on Awoken, actually, in previous engagements. But so far, though, we're going to see if Garpy can try and bring this back after that first map deficit.
Definitely doable, and shouts to the 4% on the predictions for Garpy. Big plays from the chat, Lethal. As a bit of a slow start here on Awoken. A little bit more measured. Garpy missing with the rail Cypher. A little bit more in tune here. Needs to be careful with the telly plays. Garpy, good try, Bolt. Almost gets the toesies with the rail, but will just miss the opportunity. Ooh, okay. There we go, Garpy.
Oh, he's getting a bit cheeky, isn't he? With some of those rails. This is what I like to see. Garpy just standing his ground, just biding his time for it, just trying to see exactly what's going on. Looking at the decor at the moment just to see, you know, what's been plastered on the walls. Just having a
the game is gorgeous.
Around.
You have to appreciate the game in every moment you're in it right now. And I like the slow play from Garpy, just waiting to pop out and give that buckshot to Cypher if he gets too close. But he has to be very careful because the flame strike will destroy you. But I'm guessing shotgun and dire orb is going to be the combo Garpy's going to try and look for here. As I think he heard Cypher down below going through the telly. But yeah, very, very patient play here from Garpy. And this could be the opportunity to line it up. A little bit of tribal. Just gets the information he needs before he can finally get in on some rockets.
Yeah, still biding his time. He likes Awoken 40. Likes to have a little nosy around once again. But now he's got full stack to work with. But then again, so has Cypher. It's going to be a matter of who gets that first bit of damage after us. Tickling with the 24. Is Garpy still just standing his ground? I like it. It's got a very defensive approach. We know that sometimes Garpy can be a little bit defensive, but this is a lot more passive than what we're used to. And could he be able to find his first rocket? Again, just sprinkles a bit more damage onto Cypher, knowing that that Mega's coming up in the next few seconds. Still trying to contest it, but he's in a position to drop for the heavy if he wants to. But that LG was ridiculous from Garpy. That's a great way to start things off.
That entire sequence of 2 minutes and 20 seconds was fantastic from Garpy. So patient, waited for the exact moment where he knew he had the advantage, had the timing, just melts Cypher. Again, the shaft was incredible, needed to be pixel perfect. Another second, Cypher would have had the Mega Orb on his way. But now the Flame Strike, and this is going to even it up potentially here, as Garpy, burning alive, has to grab the the single 25 and has an opportunity here, but is he going to risk death? Nope. Cypher grabs the Mega and pounces right on top of him on the way to the heavy.
Yeah, he knew he was in trouble. As soon as he heard that Mega pickup, he was like, yeah, I'm literally done here. Just Cypher keeping top mid control once again. But I must say, even though Garpy's losing these last couple of engagements, his tracking's been absolutely solid. Hopefully he can keep this up, because he's going to have to against the likes of Cypher. 3 minutes has passed. Cypher up 2-1. And still, though, just trying to get away. He was railable by 1 HP, so Cypher just playing it safe here. Good first rail. Ooh, he takes one himself, and Garpy, that was much, much better in terms of his performance going into the telly. And even though 3.5 minutes have passed, it's all tied up. But this passive approach from Garpy's definitely working in his favour, just making sure he keeps tabs on some of these items here and there, and just making sure he can reposition himself carefully. Should be okay, but just keeping him back once again. Tickles him once more up top mid, does a little damage once again. This is a great time for him to either try and contest a heavy or just go straight in for the kill.
There's the Dire Orb. I love the dodge on the Flame Strike and the follow-up with the Orb. Really nice play from Garpy there. Dodging the flames, using the Dire Orb to get past them, and then trapping Cypher, but he needs to be really careful, really weak. Cypher wants the frag, the rocket will not connect, and Garpy can get 75 HP and a light armor and survive at least for a little bit longer, but Cypher won't allow it. 2 quick rails, tracks him down, ties it at 3 lethal.
He certainly does indeed, but however way you say it, or see it rather, it's definitely been working out for Garpy. This is a much better performance. Cypher taking a bit longer to adapt to Garpy this time around. He knows what he's up to in terms of his shenanigans. The only problem is, it's just a matter of how to get around it. He's forcing Cypher to play this style, but you can see at the same time Cypher's trying to progress a little bit quicker now, trying to dictate the pace of the game, and eventually he will, considering the stack he has, which means that he can take a few more risks here. But Garpy would have heard him pick up the tri-bolt. Now he's just heading towards top mid. He probably knows he's gone for the heavy machine gun as well, but especially with that sound cue, he knows the rocket's going to be coming in. Does some damage, not a huge amount, which means the Cypher's going to be able to take him down, and he's going to be able to get this lead. Took a while here for him, but he manages to get it done.
Gets the lead, and can he keep the momentum up? Garpy get caught out in the banana, needs to be careful. LG on LG, that's not the fight he wants to take. Good damage, but with Cypher having the Mega fall back on, Garpy might go down here, and he does. Decent LG, good damage, but Cypher using the items to his advantage, and just again plants him with another rocket. The Dire Orb is down as well now, but a return rocket! Cypher takes out Cypher! The rocket pops him, and the wall was there. Unfortunately, Cypher already committed, but look at these oh my god!
It's just pure filth, isn't it, really, at this point? It's just absolute madness. As now they're both going to engage once again. Cypher takes him out. Clean combo there from Cypher. And now it's up 7-4. As I rightly said before, with Cypher on the Woken, he either keeps the score really close if he's behind, or things will just escalate. It seems like it's been a little bit of both so far. Garpy has kept it close, but Cypher now just trying to figure out a way to increase his score margin, as he's going to be above Garpy. Got positional advantage, not after that direct, needs to back away, picks up the Mega. Garpy gets a good rail though, gets a second. Don't know if he's going to go for the third here. Will he be cheeky? He will try and go for it, but Cypher's like, no, you will not, as I will increase the lead once more. Now with 3 minutes and 20 left remaining.
Yeah, really well played there from Cypher. Sorry, I had to change my trousers, as he would say. 8-4, as Cypher 4 frags in the lead with a heavy in his pocket as well. Flame Strike is back up, and that could be curtains for Garpy. Cypher backing off onto the Mega. It's going to be a full cycle in his favor, and that stack is just gigantic. Garpy needs to be very careful. Does have the Dire Orb. The pressure's on with less than 3 minutes left, down 4. Needs to start making some plays, and this next heavy might be his opportunity. He's got rockets and LG. Doesn't want to make noise on the rail quite yet, but rocket's not connecting. The second one not so bad into the LG. This could be it, but at the very least, Cypher has stolen away the heavy, misses with the rail through the drive-through window, and with the Flame Strike, he should be able to make his path to the Mega, and indeed the rocket jump will seal it for him. And this is bad news. There it is, the Dire Orb to get out of danger, and Garpy with a great rail. He's literally on fire. Somehow grabs a health bubble to stay alive, but he's still so incredibly weak.
That was literally like a micro or 100th of a second, and just being able to get that health bubble in that rail area. And just looking at the stats so far, you can see Garpy, I know he's only fired 8 shots, but he's hitting 87% rail. Just needs to continue just relying on his strengths here. The only problem is he's only got a couple minutes left remaining. He needs to restack as well. But in terms of item control, 40, you have to have a look. 23 items from Cypher to the 8 of Garpy. So definitely swinging the tide here, but at the same time, Garpy's keeping up in terms of damage. We'll find him, but will he be able to engage? No, he will not, as even though he uses that orb, doesn't really benefit him in any way. He's still got to try and find 4 frags in the next couple minutes, but does find the first here and got a huge stack to work with.
And that was so clean. He needs rockets, though. Luckily, picks up one off of a corpse, but Mega's to his back. He's got a minute 20. He can do this. If he catches out Cypher here with another clean one, this could be really bad. Cypher needs to be careful.
He certainly does. Is Garpy just pretending to go a certain way just to try and bait out Cypher top mid, but Cypher didn't fall for it. He was just, again, sitting there patiently. He's not the one who needs to be the aggressor at the end of the day. Just listen out for the sound cues to see where Garpy could be. He knows that Garpy's got the stack advantage, so needs to not completely stay away, but just try and continue doing the chip damage onto Garpy to keep him away, as Garpy just going to be flanking round with the heavy. Gets the first rail off. He's going to try and choke him out into that nail area. He does manage to do it. Got 40 seconds left, but that wasn't the cleanest frag. So again, this next engagement with Cypher needs to be as clean as possible. That's even if it does actually take him down, but it does pick up the heavy. So that will give him a bit of a helping hand, give him a bit of value here if he does win this next bout. But with 20 seconds left, not too sure if it's going to happen here for you.
Cypher just needs to not commit to anything, but this might be a frag, and it is, but I don't know if there's enough time. Garpy's so weak. Cypher did the damage he needed, but Garpy doesn't have a choice. He has to push this. There's the Mega. 9 seconds. Can he catch him out? I don't think he will. He's checking every nook and cranny, but Cypher's already gone. And this one came down to the wire, but Garpy just could not find Cypher. So by the skin of his teeth, Cypher will take this set 2-0 as we head into the third map, but Garpy very, very strong on Awoken.
He looked really good. It was much better than we thought. I think the slower approach, David gave him a lot of advantages just due to the fact that he knows what Cypher's like. He can, I wouldn't say he gets impatient, but he likes to try and, play that aggressive style. But it's very difficult when you've got someone just lurking around, just waiting for you to make the first move. It's so, so tough. And Garpy should definitely rely on his rail a lot more. We saw that he had a 71% percentile in terms of his accuracy. And even though he didn't fire a lot of shots, he was hitting a staggering amount considering the positions he was putting himself in to try and take out Cypher. But I will say that he played much, much better overall. Just needs to try and contest the items a little bit better. And apart from that, though, Garpy just needs to continue doing what he's doing, really. That defensive approach did work against Cypher. It's more of a kind of base style approach, but we know that Garpy does play like that from time to time. It's just this time round he played a lot more defensively than he normally would, and did take advantage of that on a number of occasions. We'll have to see if we can find out a little bit more about against Exile. But Exile, it's very, very tough to play that passive style as well.
That clutch rail while he was on fire was so good from Garpy. And the rockets just, again, Garpy has insane rockets. So when we talk about Cypher's rockets, it's no disrespect to Garpy because his rockets are incredible too. It's just Cypher sometimes are that much more incredible, which is absurd. We're already dealing with just a level of rockets that I'll never understand. I don't even know if Jeffrey Bezos or Richard Branson can deal with these rockets, but that's not the point. Is we're going to send us to map number 3, as you mentioned, Exile. It's going to be Eisen for Cypher and Sorlag for Garpy. Garpy, I mean, he's already given up the series, but he still needs maps as he is facing relegation. And so every map matters. I hope he can, you know, keep fighting through this because he's getting closer and closer. And I think with this champ setup, Sorlag, I don't know if I'd give it the advantage, but at least even. So I think Garpy has a shot. I think he's proven that he could probably take a map off Cypher, and that's going to be huge.
Why not? You know, with the Sorlag, you can make sure to try and contest these items a little bit better. Hopefully this time round it will... if he prepares a lot earlier in comparison to Cypher and just keep lurking, doing what he's doing, then it should be okay. It should be fine. But the problem is you can't play back defensively on XL. It's very, very tough. It's very open. It's, you know, one of the smallest maps in the pool. And that's why it's just a little bit tough, really. That's why you see players like Base struggle on it from time to time, because he can't really play to his strengths or his advantages. But, you know, this is Cypher's map all day. But from what we saw from Garpy in that last map, much better. He was able to adapt towards the end, keep Cypher on his toes, and we just need to see a little bit more than that, because you got to remember, like you rightly said, Garpy's scraping bottom of the barrel here. He needs to try and get just any map at this point just to try and help him out, because at this point in time, he's looking at death in the face in terms of that relegation spot. But we'll be going into the final map between Garpy and Cypher. This is the first series of the day. We're going to find out if he can get this third map, as Cypher's coming up 2-0, and we're starting off with the lovely Garpy's POV.
And he's got the heavy. He's almost got all the equipment he needs. Just maybe some rockets here as he deals with Timmy. That buckshot taking him out. The rail will just miss. And let's not forget the unsung hero of this map, Sync. How many frags is he going to put up this map? We will find out shortly here. Lethal is 30 seconds in, rather quiet start, missing with the rail, but a little bit of spit just to make sure Cypher pays the price. Good LG, does have a health bubble to negate that, but the LG is going to be enough from Garpy as he claims the heavy.
Oh, this LG from Garpy, we have to admit, fully, it is pure filth. It's like been just incredible and just a pleasure to watch every single time. Like, as soon as we saw him earlier on top mid on the Woken against Cypher when he was trying to contest a Mega, ever since then, we've noticed that his tracking's been so good, massively improved in comparison to previous matchups. And this is what I was a little bit worried about in the past, but this time round, Garpy's looking very, very solid. Having to deal with the turret this time round, as well as Cypher dropping down with the rockets, but will he be able to clean him up here? Does pick up the heavies, so again, much better from Cypher, now up 2-1, but the only problem is Garpy's got to try and make the best out of a bad situation, tries to drop down, but Cypher's just begging for him to drop down, as he's got the LG in hand.
And unfortunately, the aggression with the nail gun didn't really hit anything. Didn't work out for Garpy at all, but that rocket from up above, not too bad. But the return rocket from Cypher is just as good, if not better. And a great rail as well, pixel rail, as Garpy does at least steal away the heavy, but the cutoff with Timmy, Cypher has position. This Mega should go to him, but Garpy needs to be careful going through the telly, eating a rail, and Cypher's just so on point.
He really is indeed. And we've got to remember is that both players do have abilities which will help them out, especially in terms of preparation for these items. Of course, the turret for Cypher especially, as he takes down Garpy once more. Quite clean as well, which means that still on his default stack, he can continue to put the pressure onto Garpy because he's got the weapons in his arsenal, but Garpy just taking so much damage, gets eaten alive by the final rocket. But that's not the first time we've seen that rail through the bridge. We saw Max did it before. Cypher's like, oh, but you know, I can do that as well. So he's going to do that too. And I must say, again, the LG from Garpy. Probably a little bit of a different story if Cypher had a little bit more ammo. But Cypher comes in with the gauntlet. And now Cypher is up 6-2 here for you.
Cypher, stop it. Cypher, no. Cypher, stop it.
No.
Look at him stare him down as his corpse falls into the void. Just relentless from Cypher right now. 7-2. Incredible rails, incredible rockets. Concedes the Mega shotgun just enough as Garpy cannot melt down Cypher. And this is just... wow. Wow, wow, wow. Back to the shotgun. Garpy should be able to get this one as the blast just a little off target from Cypher that time. But wow, what a series of unfortunate events for Garpy.
Yeah, you were saying when's Sync are going to get a frag. There you go. There you go.
At least the assist. At least. Sometimes he pops up and dunks on somebody, you know?
It's a real shame. 3.5 minutes, so you wouldn't think it's been that long, considering the scoreline been 8-3, 9-3 now for Cypher. It's getting a little bit out of hand now. Cypher, though, hasn't got any armor as of yet. Needs to try and find a few lights just to keep him going a tad, as the heavy won't be up for the next 20 seconds. Mega will be contested by Garpy. Cypher's well aware of that. He can hear his position above. He's going to go after those 2 lights first, though, before he engages in any more bouts. Mega is still up, though. Delays it quite heavily, and now it's segregated enough to contest both if Garpy wants to come back in this matchup. And already a few good LG shots there from Cypher just to keep him away a tad. As Cypher's just good first rail. Will he go for the second? He's going to get the LG out instead just to guarantee a little bit more damage. Good second rail again. So he picks up that health bubble just to stop the damage going any further. These rails from Cypher once again cleans up Garpy, and now is going to get the Mega for free. Just
really good awareness from Cypher, knowing exactly where Garpy's forced to go, so the shots are easy to line up, and he's just converting on almost all of them now. As he takes away the heavy, easy shotgun blast to add to the body count, and Cypher is just running away with this now.
Absolute madness here. Still though, Cypher continuing to pile on the pressure onto Garpy. Does a decent amount of damage with the rockets. He's going to clear him up with the LG. Yes, he will. Even though Garpy's LG has been absolutely massively on form, it's still very difficult to contend with the stack Cypher has each and every time. But just looking at the stats so far, Cypher's just ahead by 1,200 damage. He's got 15 items to the 6 of Garpy. But don't get me wrong, Garpy has been doing his best to try and contest some of these items, but he just can't, especially when he's got height advantage and Cypher's doing stuff like that. What do you expect?
It's just the vertical rails are so hard to hit, and Cypher's just, it's another day. He's just playing Instagib right now. Garpy does get the frag back, but he's still down by 10 with a little over 4 minutes, and it's going to take an absolute miracle. I don't care how thick Sorbet is, this one is going to take a bit of a miracle here as the rock will fly by Cypher. Garpy does have spit, a little bit of shotgun action as well, so if you can get up close, you could chunk down Cypher, but Cypher trying to play. There is the deployment of Timmy trying to play for this Mega. Should be able to get it, actually gets bullied off. Good LG from Garpy. And now he's on the hunt, leaving the Mega up. This play is not bad, but if Cypher keeps hitting rails like that, it's going to be curtains, and he drops down on the heavy and the LG again, lighting Garpy up 15-4 lead.
Oh, that was so unlucky as well. He jumped at the worst time as well, because then he just got absolutely lit with that LG. 16-4 now. 3.5 minutes left still here for you, so still got a lot of time to work with Garpy. Oh, there goes a second frag for Sinker. There we go. Garpy sadly does fall down to his death. Cypher trying to do him in with the nail. Does manage to do it in the end with that plasma rifle. Good stuff there. Tickles him just a tad on the heavy area. And just, we have to talk about the hit percentages as well. Cypher was on 70% at one point. 70%, but now he's actually dropped a tad to 56. And we haven't seen a lot of railing from Garpy. Maybe, I don't know if it's because he hasn't had the opportunity to grab the rail. I'm not too sure. It's maybe Cypher's been contesting it quite a lot in this match. I'm not really too sure here, but as we're saying that though, Garpy's already taken a huge chunk of damage, does get a frag back on the board against Cypher, but just a tad too late here.
Rocket's just missing. That would have cut off Cypher, giving Garpy the heavy. But yeah, 1 for 5 rails from Garpy, as you mentioned. And just unfortunate. I think maybe he's staying away from that entire area, Lethal. He's fallen twice now, and maybe he can't get back up. 7-20 now, as Cypher has absolutely just blown the top off of this one. There's the spit, little bit of LG. Looks like he did get the tick damage, so he's just going to be able to track Cypher through the wall here. More LG. Can he get this frag? The shotgun will not land from Cypher, not this time, but 210, 12 frags, do you believe?
Well, if it wasn't mathematically impossible, I would.
Right, statistics, right, that's the thing. We don't have that in America. We don't really believe in numbers, I don't think. As Garpy is already incredibly weak, has to take down Timmy, and now Cypher can kind of just pressure at will. Little machine gun, just one talon away, and there it is. There's the last bit of chip. Cypher adds another one, 21-8.
Still doing a fair amount. Cypher just standing his ground still. Lurking about a bit in the rail area, just doing a huge amount to Garpy. Garpy getting straight into it. It's a real shame, don't get me wrong. I feel like, even though it didn't go his way, we've seen a lot of improvements from Garpy in terms of his, his tracking and his rockets have always been sublime anyway, no matter what. But yeah, it's just, when you're against this big of a stack every single time and struggling to contest some of his items, this is what happens, you see. 23-9, a minute left remaining, and Cypher's just all go here. He's just not stopping at all and just not letting up in the slightest. Just making Garpy's life hell at this point, trying to back away, just trying to get as much damage on as possible. Was looking to contest the Mega, but has to drop down. As so far, 23-9, still just absurd.
Absolutely bonkers. But again, just play until the end. Every little bit that you have in the arena is experience going forward. And as we get closer and closer to the Stage 3 playoffs, only about 5 weeks away, you're going to need every bit of experience. So yeah, if you look at the scoreboard, this is a bit of a shellacking. But Garpy, all things considered, not too terrible, especially on map number 2, Awoken. It was really, really tight. But Cypher just has this ability to snowball and just absolutely make your life hell. Unfortunately for Garpy, this was one of those scenarios, but 11-23 as he does get that shotgun frag to close it out. I believe that's going to be the ender, barring anything right here. Maybe a little something. Nope, for Cypher.
Well, it was nice of you to be optimistic in that last fight. I was being optimistic as well, but it just didn't. It just did not happen. Look at that. Look at the damage as well. 1,670 more damage, and he had 21 of the items. I will say, though, that Garpy did put up a much better fight in terms of contesting those items, but if he had some of the weapons in his arsenal a little bit more and give him a bit of a helping hand in terms of the range he was using, it could have been okay, because we know a lot of these players as well, when they contest sometimes the heavy or the mega, they do like to play, you know, using the rail around the top rockets just to have both angles for the mega and the heavy in case they do push from a certain way or certain paving or route they normally take. But only one shot, like, you know, 5 shots, only hit one, but that was more just due to the fact that it could be that Cypher was doing a good job just contesting the rail area. He was a little bit reluctant, you know, on quite a few occasions, like you rightly said earlier. But at the same time, I mentioned it before the map even started, but Garpy can't really play back defensively on Exile because of how open it is. It's very, very difficult to kind of play the lurking game, play that passive and try and find that one opening, because there's going to be so many disadvantages in terms of, you know, where you could come from, or, you know, if you're going to be down below, there's absolutely no way or no chance you can make something of it. And if you're above, you know, that's what I mean. In terms of having the height advantage, it's so open. It's very, very difficult to work with. So Garpy, you know, did his best. He did contest the items a lot better. But one thing I will say, that his aim was definitely a lot better in terms of a lot of the engagements we saw throughout the entire course of the series. But we did see a close scoreline on Awoken earlier on.
Yeah, and statistically, again, I can barely read, so numbers are very hard for me. I know that Flea is out there, and I hope he's crunching the numbers, because I wonder with that 3-0, I wonder if statistically Garpy is just doomed to be 9 or 10. I don't know, barring, you know, winning 3-0s maybe the next 3 weeks in a row, I don't know if he can get out of there. I think he's down in a hole, and I don't know if he could be saved, is what I'm telling you, Lethal. But I'm sure Flea is crunching the numbers, I hope. Flea, please. But yeah, that puts a bow on it for our first series, and I can't say that I'm too surprised. Again, Garpy had a great second map. I think the strongest showing in the set, of course. And yeah, it's just a bit of a rough ride.
It really was. A real shame, in all fairness. Like, consider what we saw from that second map, but I say it every time for Cypher. On Awoken, it's either close or he just goes absolutely ham. And it was close in the end, don't get me wrong. Like, Garpy did a much better job. It's just a shame that his aim skill was a lot better this time round, and he's kind of feeling his style a little bit more. But to be fair, I don't see it as a bad thing, but he's known about this. He'll actually be able to rectify these mistakes a little bit later on, because it means he'll be a bit more prepared for, you know, relegation, if he is in the relegation. Surely he must be, but like, obviously, yeah, we'll let Flea continue with that in terms of doing the stats, because our maths is horrible, isn't it? So we'll just let him crack on.
I mean, I feel like you're pretty good at math, but why don't we take like a 5-7 minute break? That's math, right? Those are numbers. We'll be right back with more Quake action. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League. This is Week 10. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal. We just wrapped up the first series, and we will be heading into Maxter versus Chain. Lethal, how do you feel about that one?
Ooh, I'm not too sure. Like, Maxter, you saw what he did last week. He was on a tear, 3-0 to hang, looking absolutely solid like anything else. But he had a lot of maps in his favour as well. But we've seen, well, we know what Max is like, let's be honest. His combat skills are, one of the best you've ever seen, really, let's be honest. But, things like, in terms of Chain, he's made little improvements, but everyone else in the Americas region have improved a lot quicker over time. We've discussed this a lot again and again. But we're going to see what Chain can do here. I'm a little bit worried for Chain this time around. If it was like 3 months ago, I would have said Chain should be okay here, should be fine. But I kind of feel more inclined to disagree with that now and just go straight to the Maxter Chain, because from what we've seen so far, he's just been absolutely on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, both players, I think, respectively coming off 3-0s. I think Maxter versus DeHang is probably a little more surprising than Chain versus Sib. No disrespect to Sib, but Chain has been playing relatively well, especially coming off of the game with Rafa, where he took Rafa to the edge, and Rafa doing Rafa things again on Veil, just the unbelievable comeback. But Chain had that game, and being able to send kind of the end boss to his limits and make him play that hard is very promising for Chain. So I think this one is going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, and I'm looking forward to it, but we'll see what Chain has in store, and if the Magic Man can pull off a little magic, I mean, we'll see. That's what kind of Maxter's known for. Great mechanics, very aggressive style of play, and he always makes it count, and it usually almost always pays off. So it's going to be a sight to see, Lethal.
Well, you've got a lot of style. Look at your headband, you can't complain, can you?
Yeah, this is all salty tears. That's what makes my hair curl.
It could be. Well, one of these guys will have some salty tears later on, depending on how this series turns out. As with Maxter, though, we're going to see the picks and bans as well. Because, I think before, when we spoke about Maxter versus DeHang in the last matchup, like, there was so many things going well for Maxter. It was just no end. Like, you could have a shopping list of all the things he's actually improved on and what he's been able to do as well. And I will say that depending on how the maps pan out, Chain's got to be, well, I just hope that Chain's done a huge amount of research just coming into this next matchup, because if you see anything like Exile or any other maps like that, then I'll be a little bit worried, just due to the fact that it's hard to lurk and play passive against Maxter when he's just constantly just hitting these absurd rails. You saw it before the last time when he played against DeHang, like just shooting him through the bridge on numerous occasions, hitting shots which sometimes some people didn't even think was possible, and just playing out of his skull. So we may see it again. We'll see.
Let's get into the pick bans and see exactly how dire it might be. As we got Deep Embrace, Runes of Sarnath, and Molten. As always, Lethal, please just run me through the picks here.
Of course I will. Well, do you know what? Chain banning Exile, I don't blame him. Don't blame him in the slightest. But again, Maxter also bans Awoken. So for these two maps, it's both their best maps. They've done the right ban so far. And you can see now going into Deep Embrace. I don't blame Maxter going into this at all. I feel like if you play against Maxter on a map where it's hard to kind of lurk around or to try and restack or give yourself some kind of opportunity on the spawn, it's extremely tough because of his pure unadulterated aggression and just how he just suffocates you on the spawn. It's so tough. But Chain has decided to select Ruins just to give him a bit of a helping hand, a bit of space and a bit of time to work with to try and figure out what Maxter could be up to and time to adapt. And then also come to Molten Falls as well as the final map here. And Maxter has actually banned Veil and Chain is banned Corrupted Keep. So I kind of feel like more works in Chain's favour, if anything else. But at the same time, I'm not surprised that they've both banned each other's best maps, just going straight into it.
Yeah, looking at Deep Embrace, I was going to say, maybe I give a slight edge to Chain just because of the double jump, but then Maxter has the mobility with Strog, and I know he's going to rocket jump everywhere he wants to go anyway. So it might not matter for that first map. And Ruins, Galena versus Eisen, again, pretty standard affair. It's going to be a matter of, specifically for Maxter as well, because he has the Galena, who can take control of the heavy area and make it an absolute nightmare to get into. Of course, Timmy, the turret, if you deploy it in the right area, it's just almost a death sentence guarantee trying to get down into the heavy. But as Galena, if you can get your overstack going and just play towards the heavy side of the map, usually that's a W, but we'll see. And then Molten, Sorlag versus Nyx, Lethal. What is happening? Sorlag versus Nyx. That looks brutal on paper. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but either way, should be a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a bit worrying. Of course, Maxter's going to have to keep an eye on the hourglasses, but with the saw lag, what can you do really at that point? You can waste it here and there, but it's going to be very, very tough. It's going to keep an eye on him, which means that Chain's going to be on his toes on a lot of these occasions. He can't just sit back. He's going to have to ghost walk as well, just to try and get him out of a bad situation. But in terms of the default stacks, it's going to be very, very tough. And you can see that Max is going to go for those trades every day, night and day. However you look at it, it's like he's super aggressive. He wouldn't let you out of his sight and won't give you a chance to even breathe at that point. So yeah, I am a little bit worried in terms of that matchup. Like, the map is fine for Chain, but the picks, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see going into it. But like I said, it's all going to be about those hourglasses and how well he can contest those items and how well Chain can use the Ghost Walk to his advantage once he gets a little bit of chip damage done.
Completely agree. We're just sorting out some technical issues, and then we'll get into this series. So everybody calm down. And Lethal, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, who has to take their finger out on this one? Like, I don't even know what that means. I've been meaning to ask you for weeks now, and I think chat would love to hear it. What am I missing? What are we taking our fingers out of, and what is that? I don't understand. It could be a learning experience for everybody. It could be.
You could pull your finger out of anything. It could be, I'll let the chat use their imaginations, I think. I think that's the best way to deploy it. I know. Do you know what? Sometimes I don't even understand. It's just British slang, really, isn't it? It's just one of those things.
Right. Like in it. The finger might be in it. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't use that, but I know there are some people out there that do. But yeah,
I'm just trying to be cultured. I don't know.
But the best way of putting it, I'd probably say, it's time to crack on, time to get on the move, time to sort yourself out and trying to win some games, basically, just to not, kick back and relax or anything like that. So, but obviously there is other ways to describe it. So yeah, I'll leave that to you guys to think about.
We will figure it out indeed. But yeah, best of 3 coming up. We're just waiting. Again, sorry for the delay, but Strog versus Doom on Deep Embrace. Again, the mobility. Each player has their own version of mobility. I honestly think that Maxter, with the crouch slide, he won't have the double jump advantage, but I think he's going to rocket jump everywhere he wants to go. And I've harped on this so many times before. Maxter, I feel like, is the king of getting rails off the spawn, especially on Deep Embrace. If he gets that frag near the rocket area, he's just going to post up. He's going to get that free 90 damage over at the shotgun. Chain has to be careful of that. He can use the double jump right off spawn to kind of hinder that aim and maybe even delay his spawn a little bit just to make Maxter go, you know what, this isn't worth it, I'm going to go grab an item. But I think that's going to be something to look out for, and it could come into play here, as I did hear the bell. We're getting into it, chat. Sorry for the delay. It's all my fault. You could blame it all on me. But Lethal, we're going to get into this one, and I don't know if I missed the predictions or not. Maybe just me.
I avoided it, actually.
Okay. It's a terrible place, so yeah.
But I think I'm going to be a bit ballsy here. I was going to say 2-1 Max. I reckon a 3-0. I'm going to throw out there a little bit.
That's fair. That's fair.
But that's if he plays like how he did on Friday. Because when I saw him scrim against Yup, I was like, my God, like he's actually more insane compared to what he was doing last week. So if he played like how he did on Friday, great. If not, I'm worried about my prediction.
Well, if he's going to win, he might win, Lethal. We'll see. Kakaz in the chat if you're a Maxter fan. Poutine in the chat if you're a Chain fan. But we're going to get into this map number 1 of the second series of the day, Quake Pro League Week 10. We are live and into it right now, starting off on the POV of Chain.
And let's see what shenanigans Chain is going to be up to. Already going for that Mega. The items aren't segregated enough to contest both, but Chain is just eating rails and 3 for 3 from Maxter there, and you saw that Chain was perfectly railable, only had 90 HP, such a shame, just trying to make use of that Pika, but at the same time, Maxter once again takes him out and gets the spawn rail, as you were talking about earlier, Foy.
How does the Magic Man keep making magic happen? I don't understand. I mean, if you're going 3 for 3, why not all the time? There's the LG push as Chain does grab the Mega, doesn't have anything to work with except for a shotgun, and down he goes. An early 3-0 lead, again off the spawn, another rail, looking for it, almost connects after a little bit of a tickle with LG. Chain finally fighting back, good damage, good rail, but Chain finally gets the best of him, puts himself on the board, and hopefully stops the bleeding.
Yeah, Maxter was just really overextending in that last bout. Just didn't care. He was like, do you know what? I'm gonna really give it here. I'm just gonna try and change the tide of things and get a little bit ballsy, and he was almost successful doing it here. Good pick and play. Will he about to survive? Yes, he does. 31 HP. Finds him on the spawn. Will he get a second? No, he does not. As Chain dodging skills were just a little bit too much for Maxter. But you can see here the heavy and the mega will be up momentarily. Still needs to recover from his last engagement. Just tickles Chain just a tad, just trying to survive. He's going to prioritize the heavy, but Chain has the same idea, but he's already taking a fair amount of damage from those rockets, and good LG as well to complement it further, and now extends his lead 6-1, and it's only been 2 minutes here for you.
It's just ridiculous, man. Like, what do? There's a rail into another one, doesn't even let him hit the ground. Lethal. I mean, eventually the bodies hit the floor, as it looks like Chain might be drowning in a pool right now. Down 6, 2 minutes in already. There's the peeker play from around. Chain gonna drop down, try and get some early damage, but Maxter very quick to make sure that that peeker goes away and goes back in his pocket. He claims the heavy, and he should have another frag here. Easily dropping down, swaps to rockets to get that one. And this is just brutal. And again, I've lost count of how much damage he's gotten off the spawn rails, but it is a lot.
It's just absolute filth once again. Going into that murder hole, taking a fair amount of damage. That last rail was so close. Literally, I thought it tagged him on the toe, but he just barely missed it. Good return rail there from Chain. As now Maxter's just dilly-dallying around top mid, trying to back away with that machine gun. As Chain just trying to get a different angle, but he's struggling just a tad. As it does get hit with another nice rail here from Maxter. So he is railable, needs to be careful here. He was actually trying to get the rail off before the peeker came at him, but just a little bit too much. And Max has done a good job of recovering, considering the amount of damage he's actually taken thus far. 3 minutes have passed. It feels like 10 minutes have passed, considering the amount of work Max has already put into this matchup. And you can see Chain does manage to pick up the heavy, and it's all been Max to his so far. Already 8 items controlled by him, and 600, 700 more damage now. But good rails again from Chain.
Ooh, almost gets a really nice pixel one off the spawn, and needs to try and avoid this damage if he can get away. Ooh, beautiful rocket from down under his Chain now, starting to fight back. Showing that Maxter isn't the only one that has amazing shots, but that peeker play, Chain just loses track of it and gets taken down. Maxter, apparently a part-time drone pilot.
Certainly is indeed. 4 minutes have passed. Maxter gets the first rail. Chain is going to be popping up to say hello, but he's going to say goodbye after those 2 rails straight afterwards. Good spawn rail once again. He's just not missing here, and we have to look at his percentages in a sec, but probably don't want to after those 2 shots missed. May have jinxed him ever so slightly. Sorry, Maxton, as he's still trying to get top mid control. He's actually going to go around and flank Chain. Good LG, trying to get the rail straight afterwards, but does miss, but he is available. Needs to take a level of caution here, as Maxter is currently on 51% to the 41% from Chain, just trying to stay alive the best he can. He is still available, and Chain, oh, that was so close from him, but does manage to survive. And now we're just at the halfway stage here, as you see there. Maxter cleanly takes down Chain once again with that LG.
Sync error. Ooh, okay, Chain fights back. I think he actually stole that heavy, and he's right back into this 11-5. And Maxter, I mean, this is kind of the Maxter that we know and love, playing hyper-aggressive, hitting all of his shots, but I have to feel like a little bit of last night is fueling him as well. Shouts to Argentina. Chain takes down a Maxter, though, trying to fight back, making this a 5 frag deficit. And again, on Deep Embrace, more than enough time.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time so far to work with, and there's absolutely, you know, by any means, he should be able to come back in the...
Wow.
No, okay, never mind. Max...
He did it again!
God, yeah, Max is just still continuing to be on a tear. It's very rare you see Maxter demoralized. Oh, and the mid-air rocket as well. Perfect timing. Waiting for the spawn once again, but this time round, Chain will be spawning on that LG telly. But yeah, it's just... Max has very few people. Doesn't really get phased at all. Oh, the double jump there. Able to dodge that last rail from Maxter. His Chain... This could be his time to try and get back into this, but every time I say it, it's just not going to happen. The trade comes out. It's all about who gets the better spawn. You can see already just switching around from the Mega to try and get these rockets, but already, once again, Chain is dropping down onto the heavy, trying to do as much damage as possible, but Chain will win that last bout.
Chain can get the rail spawn as well. Well done from Chain, and there's a big opportunity here. That was a relatively clean kill. He's going to have the Mega to his back. He just needs to not take a lot of damage here. Maxter with a shotgun, almost gets it. Now Chain is stuck in a horrible position. Can he hit a magic shot? And he does! The peeker! Mistimed from Maxter, and this is big for Chain as he gets a free Mega.
He certainly does indeed. It's Maxter now still on the heavy. Does manage to pick it up, has the stack advantage. Just depends on how much value he can get from it here. Good first rail from Maxter. Chain's trying to go for the return. Just picking up that health bubble to make sure he doesn't die from that next rail. He's been absolutely out of his mind so far. Just Chain just trying to bait out any attacks from Maxter. We'll find him top mid. Good flank from Chain as well. Just baiting out those audio cues. Still a few minutes left to work with. We'll pick up the heavy, and now he has the slight stack advantage. But once again, how's he going to try and work it? We'll take down the peeker, as he's still waiting for Maxter to drop down if he does. But looks like Maxter is just going to stand his ground at the moment with that height advantage.
I really like what Chain is doing here. He's been able to stabilize, keep it relatively close again on Deep Embrace. 4 frags isn't a lot, so Maxter does have to be careful. Doesn't have the peeker to play with. Chain trying to position. Good rail, but wow, Maxter wants a little bit more, knowing he could fall back onto the Mega, but he needs to be careful. Chain will pick up the heavy, and he should be able to aggress a little bit here, as Maxter has no armor, but a good rail. Chain needs to be careful. And another one from Maxter. Can he hit 3 for 3? Bit of awkward positioning here. Chain stuck on the low ground. Almost getting that flick shot. Oh, Maxter just piling it on, and here comes the peeker. Chain has to be careful. 12 HP after the splash. Able to steal away the heavy. Is Maxter going to take this one? No, he's going to let him survive for now, falling back onto the Mega, but he knows the Chain is rather weak, all things considered.
It's really hard for Chain. He's just trying to exert himself in multiple ways, but he just can't really give himself any options here. Just taking all these rails. What can you do against someone who's just absolutely just hitting his clutch shots every single time? Of course, Chain's retaliation is going to be to do the exact same, which he has done. He's had some great shots so far, but he's got no rockets left in terms of his ammo management. He's just trying to back away, but at some point, if Maxter just pushes him, he's going to be perfectly fine because he's got no rockets to defend himself with. Does manage to pick some up, but look at this. A minute left remaining. Maxter's got a huge stack, even after tanking that first rail, and he's going to be flying high from that LG. Not looking too good for Chain here, as it looks like Maxter will be winning this first map.
And Chain calls it. There was a minute left, but he didn't want any part of that minute, the longest 60 seconds of his life. And like that, the potential map victory for Chain is gone in 60 seconds. So a little bit of Nicolas Cage there as Maxter will claim Deep Embrace. And we just saw a lot of what we thought we would. Hyper-aggressive play, really good rails off the spawn, just insane amounts of damage. You spawn in and you don't even have the stack you're supposed to have. Very disheartening, but I did like the mid-game adaptation from Chain. Able to slow it down, still keep it close, but Maxter was just a little bit too much. The opening frags, the deficit was just too much to overcome for Chain on this one.
It certainly was. The moonwalking did it for me, I think, for him.
Yeah.
Don't know about you.
Oh, yeah. The moonwalk, I mean, again, I think this is the Maxter that we're used to seeing kind of week after week, but I think a little bit something from last night is like, I need to do this. I need to have this. So, yeah, he's tearing out all the stops. I'm looking forward to the second map. But, yeah, shouts to Chain. Again, able to keep it close. It's not easy to maintain your composure and kind of slow things down and get back into it. He did a great job of doing that, but just, you know, still a little bit too much to overcome given the explosive start from Maxter.
Yeah, when you're playing against someone like Maxter, you need a lot of mental fortitude. It's so easy to get demoralized just thinking to yourself, it doesn't matter what angle or what advantage you have in terms of position, just seems to be able to just hit all these mad shots. And, you know, we talk about it time and time again, and do you know why? It's because it's a pleasure to watch every single time round. It's just incredible how well he can come back from certain scenarios and just getting those spawn rails every single time. I think in terms of damage, Maxter got like 1900 more damage, which is just crazy, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. And Chain did his absolute best to contest these items to the best of his ability, considering what he had to work with in terms of his stack and, you know, weapons in his arsenal. It was quite a lot. 54% as you can see there. And look at the damage difference as well. Over double the damage in terms of rail accuracy and just in terms of rail damage overall. Just absolute madness. He's a madman after all. And like I said, thought we just celebrating the victory with Argentina yesterday. So yeah, he's living on a high right now, and it's going to continue on. And we'll have to see what Chain can do to retaliate. But not going to lie, though, Chain did respond very well on a lot of different occasions in terms of his counter reactions.
Yeah, and for those playing the home game, it looks like that was on Chain server, so we're going to go over to Maxter's server. Could be not a good time. I don't really know. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be Eisen versus Galena on Ruins. I imagine a lot more rails coming out from both players, but I think it's going to be about who can control the heavy area, just because it's such a detriment to go down there when Timmy's deployed. Also, if you get the totem economy going, you could really just get that overstack naturally with Galena. Play towards the heavy. You don't really even have to go towards the mega, maybe just to do some chip. If you absolutely blow it out of the water, you can control everything, but I think the name of the game here is going to be, you know, who hits more rails. Is Maxter going to come out of the gate and just start hitting 50, 60% rail right off the bat? I don't know. You're not going to get the opportunities for the spawn rails as much on Ruins, so that's probably the Chain's saving grace, but we'll see. It's a new map, it's a new day, so Chain has to just mentally reset and go into this. There's still an opportunity to come back and take the last two maps and take the series.
I don't think Galena is a bad pick at all. I think it's a great pick, really. Like, every time you see a Galena, you normally see it on Ruins, you see it on Veil. It's very good on Veil, considering, not considering, but depending on your game plan, really. But this will keep Chain on his toes. It's going to keep Chain weary of what he wants to do in terms of, like I said, even with the Eisen, he's got the turret for the early preparation for that heavy. But let's see what happens. Let's see if Chain can bring this back. It is currently 1-0 with Maxter having a fantastic start over Chain, and already Maxter picks up that first heavy, and now so far just even stacks, both just trading damage out. Maxter going to try and do a little bit more here. Does actually get 40 onto him, just waits for him to drop onto that light. He's so weak at this point, he can just finish him up with that machine gun, but decides to try and rail him. But now he's going to have to restack once again. Chain is very lucky to get away from that predicament.
And Maxter is bonkers.
Never mind.
Maxter is bonkers. He literally pushed into Chain knowing he didn't have a rail, forced Chain away, got his own rail, and then somehow got that frag. What in the hell, Lethal?
You can't make this as well. And oh dearie me, Maxter can't be railable. He knows that better than anyone. Picks up a light in the courtyard. Chain was lucky to be able to dodge that first rocket going through the telly. Maxter still holding the courtyard, but you can see Chain was very eager to try and keep him in that courtyard, to keep him pinned if he hits that first initial rail. Sadly, he didn't, so will not be able to tie things up. Use that time to regain some HP. Takes a fair amount of damage from the turret as well. Has to back away once more. You've got to remember, though, this Chain has got to keep an eye on these totem placements. Can't let things get out of hand. It's still got one totem up, but that rail was beautiful, but it's not going to be enough as Chain has an even better LG in terms of damage count and will tie things up with 1.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I don't understand that weapon switch. I don't know if he was out of rockets. I didn't see it, but the pop over the mega should win Chain up, but no, the nails from Maxter reigns supreme, and Chain has to be furious. Maxter hanging on by a thread.
Certainly does indeed. At least Maxter does have a totem to use. Still railable. He was railable by about 2 HP, so I was a bit weary of him going towards that light. So it was a risk worth taking in the end. It wouldn't have been, of course, if he got taken down. Just trying to stay alive. These rockets, though, from Maxter. Wow. Do you know what? I think Maxter's going to be okay with that. I honestly think he is. He will take that trade night and day, considering the stack difference there. He does hit that first rail, just looking to take down the turret as well, as the heavy is up. Does have the oversack, and this is where Chain needs to dip his toes in other areas of the map here. Have a little bit of a wander around and just see if he can investigate, do some detective work on where these totems could be, because it's not like it's in the most unorthodox spots, but he will find them eventually. He's just keeping an eye to see if Chain is just going to lurk in those areas. So he does find one, so that's going to give him a little bit of help, but it doesn't change the fact that he will have to overstack again in a few moments.
Chain susses out one of them. So Maxter will have his third back up in about 10 seconds. Overstack. It's going to be big as the rail is big. There's Timmy again. Decently deployed, but Chain gets forced down to the lower, so can't really get the crossfire that he wanted. Unfortunately for him, and Maxter able to deal with the turret rather easily. Decent positioning on this heavy, but Chain's just going to get bullied by Maxter as he has the totem to use and just drops right on top of him.
Chain was just standing his ground just to see if Maxter was going to try and hit him on spawn. Sadly for Maxter, oh, that mid-air rocket was very, very close. But do you know what? He gets to direct anyway, cleans him up beautifully. His Chain was very eager to pick up that Mega. I'm not too sure if he knew the timing or not, but he did rocket jump a little bit earlier than required. As Maxter does hit the first rail onto Chain. Chain retaliates with one of his own, but because of the overstack, that flick from Maxter. Still looking for one more. He's getting a little bit dicey here. He was very, very tempted. You could see it in his eyes. But sadly for him, no, he would not be able to get it. But Legi's going to try and see if he's down there anywho. 32 HP left. Hasn't really got stack to work with, but he's going to try and restack the best he can in this courtyard area, and does have to restack once again. This Chain just needs to try and do a bit more detective work just to find out where these totems could be.
He's going to find a lot of them. He's also going to find a rail in his chest right there as Maxter with a good shot dropping down to heavy. Should be able to get it, and he gets another one, and that's going to leave Chain so weak and railable right now. And just like that, the stacks have completely flip-flopped, people.
It certainly did indeed. He's trying his best to stay alive. These rockets, like, it's either flick with a rail or flick with the rockets here. Maxter just continuing what he does best and just surprises us every single time. It always gives us that entertainment value. As Chain just trying to look and see if he can finish him up with that last rail. He doesn't. That was such a shame. That could definitely would have at least turned the tides here and made things 4-2 or 5-2 rather. We're just at the halfway stage. Just looking at the stats so far, is Maxter up by 500 damage in this map. Both players have been contesting the items back and forth, and Maxter having 50% now in terms of his rail percentage. Is pushing with the LG, makes it 6-1 here. I'm a little bit worried for Chain so far just going into it, especially if he pushes in this next fight, as the rockets were beautiful once again for Maxter. And it was a very clean fight indeed.
Oh my goodness.
Just these rails once again here for you. Couldn't make it up, could you? You really couldn't.
It's a lot harder to get spawn rails, and Maxter still finds a way as he claims the Mega. Chain is just left with these desperation-style rail angles, 8-1, 6 minutes in, and I just don't think that Chain can bring this back again. Every time Chain is even showing a little bit of himself, he's just taking damage, be it rail or rockets. Maxter has all of the answers, Lethal.
He really does. Like, it's just, this makes it look like it's a normal thing, which is great to see because we love it all the time. So he's just doing a little bit of LG damage, not a huge amount. Managed to get 54 there, but the rocket's going to do itself justice straight afterwards. 10-1 on Ruins. And remember, guys, this is Chain's map pick here, but at the same time, this is Maxter's server. So this is pretty much Maxter's playgrounds here. He's going to be able to pick.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay, so he stops him from picking up the heavy, but time is of the essence here. 40 still needs to find 9 frags in the next 3 minutes. It's looking pretty bleak here.
Well, if you're a Chain fan, you believe. There's a good rail, actually missing the jump. Got him that extra damage. There's the rocket jump through. Goes flying on by, able to claim the Mega. Not a bad sequence here from Chain, but still trying to find him for 9 frags on Ruins is going to be extremely difficult. Hits another great rail. Maxter on the back foot now. 50 HP, escaping through the tri-bolt, back through the telly to rockets, and just kind of play in the Batcave. I mean, he has nothing that he needs to force out. Another great rail from Chain, heating up at the right time, but I still can't help but think it's a little bit too late. Can he find this one, or can Maxter turn this into a frag for himself? No, Chain finally plants him with that final rail.
Oh, that was a real shame there. So Maxter was hoping he would push in with the rockets or the LG so he could clean him up, but Chain knew better and played it a little bit more unpredictable. As now changes, still having to wander around, having nosying around, you could say, just to see where Maxter could be. But do you know what? Maxter doesn't even need to be defensive in any way. He's got the stack to challenge him if he wants to, and why not? Chain on 52 HP. Maxter, these rails once again. Yeah, Chain, he's had enough here. 40. He did his absolute best, but at this point, he was just like, no, I'm done. I'm done. But whilst we're waiting for the next couple of minutes, just looking at the stats so far, you see there Maxter had 1,000 more damage, 54% rails. Considering he fired 37 as well, that was huge. But one of the talking points especially was just due to the fact that in terms of the totem placements, and, you know, speak of the devil, actually him just being up there at the moment above that courtyard, is the fact that Chain didn't really find these totems quick enough in the early part of the game. He had that overstack for a good few minutes, but did manage to recuperate afterwards and was able to find some of these totems, but it's just too little too late. The damage already been done. You saw the scoreline earlier on, and in terms of item contention, it was actually pretty much the same. Chain still did a great job just contesting these items, but just Maxter just playing out of his skull once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand the frustration, but I just think that someone needs to get Chain more towels because he keeps throwing them in lethal. No, I mean, yeah, this one was a bit of a blowout. So disheartening to see. Maxter will take the series 2-0, and it's, you know, shouts to Maxter playing out of his mind, playing the way that he wants to play, hyper aggressive, hitting his shots. That opens the game once he hits 1 or 2 rails to do literally whatever he wants and just assert dominance. And unfortunately for Chain, the defense isn't quite there. He can't really get anything going to stand his ground. He does trade out some frags, but the exchange rate is not in his favor. It's pretty brutal right now, but Maxter going into the third map, I don't see any sign that, you know, this won't be a 3-0 like we talked about briefly.
Yeah, I was a bit skeptical when I predicted 3-0 just because I wasn't too sure how Chain was feeling really, like coming into this matchup. And one thing I was worried about in terms of prediction, even though I said 3-0, of course, you know, Maxter playing on his server twice in maps 1 and 3. So that's why I was a little bit, you know, unsure of what could happen here. But yeah, after that first map, it kind of told a tale really of what to expect in terms of the ingredients we now have. And we've realized now that maps are just absolutely flawless, which, you know, are we surprised? Not really, like from what we've seen so far. And Chain's got to try and get his head back into the game once again to see if he can scrape this third map.
And what terrifies me is, again, the matchup. We're going into Molten Falls, and it's going to be Sorlag for Maxter and Nyx for Chain. And I just feel like that's not what you want. But again, it's Molten, it's a bigger map. You could use the wall jump to get away and the invis to make sure that the spit doesn't do anything. Maybe even a hyper aggressive play if you hit a great rocket and you want to chase down. But based on how this has all been going, in Maxter's way, the hyper aggressive play, the ability to get up close and personal with the Sorlag and a boomstick, I mean, and the spit, I don't know, Lethal. I'm worried. I'm worried for Chain right now.
I think a lot of us are worried as well. And in terms of prediction, it's probably going to go even more one-sided. The only thing we can say there is that Chain does have this server advantage. He just doesn't have the champion advantage. Going back to what you were saying about the champions, you know, Maxter's going to know exactly where Chain's going to be. Of course, most of the hourglass has been around that heavy rail kind of area. You've got like, what, 7 hourglasses to work with there, around the nailed rail and the LG jump pad. So it's going to be very difficult to say Chain's not going to be lurking around that area, depending on how much he wants to abuse this Ghostwalk to his advantage, even in terms of trying to get away from a bad predicament, or maybe getting a lot of chip damage in and then going in for the flank, or maybe trying to contest one of the items. It could be a number of ways to try and take advantage of his Ghostwalk. The only thing I worry about for Chain is just like on the spawn, really. We know it's a little bit more difficult to try and, you know, catch your opponent off the spawn, but because he's going to have, you know, a good idea on his whereabouts anyway, it's the starting stack we've got to think about. In terms of like Maxter, he's going to go in for that trade. Like you said, he's hyper aggressive, doesn't fool around by any means, shape or form, and he's going to take any advantage he can get. So don't be surprised if Maxter's going to know where he's going to be a lot of the time. But the question is Chain going to abuse those 7 hourglasses around that area? Is he going to always be lurking around heavy and rail and abuse the Ghostwalk as much visibility, or the better visibility rather, or is he going to play, you know, a different game or have a different plan of action? But he's going to have to get a lot of chip damage in to try and face some of these engagements.
Yeah, I think playing distance and making sure he's keeping track of the vials and keeping Ghostwalk off cooldown as much as possible is going to be huge, because the minute he misses a rail, Maxter's going to be in there with Sorlag. You have to Ghostwalk to get out of there so you don't take the buckshot and the spit damage. Otherwise, you'll just get absolutely melted as a Nyx because the stack isn't that big. Predictions coming in right now, heavily in favor of Maxter, 87 to 13%. Can't say that I blame him. Given the first any given Sunday, Lethal, this could be Chain's map, and every map matters as we get closer and closer to the Stage 3 finals. So, for the second series of the day, this is going to be the last map, this one between Maxter and Chain, and we are getting into it live right now, starting off on Maxter.
All right, let's see what's he. Okay,
okay, just kidding. That's what
be
that
it.
button did? My bad. I did it again. These big old feet of mine. Clown shoes. Clown shoes.
Oh, dear.
You all believed that we were getting into map 3. Joke's on you. This is my show now, and I like to play pranks. Ashton Kutcher's somewhere around here. You just got bunked. No, we'll figure that out, and we'll get back into it. Don't worry about it, chat. Calm down. Calm down. It's Sunday. Relax. I don't understand.
Just teasing us again, aren't you? How dare you?
Yeah. But I'm such a tease, Lethal.
I know you are. I know what you're like. I know what your shenanigans are. But yeah, I think that was the SA server. So I feel like they're just gonna make the old switcheroo and just make sure they're on the right servers. I don't feel like Chain wants to play on that server once again. I don't think he wants to. It's not his cup of tea. So he's just gonna leave it be. But just gonna quickly restart and then we'll jump into things here.
Yeah. Sure thing. So, yeah. As usual, thanks for joining us. Quake Pro League Week 10. This is going to be the third map of the second set. Still have a long way to go throughout the day. Of course, the 2 featured matches at the end of the day. We'll have DJ Wheat hopping on for us. Well, with us. I mean, he's going to take one of our jobs for one of them, Lethal. But that's fine. It's always a pleasure to have him. And as always, just, keep an eye on the leaderboards. 4 weeks away before everything is solidified. You'll have the relegation matches. The brackets stage 3 finals are going to be underway in about 5 weeks' time, and it's always exciting to see the battle for the belt.
Yeah, still got a lot of time left. Nothing's for certain as of yet, even
except for Garpy,
because
Flea mentioned that Garpy is just done. He's got one more set to play, and even if he wins at 3-0, he's probably going to be either 9th or 10th. So, yeah, Garpy, I'm sorry. I was
trying to help him out there by not saying anything.
Nope, I had to snitch on him. I'm sorry.
Away.
I'm sorry.
Cat's
out of the bag. I don't know.
He's sorry as well. I think he's sorry as well. It's fine. But yeah, we will be seeing him in a relegation. But he might secure a spot again. We'll have to see.
Well, like we talked about during the break, they could still bring it home tonight, right? So who knows?
Exactly. That's the main thing, right? If anything else, going into this next matchup, it is the final map. If you're just joining us, Maxter is on a tear right now in this series against Chain. Coming up 2-0, looking for that 3-0 victory, which would be just great for Maxter. Maxter's going to be looking for it here for this Sorlag versus Nyx matchup. We're talking quite a lot about it, and it's going to be a difficult task here for Chain, but Chain can definitely make it work as he sees fit, depending on the circumstances. As already using that first rail, hits the second, and Chain is already looking pretty bleak so far.
Maxter on the hunt right now, grabbing all the weaponry he needs. I guess just missing out on a nail gun. And, at this point, I feel like he could probably get kills with that. Just barely flubbing the jump, but still plenty of time to get back to the heavy. Actually, the cutoff, Chain will be there to steal that away, and that might be absolutely huge, Lethal. As now Chain has a stack to work with. Maxter not as thick as Sorbet can be. Through the telly, the rail miss from both players here. As Chain will aggress here, forcing out the spin. Can he make it happen? And he does! And wow, Sorlag actually broke space and time right there. What was that ragdoll?
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. I was waiting for that Ghost Walk to pop, but Chain was very confident about, these rockets are so good. Minute 20 is already passed. Chain is up. And he's going to be pretty happy with this start. It looks like he's not too demoralized from the first couple of maps, but we'll see what happens. It's still early days as of yet, just using that tri-bolt to try and dish for dirt. But do you know what? The rail's going to make up for it, down to 69 HP, and picks up the light and just getting ready to contest that Mega, which you can see, just barely misses as Maxter just doing the do-si-do around the Mega to see if he can pick up for free, which he pretty much does. And now vote the Ghost Walk does come in. That was a great time to use it, considering the position he put himself in. But Chain still has the height advantage. Good rail as Maxter still pushing in. Very, very aggressive here. And another rail for Chain once again. And already you can see he's just flanking around to catch Maxter with his trousers down in that rail area. And now 4-0 in favour of Chain in this third map on Molten Force.
Chain is playing incredibly well right now. This is exactly what he needs, a 4-0 start. Can't say that I really expected this, but this is fantastic to see. Can he keep it up? There's still a lot of time. And again, it's easy as a Nyx once you have item control and you're the aggressor, but I want to see how Chain can adapt if Maxter can overtake, get a frag, and start getting some items, because that's where Chain has to play even better.
Certainly does indeed. Oh, the LG is looking good, but can he clean him up? 4 HP. Oh, that's very, very difficult. Just trying to bait him out over that rail, just not going to happen here. Does recover. Remember, he was on 4 HP, and now actually managed to pick up that heavy for free, but at the same time, Maxter did pick up the Mega. So still plenty of time left. Remember,
Wow,
Maxter does have... Oh, dear. Maxter does have the mobility. But then again, Chain can definitely get himself out of a lot of dicey situations here. Good use of that tri-bolt. Just keeping tabs on the man, making sure that he doesn't overstay his... Well, you could say overstay his welcome, but it looks like he did. Does get taken down by that rail once again. And Chain just looking to see if he can find out the whereabouts where Chain could be. Is Chain trying to keep him at bay? Just so aggressive here for Maxter, taking so much damage. We're able to clean him up. Yes, he does, and that's going to be 6-0. Sorry, 6-0 in favor of Chain, and it's already been 4 minutes.
This is incredible. Much to Maxter's disdain, the Chain train is laying out the pain. Can he hit this one? And lethal, we call that a little bit of just a shotgun play right there. Pull as the dinosaur gets picked out of the air, 7-0. I don't know if the predictions are in shambles or not, but it looks like it might be.
It might be. Might be indeed. 7-0. This early on as well, when Molten falls as the Nyx. You wouldn't expect that at all, and I'm not too sure what Maxter can do now. With the Ghost War, Chain can get himself out of a lot of hairy situations, you could say. He's just going to bide his time. Misses the first rail. So Max is just trying to find any kind of opening here. The heavy is still up. It's just using it as bait. Misses that second rail. But it's going to be, again, Chain just going to leave it be. As you can see there, Maxter had the high ground. He had advantage airspace, especially in terms of positioning. It's going to be going through and actually be able to catch him from behind. Good use of that Ghost Walk. Good aggression as well. Now up 8-0 as we're just approaching the halfway stage.
This is just such a phenomenal display from Chain right here. Playing it well, making sure that he has Ghost Walk when he needs it, keeping space, aggressing properly after he hits big damage, and hitting rails like that. Gambling a little bit, knowing that the Mega's up, but now I think it's a little bit too risky. Maxter has positioning, no tri-bolt for Chain, and this is going to be a clean pickup for Maxter on the Mega. But with less than 5 minutes left, is it even probable, let alone possible? I don't know. For Chain here is now he's stuck in a bad way going up the jump pad. Maxter with a good rail, but can he finish it off? Both players extremely weak, and Chain picks him out of the sky again. Maxter just cannot frag Chain. I lied.
He really can't. He goes flying, but actually, wow. No, how did he stay on? How did he stay on?
It's important that I didn't lie, actually, as Chain somehow survives that onslaught. 7 HP. And this is just bonkers right now. Maxter flying through, almost gets railed, potentially off the map. That one could have been close. And I really thought that Maxter had the opening and had that refrag, but no, Chain's staying alive. Ooh, big rocket. But another good rail, and Ghost Walk to escape and make sure he doesn't take any more damage.
I think Maxter felt the same. He was backing away, but at the same time trying to keep tabs on him, but by the time he dropped, he was like, oh, okay, I guess I won't get the first frag. I guess it's going to take me a little bit more time, as Chain just doing a great job just valuing his life to the best of his ability. But with 3.5 minutes left on a map like Molten Falls, like we rightly said, Maxter, of course, he has the mobility, but I think it's just too late now. He can just keep using his Ghost Walk and just keeping tabs once again on his hourglasses, just making sure he's always got it in his back pocket. But I can't see a way back for Maxter here. It's just way, way too late.
Yeah, I mean, 7 minutes in, 3 minutes to get 9 frags on Molten, which is a big map. I don't care how much mobility you have. Chain can even just keep delaying his spawn by 5 seconds. I think this is just Chain playing defensive, chunking time, knowing that he pretty much has this in the bag. So, well done to Chain. I really, really thought that this would be in Maxter's favor, especially the way he was playing, but Chain came out of the gate commanding lead, and it only got worse for Maxter from there. So really, really well done to bounce back from Chain and at least put a map in the series to make it a 1-2 in favor of Maxter.
Yeah, it's been a really weird series. Like, considering what we've seen so far, especially with the preemptive GGs, you'd think, right, okay, this is probably getting a little bit out of control. Max is going to probably do the same thing as he's done in the previous 2 maps on Molten Falls as well. But no, Chain's just showing some signs of life here and bringing up a lot of flair coming into this last map of the series. I was quite surprised. It's a dominating performance. Maxter really can't do anything now. Just a couple minutes left remaining. But then again, you know, Maxter's already done his job, hasn't he? He's taken the first 2 maps. He's taken the series. Chain been able to reset his mental fortitude coming up into his final map. Happens to scrape a map just barely. But yeah, 11-0, can't complain really, considering how those first 2 maps went earlier on.
Maxter does get on the board, but it took him 8 minutes and 22 seconds. So solid play from Chain on Molten Falls with the Knicks. It's really, really well done. But as you mentioned, I mean, Maxter already did the job. He got the set. Of course, he wanted the 3-0 because every map is money and, you know, position on the leaderboards. But Chain able to put this one up. And convincingly, this one was not even close. So really well done from Chain, especially after the first 2 maps. I could see, you know, mentally it's draining. You get upset, you get frustrated with how things go. But Chain just kept his head in the game, using Nyx brilliantly, really.
Yeah, he honestly did. That's just why I'm saying it's just been a weird series. Like, this is not how we expected the final map to end, but good on Chain, really. Just how he's just been able to keep his cool. Be able to still scrape a map by Arcade win the series, but I'll keep him further and further away from that relegation spot. I'm not too sure really anywhere near it, but at the end of the day, every map is significant to make sure that he does keep away from that relegation area, even if he's anywhere near it, like I said before. But Maxter, good stuff from him, bringing back that frag. Could be the last frag here of this series, depending on if Maxter can be able to catch Chain there. He will not be able to, but 15 seconds left. But all we can say is that Chain, good job from him getting that 3rd map, but overall Maxter's had a smashing series.
Yeah, really good set from Maxter. I mean, this map aside, this was all Chain, all of the way. And beautifully done. I mean, again, the Knicks versus Sorlag matchup, I never would have thought, but Chain played it perfectly. Maxter got off to a rough start. The gap was too big, and then just using the Ghost Walk time and time again to get out of danger. And also, a lot of the fights, I mean, Chain was limping away with 20, 30 HP and just able to hit the clutch shots he needed to hit.
He certainly did. Just looking at the item control, you can see 19 items for Chain to the 17 of Maxter. So Maxter was still getting the items, just wasn't really getting any value out of it, which is a little bit of a pain in the backside for him. But Chain did a huge amount of damage overall across the board. All the chip which was required, and like I said before, brought a lot of flair to the table this time around. And Maxter, you could see in his face that he's satisfied with the series already. And when you saw it was probably about 7-8-0, he was like, yeah, this is pretty much G at this point. It's going to be very, very tough to claw his way back by any means. But I must say that's a significant improvement once again from Chain. It's, you know, it is one-sided as we expected it to be going into the 3rd and final map. And we have to see how Maxter gets on as well in the future, because so far in terms of the rankings, he's looking pretty solid.
Completely agree, and I'm sure Beastleberry is very happy with the winnings from the prediction. 1.1 million channel points. That's a lot of highlighted messages. So yeah, Chain, you know, upsetting the market a little bit right there, and upsetting Maxter. Again, these players, they want 3-0s across the board. They want to add as much money into their pocket and as much you know, points to the leaderboard, so to speak, so they can make sure top 4 gets, you know, 1st round buys. It's really important. Always trying to stay out of relegation more than anything. But there are the final numbers: 13-3 on the last map for Chain. But Maxter takes the series 2-1. Well done to both. I mean, Maxter playing well, taking the series, but Chain really coming out of the gate on Molten Falls. I cannot say it enough. That did not expect that performance from Chain. Really, really well done, especially after the first 2 maps being a rough ride.
It certainly was. It was a really rough ride. I was a little bit cautious as to what Chain was going to do going to his next matchup. I was like, you know, is he going to, you know, how is he going to be able to come back from this or catch up in any way? And you saw there, like, 704 more damage, a lot more map presence. It was a really scary thought, as, you know, we almost predicted it correctly, but Chain ruined it. But which is fine, though, because it means that we still saw a lot of life from Chain in that last map. But good stuff anyway. But Maxter taking the series with a, you know, in dominating fashion overall.
Well, we got a lot more Quake on the way, even still. 2 done and dusted, but more on the way, so please don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League, Week 10. I'm 40 Lines, joined by Lethal, and we're going to head over to EU on this one, Lethal. We got CNZ versus Sparty coming up.
Now, it's battle relegation in some ways, really, because Sparty, I feel sorry for him in so many ways. He's actually been playing well, but just not been bagging a lot of these Ws. Even some of the maps, like, it's been so close in some of the matchups he's been playing against in the EU region. It's been really hectic in terms of that. But CNZ has improved a lot over the past few weeks. Like, you saw the matchup last week against Cooler. It was very one-sided, a lot more one-sided than maybe some people actually predicted. But then again, I want to see if CNZ can continue going on a tear, or if Sparty can win this matchup, because this is pretty much a must-win at this point. We've only got a few weeks left remaining here.
Yeah, it's do or die time for Sparty right now. He's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboards. It's unfortunate because his mechanics are just absolutely absurd at times. You could pop off with a rail similar to Railson. We always talk about Railson, but we should really talk about the Sparty party a little bit more because this guy can pop off. The question is, can he finish maps and even series? And the answer so far has been no. But if you're a Sparty fan, you want to see it. Look at that power stance, all right? He probably squats at least like 500-600 pounds, which is like, I don't know, 7,000 kilos or whatever you guys use over there. But yeah, it's just we're waiting for the moment where Sparty can finish out a series, and maybe it's going to be today. But the problem is, as you mentioned, CNZ has been playing better and better. He's, you know, his mechanics are nothing to scoff at, but he also has that strategy. The ability to play hyper defensive when he needs to, play around the items, and also aggress. It's going to be an uphill battle, I feel like, for Sparty. But I'm looking forward to it, and as always, hope it goes to all three. I mean, every series should come down to the wire in terms of who actually takes the set. So I'm selfish, Lethal. I don't know.
I know, it's disgusting. You're so selfish.
It's
I thought you were a generous person, though.
Yeah.
It's what you want. Okay, I'll let you have what you want. I'll come and do your prediction as well. See if you're selfish with that as well, just to try and get some points. But yeah, let's have a think though. So Sparty, like, if you're playing at CNZ, like right at the very beginning of the stage, I probably would have said Sparty. But because of how CNZ has been, you know, producing some great score lines and getting a lot better over the last few weeks, I'll probably have to say CNZ this time around. But then again, like I said before, the map score, I think he's going 3-15 in terms of his map wins. Doesn't really reflect on how he's actually performed overall. I still think he's a lot better, and that's a lot better stuff. You can see how frustrated he gets on a number of occasions in a lot of his matches in the past few weeks. But I'm hoping this is his time, because it's like I said, this is a must-win for Sparty, or we will have to try and secure his spot once more.
Well, let's take a look at the pick bands, see what we have in store, and I think right off the bat, Lethal, we might be getting a little thick, and yes, on Exile, we're getting Sorlag versus Scale. I'm already so happy.
I know you are. I can tell straight away, as Exile will be the first matchup for Sparty. That's understandable, because he knows what CNZ gets up to in terms of his style of play. He's very neutral, but can turn it aggressive or very heavily defensively, depending on the situation he puts himself in. But Sparty bans Molten Falls. Love to see it, so we won't be seeing any of that, as CNZ would be very disappointed. It is one of his better maps overall, and Deep Embrace banned by CNZ, which is interesting to say the least. But I kind of feel like Sparty, he's also very good on Awoken and Ruins. So, and it's nice to see that it's actually quite strange. Sparty's actually banned Awoken. Maybe he's not too comfortable about it at the moment. Maybe it's something in recent weeks he's not too keen on. But he does get Ruins, which is another map he's very, very good on indeed. So I'll probably say the maps have definitely in favour in terms of Sparty, but depends how CNZ is feeling this matchup overall, because he hasn't got Molten Falls. He doesn't have anything else in between, like especially Awoken, because he can be quite good on Awoken depending on who he's playing against in terms of style. But in terms of having Ruins as well, Sparty's going to be quite pleased with how these bans panned out.
I'm really, really looking forward to just this first matchup, because I hope it's just a slugfest. Sorlag versus Scale on Exile. There's going to be spit. There's going to be bull rushes. There's probably going to be people falling into the void. It's going to be chaos, I hope, Lethal. But yeah, looking at that, if I had to press you up against the wall gently and ask you, what do you think? I mean, how would you lock in your prediction?
You can do that anytime. It's fine. I don't mind. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah, of course I am. No, it's an open invitation. But just looking so far at the prediction, CNZ is actually up 56% to 44%. So people have seen what he's been up to last week. In terms of my prediction, I'd probably say 2-1. And if Sparty did man to pull back on a map, I'd probably say the first map, just because of the fact that with Sparty, with his aggressive nature, it's very open. I spoke about it earlier on with the Garpy versus Cypher matchup, but it's very hard to have that passive or defensive manner, so CNZ may struggle a little bit. Just depends how hot his aim is right now coming into this matchup. But if Sparty does scrape a map by, it'll be the first one, but I reckon CNZ may have the edge here in 2 on it. But I'm interested on your thoughts, because I know you're quite selfish. So
I feel like CNZ might just take this one. I feel like it's going to be close because, again, Sparty does have the rail on the first and third map, which he can pop off with. I think CK might go more CNZ's way. We'll see. We'll see, though. I feel like it's going to be 2-1 CNZ, if not 3-0, but I feel like Sparty is going to put up a fight and it's going to be close. And I'd love to be wrong because I've been wrong most of my life. But let's get into it. I heard the bell, Lethal. It's about to get a little hairy. We'll see. We'll see. Exile, the first map up. CNZ versus Sparty. Third set of the day. Scale versus Sorbet. And we're starting off on Scale and CNZ.
Yeah, the chat have spoken, and they do still believe that CNZ does have the matchup in this situation, or will be able to take this series and, sorry, just take this map overall. And I don't blame him really, because it's going to be quite tough here. But like I said, CNZ, even though he does like to have a neutral approach and sometimes prefers playing that defensive manner, it depends if Sparty can catch him with his trousers down on a few occasions, and we'll have to see, as already CNZ taken a fair amount of damage, but the stacks are pretty much equal in the first minute of this matchup.
Yeah, not too bad, and Spit is used from Sparty, so now CNZ, if he gets a good opportunity to bull rush, he knows that it's relatively safe. Sparty coming out of the bat cave, eating a lot of LG, but dishing out so much damage, last minute bull rush won't do it. Sparty gets the first frag, and that is not good for CNZ burning that bull rush.
No, it really isn't, and Sparty just continuing to do so much work with that LG. Oh, the shotgun there. Okay. I was thinking the same thing. Sparty had a little bit of a screwed up face as well. Was like, okay, what just happened there? CNZ does bring 1 frag back. He's only got a 1 frag deficit to deal with. Interesting start. Been debatable so far, but we can't complain though. The LG from CNZ looking so good. But it's been very solid from Sparty as well. Just that last engagement did not go in his favor. It's now things are tied up 2 apiece.
More importantly, it's starting to heat up and turn into the bloodbath that I wanted. The bull rush is going to be out. There it is after the rocket. The shoulder check takes down the dinosaur.
Dear me, CNZ gets that first rail. Even though Sparty does pick up the Mega. Not for free though. Good contestion there from CNZ. Just trying to recover, trying to maybe see if he goes through that telly, but realises that he's contesting the heavy very early. Just making early preparations here. CNZ has the better positions, which means that Sparty needs to try and back away and pick up the light and maybe pick up another if he wants to. It looks like he's picking up the LG first before he goes for it. The CNZ is on the hunt. He's definitely on the chase here to look to see if he can push him against the wall, like you rightly said earlier, Faulty. As he misses that first rail, misses the second as well. He's already taking a huge amount of damage, and this is Sparty's chance to try and equalise things.
Missing with the rails, the bull rush utilized pretty well from CNZ here. Almost gets the rail outside the telly, but the more important thing is that CNZ has survived and might even be able to get some damage on this. Heavy doesn't want to try and contest. Instead, hearing that Sparty was threatening, made his way over to the Mega, picks it up a little bit early. Now Sparty has advantage. He's got tons of armor. The Spit comes out. Can CNZ get away? He can't. Instead, he'll fly off into outer space. Tied at 3 now.
Sparty's been able to restack. Oh, look at this push. This is extremely aggressive from CNZ. Just picking up the LG, just going straight on in to regain the lead. Heavy's coming up any second now. CNZ will need to try and back away with that Heavy. Is the Mega still up? Or is coming up, shall I say, in the next couple of seconds. CNZ just trying to keep tabs on him to make sure where he could be on his whereabouts. But it's literally right next to him. CNZ's just realised this, and he's just going to try and make sure he continues having that height advantage. Got tickled a tad just with that LG, but this could be a chance for CNZ to just pin him down into the rail area. He's going to try and take him up with the shotgun, which he does. A beautiful execution there once again from CNZ, and now it's going to be able to grab this Heavy before Sparty even gets the chance. But I will say that Sparty had a fantastic LG in that last fight, but sadly did not have to stack to back it up.
Oh, and CNZ is in a bad way, but Sparty doesn't really have weaponry. Does nail it. as he does swap and get that frag. Sick, oh my god, he hit him with the boots!
Oh, dearie me. Absolute madness is now CNZ up 7-4. Be dropping down, getting the rail, getting the light. Looking pretty good so far. Almost got all the weapons in his arsenal. Just needs those rockets to be able to defend himself a little bit better if there's any aggressive movement here coming towards CNZ's way. But with the shotgun, he seems to be pretty okay so far. It's not really too reliant on the rockets as of yet. CNZ just going through the portal now to find out where he could be. Getting ready for the next heavy, which is up in 5 seconds. CNZ's actually getting a slightly different angle there in terms of position, just to see if it can catch Sparty once again. But Sparty doesn't fall for it. CNZ's going to be pushing all the way in. Doesn't actually tag him, but it's going to go through the portal anyway. Taking way too much damage. And Sparty got a clean frag, which means he could go for another over-aggressive push before he gets the weapons in his arsenal.
Oh no. Oh no. He does land safely for the time being, but he might get taken down. One more shotgun blast can do it. The LG. No! Sparty takes out Sparty! He won't give him the pleasure. No satisfaction for you. Oh my god, Sparty almost fell down. Luckily, the talons, the claws on Sorbet are long enough to keep him on that ledge. My heart can't take this, Lethal.
Yeah, I can't
Sync error beckoned on that one. The siren song almost took Sparty's life away, but 8-4 as the war for Mega rages on. CNZ on the back foot now. Oh, good rail. This is going to even things up. Shotgun blast is going to do it. Second one will. Good follow-up from Sparty.
Oh, this has just been crazy. And CNZ, oh, the trade potential there. He was not going to let him go by any means, shape or form. LG beautiful from CNZ. He can take his time. Teams him up beautifully with the shotgun once again as the Megas come up any second now. And because of the segregation of the timings, he's going to be able to contest this heavy as well. So pretty much CNZ's playground here. Depends on how he wants to try and go about this. He's going to pick up the light before he progresses towards the heavy, but at the same time takes down Sparty as well. As Sparty does at least spawn on a heavy. But sadly, oh, Sparty still managed to win that. Okay, that's fair enough. He still has a little bit of time as well. 3.5 minutes left as CNZ, a very aggressive approach. He's trying to get away, and there we have it. We've been waiting for that for so long as Sinkera with the first frag.
Sparty with good shotgun work. Only down 4 frags. CNZ needs to be careful not to get too crazy. I know this whole game has been hectic right now. Sparty still decent positioning to try and take this one back. Spits back up. He's got LG. No rockets. There's good LG here. And CNZ goes down, and that last dying rocket takes Sparty down to 3 HP. But he's going to hang on. Can he stack back up? Should not contest Mega, but he does need health bubbles. And luckily, CNZ did not check to the left. That could have been curtains. But CNZ comes back with the LG. Decent rocket into the rail. 5 HP for Sparty now. Oh wow, he actually get it
as well. Oh, hits him with the first rail as well. Thought he's going to be on the hunt. Oh, good rocket from Sparty. Good cleanup as well. Still got 2.5 minutes left, and he didn't take a huge amount of damage here, so he's going to be able to recover quite nicely. Picks up the heavy without any kind of contention whatsoever. CNZ trying to make this work, but it's going to be a real struggle. Taking so much damage from these rockets. One more shot should do it. Oh, look at this.
What a rail.
Finishes him with that rail there. Still got plenty of time to come back in this.
Sparty, I mean, this is exactly what you'd want. He needs to be able to get back to the heavy to deal some damage. Almost missed out. Well, did miss out on the rail opportunity. Had the opportunity there to do some damage, but now he's just taking so much damage from that LG. Has to back off. CNZ getting a big heavy pickup right there as the rails exchange and will miss. Luckily for Sparty, he was railable as well. Needs to be careful. The bull rush, he can't get away. And CNZ with the shoulder check yet again. 13-11, 8-20. Lethal, this one's close.
It certainly is. I wouldn't have it any other way either, as Sparty just trying to do as much damage as possible to keep CNZ away from this heavy. It's up in the next few seconds, but CNZ still wants to try and contest it. It's going to be too late, but he may be able to shower down some rockets, but he doesn't actually do any damage. Sparty does get away with that, which means if he gets a clean frag in this next engagement, he'll definitely help himself out a lot to try and get the final frag as well. But let's see what happens here. CNZ just playing this a lot more patiently, a lot more passive compared to what we've seen in the last 9 minutes, as it will be 1 minute left remaining. But Sparta, though, definitely has the time. It's just a matter of being able to pincer CNZ on a certain area of the map here. But that's a good first rail. Is he going to go for the chase here? That's going to be the next question. Is CNZ is just trying to get away for dear life. He knows that if he just keeps playing this cat and mouse game, he could be okay. And maybe still one of his archers, but Sparty is just on his tail here for he rails him again. 33 HP, and we've only got 35 seconds left remaining.
Makes the breakaway, should be able to catch him. CNZ hanging on by a thread, should go down. There it is, so 30 seconds to get the tying frag. Mega is up, and CNZ's not in a position to get it. Actually cuts him off through the telly, and now this could be curtains. Does pick up the Mega, but he doesn't have a lot of weaponry to work with. The shotgun blast will tie it up with 15 seconds, and the item's heavily in favor of Sparty. He could steal this one away, Lethal. CNZ gets pushed, and Sparty takes the lead with 5 seconds remaining. And damn, he calls the GG, he knows. Sparty's like, good game. Game plus. What a play from Sparty, shutting me up incredibly quickly on the first map and in such spectacular fashion. Mayonnaise in the chat if you got him. Well done.
Yeah, just balmy to say the least. Sparty deserved it as well. Look at the map presence he had. He had well over 600 damage, just under 700 actually, nearly. And you saw there that CNZ, let's be honest, on XR, when there's a minute left remaining and you're trying to survive for 2 deaths, it is tough, isn't it? It doesn't matter who you are. It's a very, very tough deal to deal with anyway, indeed. But Sparty, though, the only problem is he had the mobility, the speed, or the soul. Like, he was okay. CNZ could use the bull rush to tank a lot of that damage if he put himself in a bad position or in a bad place at a bad time. But yeah, maybe it was a little bit early to, you know, try and survive and just try and play for time there. Maybe he should have played it not a lot more aggressively, but try and work for the chip and for the map control and just try and stand his ground on a few more of those occasions. But this wasn't enough, as Sparty does get the first map and pulls that back beautifully there.
Yeah, I mean, shame on me, all right? The party's never over.
Shame on
Sparty's
you.
here. Shame on me. And yeah, very close. Bit of a slugfest back and forth like I wanted. I don't know if other people wanted it, but Sparty comes out on top, nail biter, but gets it done, and that's a great start to the series for Sparty. Again, he needs to start stringing together the wins here as we're getting closer and closer to the stage 3 finals. So yeah, CNZ, I mean, he's going to want that one back for sure. He had that, but look at that play. The shotgun to tie it up 15 seconds, and then the item cycle in his favor. CNZ going for the LG, getting caught out, and bam, right there. And then the 7-second early GG.
59% railway from Sparty, as we love to see it. And we talked about the damage earlier on. Huge amount there, 717 more in Sparty's favour. But look at the items contested. Very back and forth. 19 for Sparty, 18 for CNZ. Neither really, you know, wasn't really too much difference in terms of how they executed a lot of their attacks. They both got a lot of value once again from the stacks they were working with. It was very tough there. Sparty with a great comeback. He knew it was a matter of time as well, because CNZ was just on the run from the get-go, really, with that final minute. And he didn't take any damage. And it's like I said before, if it wasn't going to take any damage with the second to last frag, then for the final frag, he'll be perfectly fine, because then he can continue with that aggression rather than having to restack, try and get full item control again, and then having to let things go to sudden death. But great stuff from Sparty. We said it before that this is a must win for him, maybe even to a point of having a 3-0, because I think he's only got 3 map wins over the entire course of the stage. 4 now, obviously, if you include the XL one.
Way to blow up his spot and put out all his personal business, Lethal. We're going to get into Corrupted Keep. And now it's interesting because, you know, Sparty has the momentum. I know it's a different map. There's no rail on here, but going into Corrupted Keep Strog versus Doomslayer, interesting. Interesting now because Sparty is in position to be able to take a series 2-0, potentially 3-0. And if you're a Sparty fan, again, mayonnaise in chat, this is exactly what you want to see. This is the Sparty that came to play, even though the first map was really close. He did what he needed to get it done. Can he do it on a second map is the question, Lethal.
It's going to be tough. Not going to lie, like from what we saw in that last game, it was very neck and neck. You couldn't really, from what we digested, it's quite a lot, you know, it wasn't really too much to dissect in all fairness, just due to the fact that we got a lot of value from their stack each and every time, made the best have a bad situation every time as well. It's just for CNZ, just needs to be a bit more cautious on, you know, when he does have the lead, to not, you know, give it away by just running away constantly, just try and stand his ground. Try and do, if you are going to do that, try and do a huge amount of damage, and then hopefully you can trade straight after to keep that damage going. But it's very tough. It's easier said than done. But CNZ is going to be kicking himself a bit, as he had that in the bag until Sparty got full map control and was just on his tail every single time. But speaking of CNZ, we could be starting off from his POV to see what shenanigans he's going to be getting up to here. Does a little bit of damage just to try and keep Sparty away. And still though, CNZ does have that height advantage. He's trying to get all the weapons in his arsenal once again, but Sparty comes straight from behind, takes himself out, which is not what you want to see. But CNZ does get the rocket spawn to try and go for the trade, but it's not going much for trade because Sparty still had a pretty big stack here, 40. It looks like Sparty manages to back away with that mega.
Incredible peeker play to get CNZ back into it by grabbing the heavy. If he didn't do that, this would be 2-0. Well, 1-1, -1 in favor of Sparty, but this gives CNZ a lifeline here. Big rocket from Sparty, LG on LG. CNZ might go down, and he does. Good swap to the machine gun from Sparty. Sparty out of the gate playing really, really well here, and also using that double jump very well to avoid the damage. But the LG around the corner, wow, 1 HP. Sparty absolutely melted.
You can't stay alive from this. Oh. It's a little bit close. I know even a direct he still would have stayed alive, but still though, it's too close for comfort considering the amount of damage he had to take just to clean up Sparty. But still though, CNZ does manage to bring us back ever so slightly as he realises that Sparty's pretty much trapped in that heavy machine gun area. Good rocket from Sparty just to continue doing work onto CNZ. Good LG to retaliate from CNZ again, but it's only on 61 HP. He's recovering just a tad, knowing that the Mega's come up any second now, and he's going to be the one to make the move for the Mega. Just managed to survive on 10 HP, but he does tie things up to give him a little bit of a helping hand.
Very weak after that battle, but 225s for CNZ. Ooh, could have been close. Peeker play from around the corner. Sparty's going to drop down, and just like that, CNZ left the opening. Sparty took advantage of it. Good read from Sparty to know that he was vulnerable, and he gets that frag 2-1. And now position on the Mega as CNZ has gone behind the statue, and he just needs to get out of there.
He does indeed. We said it before in this matchup. Sparty wants to try and avoid relegation as much as possible. Possibly a 3-0 will definitely help him, but CNZ is going to make sure to put a stop to that. Does tie things up. He's trying to stop him from getting those rockets, but even though he contested them, CNZ was still able to win outright in that last engagement and still continuing to pile on this pressure. Oh, this LG from CNZ was just incredible. Picking up the Mega as well. Doesn't get in time to contest the rockets, but look at the amount of damage he's done already, just pushing him with that
beautiful
peek and cleans him up. That was just amazing.
It's just so smart from CNZ to know that he was safe. He popped the peeker to finish the frag, and before that, he picked up the Destroyant before he picked up the Mega to get max benefit from it. Really, really smart play coming out from CNZ. Great rocket there from Sparty.
Yeah, Sparty's still got a good stack to push in with. Now it's going to be the time better than ever, but Sparty's just prioritising that Mega, perfectly understandable. Still, the LG from both of these players. Sparty coming out on top. Great stuff from him. He's going to be able to pick up them heavy as well. So he could definitely come back. He's only 2 frags behind. Dishing the dirt onto CNZ now. Now make it 1. Picks up the light. Mega's coming up in the next 10 seconds. Just trying to recuperate from that last engagement again. But you can see the peak is actually trying to take him down as he's doing it. So good prioritization from Sparty, making sure to take him down before the peaker can do anything more.
Wow.
That was so close. As if CNZ got away with that.
I don't know. But either way, it works out for CNZ. Insane plays. Takes the 1 frag lead here. Sparty laying the trap at the LG. And wow, melts him. What a play from Sparty. 15 HP, 225s, and a light armor to work with. And the Mega's coming up shortly, but a good peeker play. The rocket will not do it around the corner as CNZ fights back with that peeker and should be able to get this Mega. And Sparty wants to throw down some fisticuffs, but the rockets say no.
Yeah, we know how annoying this map can be playing against the peeker. CNZ, good start with that LG as Sparty was just trying to breeze on through, but sadly for him takes a huge chunk of damage, but CNZ now trying to recover as well. Good rocket, he's going to see if he can try and clean him up, but may have been a little bit out of range, but Sparty gets his own shoddy out and cleans him up, picks up the LG, gets the Mega as well. And CNZ is trying to go for the trade before he picks up a Mega, but it's just too little too late here, as already now Sparty just waiting to see if he goes through that telly. Heavy comes up any second now, managed to grab it and will go around to the Rockets instead, but actually goes bottom mid towards the Mega, picks up the LG of his own. Good Rocket there from Sparty. He's going to see if he can stand his ground, which he does, as CNZ is going to be able to get alive. But how long for at this point here? He's going to fire another great Rocket.
Wow.
Second one, brilliant stuff here from Sparty. He's able to stay alive and tie things up.
The LG from CNZ just not strong enough. Sparty, can he get another one? The shotgun won't do it. CNZ takes him down in this entire series so far. Very back and forth between these two players. Fantastic to see. 9-8 as for the time being, CNZ has the lead. Almost coming up on the 6-minute mark, dodging those rockets like Neo, grabbing the... Well, I was going to say he could deny the armor shard, but he doesn't have the health, and now he has to fight for this Mega from the position. Sparty just diving in on it. Luckily, 225's in that health, or armor shard, rather, for the red room, but Sparty with the cut off the rocket is brilliant into the LG. And again, tied up, Lethal, at 9.
We're trying to separate them, but we just can't, can we? It's just, they're just having absolutely none of it.
Wow.
Pika does a huge amount. Sparty's still just standing his ground, just making sure that he can try and take out CNZ. Could have, but is able to recover, popping into the red room to pick up a few of those health bubbles, but CNZ drops down. Rockets raining down, picks up the Mega as well, finds out Sparty's position and is going in for the kill. You can smell blood. Good LG. Oh my god, the amount of damage he just done then, and he's doing his absolute best to get away. Pretty much cat and mouse. How is he still alive? Finally, Sparty gets cleaned up. CNZ has that 2-frag lead to give him a little bit of help to try and separate this scoreline. But the LG from CNZ has been beautiful,
God.
but Sparty says no. With the super nail gun, he's going to be able to pick up the Mega. No, he does not. CNZ gets it first, and now CNZ back on top by 2 frags again.
He goes for the max benefit again of the 225s into the Mega, but he forgot that CNZ has Strog and the mobility right there, so he cuts him off, he gets the Mega, and this might be another kill for CNZ, and that is going to be just so heartbreaking for Sparty. Should have just gone for the Mega, a little bit of a misplay there. Great Rockets could make up for it with the shotgun follow-up, and he does.
Oh, wow. Sparty, good rocket there, as you could see. CNZ trying to contest the best he can. Not going to happen. Spartifo still trying to find out his whereabouts. Does find him. Remember, guys, still got a couple minutes left on the clock, so Sparty's still got plenty of time to try and tie this up and take it to sudden death if it gets that far. As Sparty tickles him with that last rocket with the 29. Good LG as well. Oh, the L, it's just beautiful once again. Smooth as anything. Sparty's going to try and stop him going for the Mega, but you saw Sparty was a little bit more reluctant this time round. Oh, good rocket again. And he's in the red room as well, picks up those 2 health bubbles to help him stay alive, and he brings his back 40. It's just neck and neck here. Literally can't separate these two.
I'm a fat man. My heart can't take it. 14-4 as Sparty cautiously goes through the telly. A little bit of rocket won't land. CNZ trying to melt it down with his LG. Out comes the peeker. Will he pick right? He does. 19 HP. Sends Sparty flying. A little bit of a tickle with the LG and takes the lead again. Lethal.
My word, Sparty's probably thinking, what do I have to do to try and overtake CNZ? CNZ caught with his trousers down. You saw that his back was turned. He was expecting to continue on forward, but look at this. CNZ actually was in a good position to contest these rockets, but instead, Sparty didn't want to take that risk and go for them, so decides to back away and go for that heavy. So there we have it, a minute left remaining. Sparty does have a good stack to make this push, but CNZ now, giving away his position, is taking a little bit of damage from these rockets here. Good dodging as well. Good timing of an attack. Is Sparty now just coming on forward with that LG, but CNZ, oh, that rocket's definitely going to help CNZ here. Oh, this is getting way, way too close, like you already said, but could this be the winning frag? No, it's not. Sparty does take him down, but needs to restack quick, but that heavy is definitely going to give him a lot of work. So giving a little bit of help going into his last 25 seconds at 40. I'm definitely clenching him.
And CNZ wanted to end it with the boomstick, but unfortunately for him, didn't land, and now Sparty has an opportunity with 15 seconds remaining. That double jump is going to give CNZ the sound cue. He's got the mobility, but he's got the LG, and he's got the Mega. What a steal, but still, this might be a frag, and it is! Sparty does it again! 16-16. Can he find him off the spawn and end this in regulation? It looks like we're going to sudden death, Lethal.
We are, but how long for? He picks up the heavy, but Sparty can't take this fight. Yes, he has the weapons, but consider the range he was in, he could not take that fight, but it's a good rocket. They're both so weak. 44 HP. CNZ is able to recover. But CNZ trying to stand his ground, and the predicted rocket from CNZ manages to help him win that second map. Deary me. And even look at the damage. It's an 86 damage difference. That's how close it was between the two. And even in terms of item control, 17 items to the 21 of Sparty. It was so back and forth. You couldn't separate him, like I said, on a number of occasions.
I mean, I was about to do what Sparty did and just throw my headset on the ground and be like, what is happening? Because my heart can't take this. But CNZ comes out on top, threading the needle through the doorway with that last rocket. And just what an incredible 2 maps thus far from these 2 competitors.
It certainly was. I was thinking at some point, surely one of these 2 can be able to change things, but neither player really had full control of both items, did they? Even though the segregation was there, they never really gave them that chance. But it's that final frag we have to talk about. Sparty was on 44 HP. He was hoping, you can see his game plan, like he wanted to just try and catch him and just try and Ferrari peak on that top mega area, just to clip him with one more shot and then clip him with another one. But I don't think he expected CNZ just to pop out with a predicted rocket up that heavy machine gun jump pad. So a little bit of a shame. Both players took a lot of risks there going into that final engagement, but it will be CNZ that comes out on top. And we have a tied series here for you.
A heartbreaker for Sparty, because again, he was so close to getting the series victory. It's just one shotgun blast away, but CNZ takes it away, and now it's just essentially a full reset. Tiebreaker to see who takes the series, and Sparty, again, in the back of his mind, he has to be thinking, wow, I could maybe lose another series right now, and that's just got to be so disheartening. This push, absolutely fantastic from Sparty, knowing he had him dead to rights, even though the Mega was stolen from CNZ, and then just this last play, just heartbreaking. What a rocket, good read. And Sparty's like, oh, I need a minute. And I don't blame him. Intense, to say the least, Lethal.
Oh, dear me. I think we felt how he felt. I think everyone did. I'm sure chat did as well, looking at Sparty's reaction. I think anyone else would have felt the exact same, as that was the final bounce there with CNZ getting the nice predicted rocket in, winning that by 1 frag. So, like I said before, 86 damage difference. That's how close it was in terms of map presence. A lot of damage across the board, back and forth. So much aggression between the 2. But that's what we like to see for you, isn't it? You know, in terms of all that, with the LG percentage going in favour of Sparty, but CNZ fired a little bit more there. But I'm just excited to see how his final map pans out. I believe it's on Ruins.
Yep, it's going to be
wrong.
Ruins, CNZ on Anarchy, and we got Galena for Sparty.
I don't know about this one. It's going to be very, very tough. Like, I'm not going to lie to you here, because just going through my notes as well, like just from what we've seen from Sparty and how he is on a lot of his maps. Like Ruins is, you know, statistically he's been doing quite well on Ruins, so this is going to give him, you know, in terms of his train of thought, in terms of his momentum, he's going to be okay. He's going to realise that, you know, the first 2 maps are out and done, out the way. The small maps are pretty much done and dusted. He's got a little bit more space and time to work with to try and see what he can do against CNZ, because we can see, you know, definitely a different style coming around in this matchup, because it's going to be a lot slower compared to what we've seen so far, because that was what, that last game was nearly 13,000 damage just across the 2 of them. Absolute madness. Madness
indeed, and the predictions are coming in, and they're relatively even, 57% in favor of Sparty, 43 for CNZ. And again, I think it's important to realize that the rail is back in play with this map, so distance isn't really a factor. Sparty, maybe he's going to rely on it, maybe he's going to use it like a shotgun. I don't know, Lethal, but I know that coming off of that loss, that map, and almost having a 2-0 series victory in your pocket, and now you have to go to the 3rd map as the tiebreaker. You don't have anything, you know, set in stone. I think Sparty's going to have to fight his own nerves and his own head right now, maybe even more so than CNZ. But let's get into it right now. Map number 3 between these 2, the decider for who takes the set between CNZ and Sparty.
It was like we said, 40. When we saw Sparty's reaction, we felt it, chat felt it. It was just really, really painful, but we'll see. We'll see. As it is tied up, Sparty looking to get his first series win in the stage 3 of the Pro League. Again, we said it before, his map win rate does not reflect how he's been playing in this stage. So we see what CNZ can do here. It takes a little bit of damage from Sparty. Sparty's still got the high ground here, but CNZ does have eyes, so just keeping keeping tabs on the man here for just to see what he's going to be getting up to. But both these players are going to have a gentleman's agreement with these items. CNZ's going to pick it up first, and Sparty's going to play chicken with the Mega. The Mega is still up, by the way, and he is going for it. At the same time, though, he gets LG'd into it, shall we say. And that was a huge amount of damage from CNZ. Just needs to hit this one crucial shot. Both of them available. It's like we're seeing twins at the moment, Foley. Just both doing the exact same thing, the exact same time, just in different positions.
Just yeah, absolutely, and huge rails defensively from Sparty there, almost catching him out with the rockets. Good read, but just a little bit mistimed. But yeah, those 2 rails from Sparty kept him alive. Otherwise, CNZ would have pounced and gotten the first frag. But now we'll get in on the Mega after the heavy pickup from Sparty. And can Sparty stay alive here? Throws down the totem. Can't land the shot. Right now, CNZ on the hunt. Another great defensive rail, but the rocket will take him down, and CNZ does get the first frag.
It's a little bit wide for CNZ. I was going to say, if Sparty gets out of this, then he's pretty much getting away with murder. CNZ is available now. Just be very, very careful. Both these players want the heavy, even though CNZ, he does know that Mega's coming up shortly, but Sparty, just a lot of discipline here, just waiting for CNZ to give him some information to see how and when he can approach this heavy. Looks like he's chosen the best time possible, but like we said, it doesn't matter. CNZ could have picked up the Mega no matter what. He's just trying to look for that initial second frag. So we'll be picking up the light in the courtyard. Both items are nowhere near segregated as of yet. It's going to take a little bit more time. CNZ has the inject in his back pocket as well. But this is what we expected from both players. A much slower start going into this because it means a lot to both of them.
CNZ decent rockets there. So Sparty does have 2 totems now, 20 seconds until he gets the overstack. Kit used from CNZ, which is the appropriate play given, you know, you have heavy, you have a pocket Mega, why not? So the stack for CNZ, not bad at all. So he wants to make his way towards the middle of the map, and that's a great rail there. Sparty ready for the cutoff, but not ready to take the damage. And again, now the return rail from Sparty lands. A little bit of rocket damage from CNZ as he's going to make his way towards the courtyard armor, but relatively good play from both players here. CNC still in the lead, but it's looking pretty strong on both sides, Lethal.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is be on the back foot against an Anarchy, especially on Ruins. Doing his best to try and tie this. Oh, the rail from Sparty. Be able to bring this back and tie things up 1 apiece. Gets the Mega as well. Heavy's coming up in the next 13 seconds. He's definitely got plenty of time to try and go and contest it, but will he though? Picks up the light, he's definitely in position and still has time, but he's just wandering on the whereabouts of CNZ. Finds him, gets the first rail off, he's going to try and go for the second, but he's available himself. The question is, does CNZ have a rail? I'm not sure if he does actually. No, he pushes in with the LG, he's trying to get away if he can. Wow. Oh my god, the rails from Sparty. This is definitely going to be a momentum shifter here, and he's got the overstack as well here, boy.
Got the overstack, got the Mega, but he's also got a rail through the old eyeballs here. And that's so unfortunate for CNZ because he was just waiting to get the inject so he could push with the shotgun. But in that time, Sparty was able to get the heavy, and then he hit 2 great defensive rails. Hitting another one right now, CNZ in no man's land, but he's able to survive as Sparty lets him live, and he gets the heavy. Still very dangerous situation here as CNZ commits. Tickles him with a little bit of LG. Sparty trying to stand his ground. Decent rocket. Follow-up won't land, and Sparty will get pushed to the low ground. Does have totems to work with, but the overstack is now gone as CNZ takes out one of the totems.
Certainly does. Sparty does have a totem in his back pocket. Could have used it then, but I suppose he wasn't too sure the rest of those totems were going to get taken out. But Sparty on some occasions makes railing an Anarchy look easy. It's just absolutely disgusting sometimes. Still though, he's trying to keep himself as far away from CNZ as possible, but it's just not going to happen, especially with a rocket like that from CNZ. As he has tied things up, he comes in just in the nick of time for that Mega. Heavy's up in the next 15 seconds, which means he does have time to go for the light and to contest this heavy here. Just depends on what angle he's going to come from. Looks like it's going to go towards the heavy jump pad. And will he find Sparty? No, he will not, but Sparty's a little bit late to the party as he sees that CNZ is already there with that heavy. CNZ's got a massive stack. Surely this is going to be a frag for CNZ. Oh, it's taken way too much here. That was a clean fight for CNZ. Manages to now take the lead.
I think he hears Sparty out, just needs to make the right choice. Could get another one, but Sparty gets away. But CNZ has the Mega and hopefully timing on the heavy as he can come barreling through. The looks like he wants to deny the 50 on his way over, and he's going to be right on time. And Sparty, knowing that he doesn't really have anything to work with, has to concede. And 6 minutes in, CNZ has a gigantic stack looking for this potential opening rail, and he hits it and knocks Sparty down. This could be a no one here as he jumps on the eyeball, and Sparty can't hit anything right now, unfortunately. The shotgun finish gives CNZ a 2-frag lead.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bleak. 61% of you in chat thought that Sparty could take this last map. He still can, don't get me wrong, but against an Anarchy, it's very, very tough. The only thing we can say, he's got plenty of time to try and work with here in order to execute a plan to try and topple CNZ. But it's just going from bad to worse once again. It's so good from CNZ, up 6-2. 3.5 minutes left remaining, and again, Sparty just trying to make anything happen. Contest these items to the best of his ability with his starting stacks and starting weapons that he has, but CNZ's starting to pop off right now.
Indeed, heating up at the right time. 4-frag lead, 7 minutes in, making it more and more difficult for Sparty to get back in, because let's not forget the mobility of the Anarchy. Even at this point, I feel like for 3 minutes, CNZ could just play the, you know, the skateboarding game, so to speak, and just a kickflip away, but all the pressure is on Sparty to make a move. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the resources he needs, but as time goes on, he's got to start making more and more aggressive risks to try and claw his way back to this. Are we going to see another sudden death? I don't know. This one might be a little bit harder, Lethal.
Yeah, especially against the Anarchy, it's going to be super tough, and CNZ's pretty good at playing a defensive style, but yeah, again, mobility and speed from the Anarchy. Inject as well if he wants to get himself out of a hairy situation, if he's railable in any way. It's going to be extremely tough. A good first rocket again from CNZ. Both players just waiting for these items. Heavy's come up the next few seconds. Good direct, good second rocket, and good combo to finish things off. That could be the winning frag here, as he's trying to stop Sparty from gaining for any of these items, or weapons in fact. Good. Oh my god, 2 for 2. Isn't going to go for the third, he's just going to try and clean up with the LG just in case, just for extra insurance. And there we have it. CNZ up 8-2 It's going to be looking pretty bleak now.
And it hurts if you're a Sparty fan, because he was 41 HP away from taking a 2-0 victory in the series. And that one rocket perfectly placed on Corrupted Keep from CNZ turns it into 1-1, and then he takes this one pretty convincingly, as this one has been blown open by 7, maybe even more. And your heart goes out to Sparty, because again, the scores, the overall leaderboards are not indicative of how close Sparty keeps getting every week to taking a series.
First couple maps were, what can we say, it's just a fantastic example of the hell that Sparty's had to been put through in the last, well, in this stage really, just overall, because we said it before, it does not reflect his performance at all in the slightest, as Sparty just literally just went absolutely off in the last few minutes with these combos he's pulling off. And Sparty did a great job early on. He had some great rails of his own just to keep himself in this matchup, but then CNZ just completely turned it around, as Sparty trying to contest these items with the starting stack and the starting weaponry as well, just not really helping himself much, and CNZ being there at the right place at the right time, predicting where he's going to go. It's, going to be very tough. 30 seconds left, 7 frags behind, not going to happen, which means CNZ is going to bag another series win. And, I like that 1080. Nice 1080 kickflip there. But yeah, Sparty will not be finding this series win today.
It's disheartening. I mean, when you think of the mayonnaise man, all you can really say is hell, man. It's a mayonnaise joke. I don't know if you have that over there, Lethal. I did great. That one was from me. But yeah, 12-3 now as CNZ. No signs of stopping until the buzzer hits. But yeah, it's just unfortunate for Sparty. So close. 41 HP away from taking that series 2-0. But instead, CNZ pulls away 2-1. In a heartbreaker. Third map was a little one-sided, but man, that Corrupted Keep, that might haunt Sparty for a while. It's probably going to haunt me for a while, Lethal.
I hope that last joke haunts you as well.
It does. It will. I'll see it in my nightmares for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you have a good sleep tonight, but going back into it. Yeah, it's just, Sparty looks so solid though. Like, you saw his response to some of the aggression from CNZ. You saw it in the heavy area as well. He was looking fabulous, wasn't he? He was looking so good, and we were like, okay, this could be the momentum shifter coming into it. This is where Sparty could really dig his nails into the first series win, but CNZ was just like, no, like, no, that was just false hope I was giving you there, which is, yeah, a little bit of a shame once again. But Sparty gets a map, but do you know what? It could be too little too late at this point, because I'm not too sure how many matches he has left, but surely relegation's knocking on his door.
I feel like people in chat have already confirmed that he is set for relegation based on this, but I don't know. I'm sure Flea is out there somewhere crunching numbers, but we'll figure all that out later. But for now, it's just a heartbreaker. 2-1 in favor of CNZ for this series. Really, really well played, especially on Ruins. Well executed, and just I cannot stop thinking about that corrupted keep ending. Just that one rocket.
I can't go for either. I really can't. I know Sparty's got 2 matches left, I believe, in the next few weeks, but once again, it depends on who's up against as well. CNZ just fist pumping there, just showing exactly how happy he is to reflect that, and Sparty just
throwing his headphones at his webcam, which we all want to do sometimes. Why not?
He's like, oh, this game, man. Like, you know, what do I need to do to try and get this series win?
What more can I do?
Really difficult. And look at that, 60. We didn't even point that out as well. I'm, you know, I feel bad, like, you know, not even pointing that out. 68% rail for CNZ there. That just shows what Sparty had to deal with. It was just absolute madness. There was a lot of chaos involved. CNZ was just riding the wave, wasn't he, on those last 5 minutes? But yeah, poor Sparty. Hopefully it will come back at some point. Still got 2 matches left. I don't know if it's literally impossible or not. It's, you know, definitely looking that way, but well, you could say it depends on his opponents, on who he actually play against as well, because the EU is a pretty strong region, and no matter who you play against, it's going to be a tough ride.
Well, how dare you? The Americas are just as strong. But yeah, I mean, it might be sealed, his fate. We'll see as the weeks go by. But unfortunately, again, he drops 1-2. Sparty putting up a map and almost getting the series victory, but CNZ snatching that away from him, saying, I believe you have my property. Now, that is it. Done and dusted for this series. But looking forward, we have the return of DRAMIS. He's going up against PSYGIB. And again, DRAMIS, the first player officially to be put on and taken off of injured reserve in the Quake Pro League. The question I think in my head is going to be, what form is DRAMIS in, Lethal? What do you think? I mean, coming off a serious injury, I believe broken wrist, forearm, something horrific. That's not a small injury. That's going to be big. I wonder if it's going to affect performance.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. I don't know how he broke his wrist. It's you know, it's not the best of injuries to have, of course, you know, especially in Quake.
Playing Quake.
Yeah,
how
exactly.
Else would he break his
I can't
wrist?
believe he's done that. But yeah, it's like, as he cleaned the cobwebs, as he de-rusted, you know, this is all we're going to find out. I'm not really too sure how much he's been playing, but yeah, we'll wait and see. Well,
let's give it about 5 to 6 minutes, and we'll be right back, and we will see. Don't go anywhere. We got more action coming your way. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 10. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. And again, as we mentioned previous to the break, we're going to get into PSYGIB versus DRAMIS, the return of DRAMIS. The question is, what form is he in? We will find out shortly. PSYGIB, of course, I mean, he's kind of, I feel like hot and cold Lethal. Is that a good way to describe PSYGIB? When he's on point, it's absolutely merciless. It's fantastic. But sometimes he just falls short of the goal line.
Yeah, do you know what? I completely agree with that. He's been looking really solid and you know, because a lot of the matching says his recent form, but it's not the old PSYGIB, you know, the very like fast, aggressive and methodical approach he always has in a lot of his matchups. And I must say, he looks much better compared to like, you know, right at the very start of the stage. But this time around, he's been looking pretty damn good. Of course, he's had a few struggles like against Rafa and Zanaku like earlier on. But so far, in terms of recent form, he had a good showing against Nosfa. I think he actually defeated him 2-1, if I remember rightly. So it depends how DRAMIS is feeling right now. Like you said before, he's only played like one match, I think. He's you know, got a D-Rust, he's got to clean the cobwebs, he's got to warm up. There's a lot of things he's got to try and take into account. It's been a while for him. We've got to remember that. Not just the fact that he hasn't played in a while, but just not being in competitive competition. I haven't seen him play in terms of like streams or seen him scrim against someone or anything like that. I don't know if you have 40, but in terms of how DRAMIS has been in terms of the last month, I'm completely out of the dark.
He doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's just a matter of can he kind of move around the way he wants and position himself. I mean, it's the thing about Quake is if you're out of practice for even 1 or 2 weeks, like it could be a nightmare to try and get back to it. The game feels really fast. And again, you're dealing with the highest level of competition. So I feel like DRAMIS has an uphill battle here, especially going against PSYGIB. But yes, the return to see kind of where his form is at. He's got a lot of makeup matches to make. So right now the leaderboard's on the America side near the bottom, a little bit jumbled, but he kind of holds his own destiny, whether he can make sure that he is not in relegation. Again, the danger zone, 9th and 10th seed on either side. So we will see. I think the bigger question is kind of what the champ picks might be when we can get into the pick bands. And I think we have those available right now. The timing on that is fantastic. If only I had that kind of timing in Quake, Lethal. Deep Embrace, Awoken, Veil of Noth. We got Ranger versus Strog, Eisen versus Nyx, and Sorlag versus Keel. Third map, my favorite. Lock it in. Let's get thick all the time. But Lethal, break this down. How do you feel about this matchup?
See, again, it's difficult. It's like I said before, I'm pretty much in the dark with like how DRAMIS has been in terms of recent form. None of us really know, and I'm just looking at some of the maps so far. I know that PSYGIB has been looking very good on Veil. He's been looking good on Awoken. And, you know, in terms of Corrupted Keep, he's been okay. He's dabbled in it a little bit earlier on in the stage. And it looks like Corrupted Keep has been banned by DRAMIS. Now, the question is, does he feel like it's because he's also very good on Awoken in terms of his recent form? We've seen some good performances here and there, some questionable champions though. But it looks like he's going to go for the Eisen against the Nyx matchup here, as maybe DRAMIS knew that PSYGIB was going to select Awoken, and he's also quite good at it as well. So he's probably thought, okay, we'll go with Corrupted Keep. But the only thing I'm worried about is the fact that PSYGIB's 2 best maps, Awoken and Veil, are actually going to be played in this series. And I'm going to have to see, you know, it's very hard to judge right now. I can say, yes, you're fair enough, PSYGIB has the advantage in terms of map picks, and maybe a little bit in champions as well. But at the same time, I just don't know what kind of DRAMIS we're going to see, because it's been so long. We have missed him, we definitely have, but it's nice to see him back again. But just very curious to see what's going to come up from him just overall.
Totally agree. Taking a quick peek at the predictions, 62% in favor of PSYGIB. And again, PSYGIB, if he pops off, he turns into PsyGod. He might throw on the headband and the aviators. This is just a coincidence. I'm not biased at all. But he has been pulling double duty as well. Big shouts to PSYGIB for covering the challengers yesterday as well. So, you know, he could do it all. He could cast LG, Rocket. Can he take the series? We will find out shortly. But the predictions, at least on map number 1, people believe in the PsyGod.
Yeah, it's like we said before, in terms of his recent form, yeah, you know, you're spot on, pretty much hot and cold, and it's hard to tell what kind of PSYGIB we're going to see. But we've seen a lot of elements in his gameplay where it's the PSYGIB we saw like stages ago. Like he's been, you know, a little bit, it's been a bit worrying in terms of his relegation, or being close to relegation on quite a few occasions in terms of the last couple of stages, which is not really characteristic of PSYGIB. We know how good he is. He's kind of in the same boat as Chain, where, you know, sometimes Chain does well, sometimes he doesn't, but everyone else has made massive strides of improvements, whilst he's kind of made either little improvements or just stayed the same. It's not the fact he got worse, it's, you know what Quake's like, you know, you could let your foot off the gas after like one day, and then that's going to be it. It's going to go absolutely wrong for you, and it's going to be really, really tough to kind of keep that high level of consistency. But that's what happens, really. You know, Quake is that kind of game. It's ruthless. It's ruthless to say the least. You know, one day off, it's going to cause massive, massive detriments into your skill level and nowhere near the plateau you'd like to be. Has to always be on a daily basis. But this is why I'm also questioning DRAMIS, because he had a bit of a break, and we want to see how well he's done or how well he's going to do in his return in the Pro League.
Completely agree. This is going to be the stepping stone for DRAMIS getting back into it again. He has a lot of matches to make up, trying to make sure that he can stay out of relegation territory. PSYGIB also down there looking forward to hopefully getting out. But let's see right now as we are live between DRAMIS and PSYGIB. Going to start off on DRAMIS right now. He's got the Ranger, he's got the Mega and the LG. It almost looked like he wanted to dire orb up there and start the pressure early, but instead opts for the Rail, making sure he has all the items he needs. PSYGIB playing a little bit slower now, not Rail, just rockets to work with, making sure that he could pick this up for free without taking damage.
Chat reckons 72% in favour of PSYGIB to win this map, and I don't blame him, really. Once someone has been out of the Pro League for quite a few weeks due to injury, it's hard to bet against PSYGIB, and it's very, very tough indeed. But DRAMIS, though, does pick up the Mega, finds PSYGIB along the way, and that's going to be a nice opening for DRAMIS to come back into the Pro League and to come back in his first series and in his return. As DRAMIS does have the info he requires, it's a matter of how he's going to engage. Good first rail. He's going to go straight into PSYGIB's territory. There was a nice rocket, but the other two were just good predictability, but PSYGIB was just not going into the corner. But this is a fantastic start from DRAMIS. Oh, okay, never mind.
Wow. 2-1 right now. PSYGIB taking that one back. Oh, rocket pop, but the Pika comes out. Is it going to be enough? Rockets not quite landing there. Good chip damage on PSYGIB. What a rail. 2-2. PSYGIB tying it up right now. A little bit of momentum as well. Big LG there from PSYGIB. DRAMIS getting caught out a little bit. Drops down. Trading places here. 225s to work with. A little bit of chip damage going through the murder hole. Almost gets annihilated with a rocket. DRAMIS in a bad way here. Trying to steal the Mega, and he does in a fantastic rail. There's the aggressive orb, and somehow DRAMIS comes out on top. What a play from DRAMIS.
Oh, do you know what? If PSYGIB hit that rail, I think he would have got syncoed then. Like, it looked like it was looking pretty damn bleak. Trade comes out. And it's only been 2 minutes, and they've been hitting each other tooth and nail. It's been a real struggle to kind of dissect who can have some kind of advantage here. Both of them going to the murder hole, but PSYGIB getting there first just to make sure that he couldn't pick up those health bubbles. See you later, DRAMIS. He's going to be off, and PSYGIB gets the lead.
Back and forth right off the bat, just the way I like it. The dire orb aggressive to try and cut off PSYGIB after the heavy pickup and 2 big buck shots. Take him down, ties it at 5. Got a heater on our hands, Lethal.
Certainly have. This DRAMIS' rail was very solid at the start. It's missed a couple here. PSYGIB's just dodging and weaving, but that's going to be a good rocket to make up for those last 2 rails. Oh, Pika won't do any damage, so DRAMIS going to be pretty happy about that. But is he going to hit that rail? Yes, he does, but oh. Sadly for him, PSYGIB now trying to contest this heavy as well. Heavy is still up, but DRAMIS is going to be the one who gets that item. PSYGIB just biding his time, waiting to see what route DRAMIS is going to take. He's going to go around the rail area to the murder hole, PSYGIB just trying to survive there, but it's going to be okay so far. Still has the lead, but at this point, these two are just at each other's throats.
Oh my god, that dunk was so huge. DRAMIS does get in on the Mega, but what a huge rocket from PSYGIB. Makes his way across to the heavy right on time. DRAMIS needs to be careful now, trying to find an armor shard to work with. Very, very cautious. What a rail from PSYGIB. Should be able to close this one out. Can DRAMIS evade?
He's doing his best, but PSYGIB just trying to make sure he keeps tabs on him. Misses the first rail, misses the second, and that was almost in a straight line. I think that last rail pretty much went in between his legs. PSYGIB knows exactly where he is, knows his whereabouts. Just prioritising the heavy first, perfectly understandable, as he's doing a good job just making, oh, that mid-air rocket, but the all comes out. Well, DRAMIS better take him down. Oh, it's very close between the two.
Wow.
And okay, that's nice for PSYGIB. Increases his lead by 2 frags, and yeah, not something I expected in that final part of the engagement. And good rockets again from PSYGIB, 9 HP, and DRAMIS actually comes out on top once again, this time around with a shoddy. Will pick up the heavy. He's got to be very careful as he hits the first rail, but that Pika could be the saving grace for PSYGIB, but it's just not. DRAMIS once again, just a couple more beautiful rails.
And at a certain point, you just kind of say to yourself, he can't keep getting away with this. But shotgun blast up close and personal, almost fumbles that one as PSYGIB. The LG just wasn't quite enough. DRAMIS able to stabilize 8-7 now. As we're just now hitting the halfway point, shotgun into Dire Orb, not a big enough blast. The buckshot will fail, but the rail will not. 46 HP. The Tri-Bolt, not quite good enough. PSYGIB hanging on 25 HP. Wow, that Tri-Bolt, so unfortunate there. PSYGIB so fortunate. Can he cut off at the murder hole? And he does! 2 big rockets. Takes down DRAMIS, tied at 8.
I don't even know how he was able to avoid those Tri-Bolt shots. Oh, that rail as well from PSYGIB, and he gets the Mega for good measure there. And yeah, I'm still debating those Tri-Bolt shots. It looked like it was, well, not almost on him, but he must have literally been inches away from those shots. And now, from DRAMIS. It's getting so chaotic here. It's 9-all. It's only been 6 minutes. It feels like it's been a lot longer. There's been so many bouts between the two as, like I said before, they're at each other's throats, just trying to find out where PSYGIB's going to be. A few missed rockets and missed rail as well, which means DRAMIS is going to have to say bye-bye and fight for another day. He still hasn't re-healed, nowhere near from re-healing. Good first railroad, but the only problem is he's on 13 HP. PSYGIB knows how weak he is, and it's just a matter if he can chop him down or not.
Almost threads the needle with the Tri-Bolt, but just a little bit too shallow. 9-9, and yeah, this is just a wrestling match. I wouldn't even say that. It's more of a, I don't know, no holes barred hardcore matches. The Dire Orb into rockets, is it going to be enough? Next rail does it, and DRAMIS is the one to come out on top. Mega for his efforts, still only a 1 frag lead, and just like that, here comes PSYGIB, but DRAMIS is ready for it this time. Extends the lead to 2, and PSYGIB needs to be careful. The pressure makes sense, but he needs to be careful not to feed, and that's what he's doing, but the rail will miss. PSYGIB gets back into it, and this is so back and forth lethal.
Hardcore matches probably is the best way to describe it right now. Just absolute madness. The Pika does a fair amount of damage, but DRAMIS comes out on top. Good heavy machine gun damage from him. Picks up the Mega as well. 3 minutes left remaining. PSYGIB's got plenty of time to attempt to bring this back. Uses the orb to get behind him. PSYGIB had absolutely no clue or even predicted him to even try and attempt that. So good orb placements, I must say. DRAMIS just doing work here. And what a great way to kick things off. I said it earlier on, but you know, kind of in the dark in terms of how DRAMIS is going to perform. I haven't really seen him online in any scrims or anything like that, but it looks like he's just fine here. Just fine. Easing himself into it.
Just easing back into it, playing the most hectic Deep Embrace. Well, that's not true, but it's quite the slugfest indeed as PSYGIB backs away onto the Mega machine gun. Poppin'. DRAMIS still with the 4 frag lead, can slow things down just a little bit, trying to deal some damage on this heavy. Gets caught out. There's the Dire Orb, slips by and steals it, and that's rather big. PSYGIB really needed that one here. Stacks about even, all things considered, because of the steal.
Yeah, burning that heavy was so important to make sure that PSYGIB doesn't get the cleanest kill, which means it still needs to continue on with the restack. Minute 45 left remaining. PSYGIB has the mobility here. DRAMIS knows he can't let his foot off the gas, as it's just way too early to do that as of yet. So PSYGIB with the Tri-Bolt, just trying to sprinkle a bit of damage onto DRAMIS. I must say, DRAMIS is doing a good job just dodging and weaving there, but now he's taking a huge chunk trying to get away, and PSYGIB just trying to knock on his door once again. Oh, that rocket as well, and DRAMIS still managed to come out on top on that. Misses the first initial rail on the spawn, but this is looking very good for DRAMIS. As long as he keeps him at bay, keeps doing his chip damage to keep him even further apart, this should be good. Or so we say, fantastic from DRAMIS there. His rails have been remarkable from the get-go, and his rocket just to complement it further. But both players have hit 50%, 51%, 52% now in terms of accuracy between both his players, but it's just been phenomenal. DRAMIS has just been doing a better job just contesting these items as well.
Yeah, DRAMIS looks pretty good, all things considered, being away from the game for a while. PSYGIB just couldn't really go toe-to-toe. There was that kind of brief moment around 6-7 minutes where DRAMIS was able to kind of chain together 2 or 3 frags, and PSYGIB brings that back, but that's going to be the difference maker here. There's 30 seconds left, and it's going to take a lot. If PSYGIB can do it, but I doubt it just based on the spawn time alone and delaying. I think this one is done. DRAMIS, first map back officially in the Pro League, and he takes it over PSYGIB.
But a lot of people in the Americas region are probably a tad bit worried now. They probably thought, oh, okay, DRAMIS has had a bit of a break.
This will be easy. Okay. It's not. Somehow he's gotten stronger.
Sometimes, do you know what? A good break is all you need, and it looks
pun
like
intended.
He might have done...
Right. Yeah. Lethal. Naughty boy. Exactly. How dare you? That's a real injury. Don't make fun of the boy.
Sorry. I'm glad you like that one anyway. That's the main thing. But by 4 frags, you can't complain. Can't complain at all. It's nice to see that DRAMIS is on form, and you know, like I said earlier, sometimes a break is what you need to do itself justice, because it can get quite, you know, it can be, not saying annoying, but it's it takes a lot of work, you know, it takes a lot of energy out of you for the mental fortitude you've got to have to play at this high level in this competitive manner as well. And DRAMIS just doing a fantastic job in terms of retaliation and just keep his composure, making sure to bring out great rockets, great rails as well. Look at that, look how composed he is. He's so chilled. He takes a death, he's like, okay, it's fine. Like, you know, don't need to worry about it too much. So question is, what's PSYGIB going to do in map number 2?
Yeah, I mean, are we going to see the evolution of PSYGIB into PsyGod is what everyone in the chat wants to see. When you see the gum, all right, the gum, but then then it's the bandana, then it's the aviators, and then you know that he has finally evolved. But for now, we're going to have to wait another map as PSYGIB looking a little bit lackluster. I mean, lackluster is not the right word. It was a head-to-head battle, and DRAMIS just kind of got the better of him, got a few more cleaner kills, and that extended the lead just enough. But it was a very, very back-and-forth game. Looking forward to getting into Awoken. It's going to be Eisen for DRAMIS and Nyx for PSYGIB. I don't see it being like that. Again, Deep Embrace versus Awoken, a completely different pace of maps, but you never know. I mean, if these players come out swinging, I wouldn't mind seeing them both swing for the fences. But for now, DRAMIS taking the 1 map advantage in this series, and it's good to see him back and playing again.
It's funny as well, because we've seen a lot of Eisen played on Awoken now, which is not something we're used to, I don't think, like especially in the last couple of weeks of the Pro League, but this week in particular, we've seen it a lot. We know it's only been like 3 or 4 matches, but it seems to be, you know, not part of the meta, but people are just trying to change things up a little bit. But we'll see as we go into Awoken. PSYGIB, definitely one of his better maps, definitely one of his go-to to kind of try and equalize the series. DRAMIS, though, also quite good on Awoken, definitely depending on what kind of day he's going to have. You can see the percentages. Both of them were just hitting like to no end. Even though PSYGIB didn't fire as many shots, still got 56%. DRAMIS had 55%. And I must say as well, we did forget to mention that DRAMIS had some fantastic orb placements. Even that orb frag above the heavy, and when he got behind him on the rockets, it was just brilliant.
Yeah, really, really well played. I mean, the rail kind of shining bright for DRAMIS there. Going to see if he can implement that into this game on Awoken, but I don't know. I feel like PSYGIB is going to bounce back. I don't think it was that tough of a loss. Again, I think it was more of a toe-to-toe fighting, not getting the damage you needed to be clean enough to snowball into more frags off the spawn. So I think no need to really worry. If we take a quick peek at the predictions right here, it looks like chat kind of agrees. Is it still pretty split? PSYGIB 54% for the prediction, 46% for DRAMIS. So we'll see. I think this one is going to be the bounce-back game for PSYGIB, and then I think the decider is going to be the 3rd map.
Yeah, I think chat heavily predicted PSYGIB last time around. But in all fairness, I don't blame him, because we weren't too sure what to expect from DRAMIS in terms of his break he's had. It's something that'll take a little bit of a while to not just have a competitive edge, but because he's had a bit of a break, it's a lot to get used to in terms of all that. But it seems like he's fine. He's just fine. He's acting as though it's like the following week after his injury. But yeah, to look at it so far, it's still quite even. I think a lot of people in chat and everyone else watching are probably thinking to themselves, okay, yeah, this could be a lot more of a closer affair in comparison. More of a slobber knocker, really, overall. But let's see as we're going to go into the 2nd map between these 2 Titans. As PSYGIB definitely kept it very, very close to the bitter end. But let's see if we can bring this back in this series as DRAMIS does take the 1st map. And we will be starting with his POV as but turret already down. So does the Ghost Walk. He's going to be getting out of there. As that was, oh, okay, that was very, very close for where as DRAMIS does get that first frag.
And just so fast. All right, so the pace is going to be this. I'm okay with this. Ghost Walk is burned, and DRAMIS has to know that and can kind of poke a little bit harder than usual. PSYGIB has to be very careful. Now he's dealing with 2 people at once. Timmy popping off the tri-bolt almost. Absolutely beautiful. Doing good damage, but that rail's going to be big. This is going to be easier. What? Weapon choice? Why? And PSYGIB gets the tri-bolt kill. Lethal, what in the hell was that?
I don't know. I'm glad it's not just me. I'm sure it's not everyone else either. Still in the first minute, good rocket uses the Ghost Walk directly next to him, use it to his advantage, and DRAMIS still manages to come out on top on that engagement, considering using that Ghost Walk to kind of finish him off. And what a combo to now increase the lead once again. DRAMIS looking for additional frags here to his name. Oh, you can see PSYGIB does fall, but does burn the heavy before he gets taken down.
This is just another slugfest. This is what I want. This is how we do it in the Americas, Lethal, okay? It's just relentless aggression all the time. No. 3-2. It looks like it's slowing down a little bit here. PSYGIB is stuck down by the shotgun. Does have Ghost Walk, but can't really make a play for the Mega, be it to pick up or do damage on. But he does have positioning on this heavy, which should go to him. As DRAMIS down by the small armor, trying to thread some rockets through the murder hole, but more importantly, get a rail of his own.
Hope so here. 2 minutes has elapsed, but it feels like a lot more than that. Oh, look at this LG from PSYGIB. DRAMIS had absolutely nowhere to go. Even Gauntlet's Timmy, it was just, I'm sure you're feeling pretty sad about.
He didn't have to do him like that.
It's not something you see every day. Rockets raining down and you're taking a huge amount to try and grab this heavy. Was it worth it though? PSYGIB now just interesting weapon of choice just to see if we can clean him up to guarantee the kill, but finally finish his DRAMIS off and does take the lead by 1 frag. It looks like it is going to be slugfest once again here for ES. Like you rightly said, in the Americas it seems to be a lot more aggro, but that's not going to help him at all. DRAMIS even picked up the Mega in the process, and PSYGIB's gone bye-byes here.
That play on the Mega from DRAMIS was just so good, knowing that PSYGIB was going to use the wall jump, aiming up with the rocket and then the cutoff with the LG. It was ballsy and it worked out. And this jump pad play, I don't know about this one, it's ballsy and somehow it works again. Lethal, nothing makes sense.
Nah, it don't really, does it? Well, this is your region for you, got to remember that. As, oh, you saw how much damage. PSYGIB actually took a fair amount of damage there, but it seems like, oh, look at the aggression from DRAMIS. Picks up the rockets, going straight in for the contestation of this heavy, and he succeeds. Brilliant stuff there from DRAMIS.
Just so back and forth. This is just who can do more damage. Let's just go toe-to-toe. Let's play a little bit of aim map. As PSYGIB serving up just his body for 2 rails and needs to be careful. There's the rocket jump trying to time it. It's DRAMIS! What?
Whoa.
Oh, what a shot!
Oh, that was so filthy. It's like he did it on purpose for style points. Obviously he didn't, but the way he just done that was just, well, if you want momentum in your favor, that is definitely one way to do it. As already taking a little bit of damage, 50 LG goes in with the shotgun. And the mid-air rocket from PSYGIB. Oh dear me, it's just all about flair and style so far. And 40 and PSYGIB now, only trailing behind by 2, so still got plenty of room, still got plenty of time as well.
I think I get it now. I think they're just trying to make their frag movies, and for some reason this is like the last day, and they're just gonna film all the clips right now. As PSYGIB in a bad way, 5 HP, Ghost Walk burn, does have a 25 to work with, does hit a rail on his way out, and is gonna wall jump his way towards the middle of the map, and Banana to restack. But an incredible showing from both players in terms of mechanical skill and aim. DRAMIS still 2 frag lead right now, needs to be careful. Making sure not to go up the jump pad, trying to get a rail in. The tri-ball doing a little bit of damage from PSYGIB as he maintains position, and the Mega will be right in time after that rail.
Yeah, I normally call Wenger the Quake gymnast, but oh no! As if oh no, DRAMIS is going to be You know, let's not beat around the bush here. DRAMIS is going to be very happy about that, and PSYGIB's going to be kicking himself. Just a tag, cleans him up with the LG, only knocked him down to 34 HP. Literally, we've had everything and more, and it's only been 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. I don't even want to imagine what these next 5 minutes are going to be like, as PSYGIB's still trying to keep it as competitive as possible, trying to keep it as close as possible. Here, he's got 30 HP. Just a huge chunk of damage before he gets cleaned up, but it's not going to change the fact that PSYGIB does grab that mega. But yeah, you couldn't make this up if you tried it, boy.
Are you not entertained? Is this why you're not here? PSYGIB trying to do a little bit of damage with the nail, not bad, but takes a rail. Drops down and has to burn the Ghost Walk as Timmy goes down and DRAMIS goes flying by here. Making his way towards the middle of the map with the rocket jump. PSYGIB trying to defend a little bit of LG. The Mega's right behind you and he makes the move and he gets it, but DRAMIS still gets the frag. Oh my goodness.
You couldn't make some of this stuff up, could you? Honestly, it's like they have the advantage, they lose, and it's like it's happened on a number of occasions now, and you couldn't make this stuff up. I've said it. I've already said it before. As PSYGIB goes through the telly, it's just, yeah, it's just absolute. Oh, that rocket! It's just absolute carnage here. DRAMIS is going to be pushing in for the frag. Nice little drive-by there. Nice little twitch there from DRAMIS just to confirm that his rails have just been ridiculous.
Oh my!
Oh, like it's just been just phenomenal.
Stop it. Just stop it. 13-6. And this is the problem again with the Knicks that we've seen. When you're out of control, you don't have the stack, you take big damage like that, and you have to start making crazier and crazier plays, especially when you're down 8 and you have about 3 minutes remaining. Aggressive Ghost Walk, and oh, PSYGIB gets it!
Inside out.
What?
Oh, and he hit him with the raffle, lethal. He hit him with the raffle.
Sadly for PSYGIB, it's not going to change the scoreline and do better what he can do with the 7 frag deficit as a light champion. It's going to be so tough. But at least he had a few giggles there.
If you don't smile, you're going to cry. And that's important to remember here. Because again, DRAMIS does have the 1 map advantage. Down 7 right now. PSYGIB trying to make the comeback. There's Timmy. Can it save his life? Big first rocket. DRAMIS is able to tickle right past Timmy right there. Or excuse me, PSYGIB has 8. Ooh, okay, another one. See, DRAMIS needs to be careful. There's still a lot of time. He can't just throw this away. Only up 5. He is able to spawn in on the heavy, but PSYGIB popping the Ghost Walk, avoiding damage. DRAMIS wisely using the sound cues to not follow through the telly. But things are getting so crazy, I'm all kinds of confused, Lethal. 5 frags separate these two. Can PSYGIB make the comeback?
Ooh, these rockets. Oh, a little bit of disrespect. Or maybe just having a bit of a giggle, 1 of the 2. 4 frags down. And you can definitely do it, absolutely. You know, you can use the Ghost Walk aggressively, but DRAMIS can't let down in any way, shape or form on the aggro, because he has toned it down a little bit. Some great rockets again, and look at this. Each frag PSYGIB is actually bagging here. They've been clean. He's not really taking any damage, which means that it can continue pursuing towards DRAMIS. DRAMIS is dropping down, but look at this. PSYGIB still has the weapons in his arsenal to make use, and he's just standing still, just waiting for him to go through. Takes him down. That was so close. And now it's only 2 frags in it, and he's still got plenty of time.
He's doing it, and he could have the cutoff. Here's DRAMIS. No, he gets caught, and he takes himself out. And PSYGIB, even though he's absolutely decimated, has the Mega to pick up right behind him. Armor shard as well, grabbing the vials to get Ghost Walk back. DRAMIS with the relentless aggression, but needs to be careful. PSYGIB is not as weak as you think.
Yeah, DRAMIS actually committed suicide, which means that it's only going to be 1 frag in it. What was it, 7 frags down? Something like that? It was like 4, I can't remember what it was. It was definitely a 7 frag deficit somewhere. I thought it was like 14-7 or something like that. But yeah, DRAMIS now. Not too sure what it's going to be able to do here. PSYGIB's going to have to use that Ghost Walk aggressively in some kind of manner. Heavy's coming up next 15 seconds. DRAMIS knows exactly where he is. He's trying to get away. He's using his predictive rockets. He's using that Ghost Walk, realizes where he is.
Oh my god, what a rocket!
Again, and still PSYGIB is able to claw this back. I don't know how he's managed to do this, but this has been fantastic so far from PSYGIB.
Big rail, though. for PSYGIB. Even though the Mega goes to DRAMIS, PSYGIB really needs to play cautiously here, and we're going into sudden death. Lethal. I think I'm going to get kicked out of my apartment, but that's not the point. 13 to 13. PSYGIB coming around the corner with good LG. DRAMIS down to 50 HP through the glory hole. Is it going to be? No, nothing. But a little bit of LG. Timmy can't save you, and the LG from PSYGIB does it, and what a map. Did you see the fist bump? Are we going to see the headband, and are we going to see the aviators?
I just don't know how that escalated so quickly. He was, what, up 14 to 7? And then ends up losing 13 to 14. Oh, that is just balmy. I'd have to watch that back.
I feel like I've seen something like this before, and I think the quote is, "That's how you do it. That's how you throw a blank frag lead." I'm not going to say who did it, but you all know who did it. And that was an incredible display from PSYGIB, and I feel like DRAMIS got too comfortable.
I feel like that as well. Even when he fired a couple of rockets on his body, that was kind of PSYGIB saying, like, well, you know, I'm coming for you. I'm still going to do my damnedest to make sure to bring this as the, you know, best scoreline as possible to try and catch up. Because you know what Awoken's like, things can get out of hand. He kept trapping DRAMIS on a number of occasions in that rail area, and he just couldn't do anything. Got kicked off the map twice as well. Yeah, just think everything with Bradford's committed suicide as well. It was just balmy how that went. The first 5 minutes was just ridiculous. I even said it at the 5-minute mark. I was like, I don't know what more could happen. And PSYGIB clawing back 7 frags in a row is just, you know, a huge feat. And, you know, great stuff there from PSYGIB. It's now we're tying up going into map. I hope it's exactly the same as what we've seen in map number 2, because map 3 should be an absolute banger once again.
Just bonkers series for both these players. And again, it's not the most strategic Lethal, I'll admit that. I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of the Americas. But I mean, yeah, it's just aim train. There is a little bit of strategy, of course, but wow, they're just putting their mechanics on display more than anything. This rocket kill to tie it, just to send them off the map into the arms of Sync Error, and then just getting caught, trying to use Timmy to the best of his ability. PSYGIB popping off, coming back. And DRAMIS has to be just deflated after that one. You can even see sitting back in his chair like, how did that happen to me? And this is going to be a VOD he wants to watch back, because I really do think it was getting too comfortable. You start having a big frag lead. You hit some shots that maybe you have no business hitting, and you're like, this is in the bag. This is easy. Then you get 1 frag, 2 frag. You start throwing away frags, and you're like, surely I won't lose this, right? Surely. And PSYGIB just what a play from PSYGIB to come back, keep his head in the game, and get that map. That's just incredible work from PSYGIB.
Certainly was indeed. 708 more damage, and I'm gobsmacked PSYGIB came back from that with just a few minutes left remaining. I think what you said was absolutely spot on. DRAMIS just got way too comfortable, and don't get me wrong, he tried his best to kind of get himself a bad situation. He went to the same areas quite a few times. I think he was hoping that maybe PSYGIB will change his thought process and assume that he's gone elsewhere, maybe to the LG room or around heavy machine gun. But no, he just went to the rail bit every single time, had him trapped, had height advantage, had positional advantage every single time. But it's his rockets and his rails just to complement his movement and the routes he was taking to trap DRAMIS. And DRAMIS on a few occasions also tried to trade him out, basically. And it was very tough. It was very difficult every single time. I think you noticed it around the 10 or 11 frag mark from PSYGIB. DRAMIS was like, okay, I can't really just sit on my backside and just hope that time will just work in my favor, because by then there was only a couple of minutes left, and some of the things that happened just should not have happened, and it did. He pretty much got away with murder on just a number of occasions, and those 2 ring outs and the suicide, yeah, we just had everything in just one map, and it was just great.
Just action-packed series between these two, and we got one more to decide it. So I thought it was going to be the triumphant return of DRAMIS, and it's not a bad display at all, but wow. PSYGIB taking that map away from him, sending us to a 3rd to decide the series. That's a big one. Let's see who kind of has the mental fortitude to stick in there for another 10 minutes of grueling Quake. And more than anything, I just want to see more of a bloodbath. DRAMIS PSYGIB, map number 3 live right now here on week 10 of the Quake Pro League.
Yeah, I still can't get over that last matchup. That was just absolutely insane. DRAMIS is maybe pretty peeved about that in terms of how that could have gone, and how, actually, let's be real, how it should have gone. In all fairness, I think a lot of people are going to be thinking about that. But that was in the past. He's going to be looking to try and secure this series with this final map. as I mentioned before, PSYGIB is pretty damn good on Veil as well. So we'll see if he can use his strength to his advantage as DRAMIS picks up that heavy. Actually, Rocket jumps twice up, using that pineapple just to keep him at bay. Good Rocket there just to inflict a tad bit of damage. Finds him in the Rocket area once again. Good Rocket though. This could be a little lead way for DRAMIS, but still though the stacks are quite similar. He's sort of pushing with the rail. This is definitely DRAMIS overextending. Does get away with it.
Yeah, really
it's only been a minute.
Really trying to force the issue, and you gotta wonder if maybe it's a little bit of frustration pouring over from map number 2, and he just wants to get in there and get the frag and take the lead early, but he has to be very measured. I mean, based on what just happened, you have to know that you can't just feed PSYGIB the kills, and trying to press in the LG to the rail combo nets PSYGIB the first frag of map number 3.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. It's all about keeping your composure now. As the style of play PSYGIB is playing in now, it's not the same as the first 2 maps. It was just going at each other's throats. This time round, PSYGIB's got a lot more of a methodical approach. It's what we know about PSYGIB. You know, he always has a methodical approach. The last couple of maps have been just all-out aggression. This time round, he's playing more to his style. And PSYGIB's got a huge stack here. And he has to kill to kind of throw those pineapples anywhere he wants to cover these choke points. Good first rail there. Looking to see if he can get the flank onto DRAMIS, but DRAMIS does get a return rail of his own. Oh, those pineapples did miss, but some good rockets there from PSYGIB.
Wow.
And DRAMIS takes him down there. That was just a godsend for him, pretty much. Hits the first rail, hits the second one. But he go 3 for 3. He's going to definitely give it a big him. Then he actually cleans him up with the LG just to play it safe, just for extra insurance. And the heavy is still up. He's not going to go for it yet. Just checking all angles to make sure PSYGIB isn't going to randomly drop down. Good combo there from DRAMIS, and does hit another one. This should be clean-up duty here for DRAMIS. And he extends his lead 3-1.
DRAMIS playing well now. Getting good damage, getting unreturned rails, trying to rocket jump out of there, taking a little bit of LG, but again, you see DRAMIS trying to post up and at least get some rail damage to make sure that keel doesn't get too stacked. Good rail on the churro, knocking him off. 33 HP, PSYGIB's able to clean that one up. Does win himself the heavy. Mega goes to DRAMIS. PSYGIB needs to be careful now. Doesn't really have the position for this, but he wants to take this fight, trying to thread the needle with a rocket, but DRAMIS with the shotgun gets that frag back, and a little bit of over extension there from PSYGIB, trying to make something happen when he didn't really have the resources to.
DRAMIS with the lead once again. He's not going to make the same mistake twice. He's definitely not going to let his foot off the gas compared to what happened on Awoken. Oh, that rocket jump did not help in any way, but neither did that rail either. PSYGIB claws his way back, and a 1 frag deficit. PSYGIB just doing a good job just contesting these rockets. He knows that DRAMIS is just in that rail room. Good. Oh, there's so much damage there from PSYGIB. As the Mega's coming up in the next few seconds, but we'll prioritise the heavy first. DRAMIS will probably know about this, but he's just checking to see if he's going to be around that Mega area. Principally uses that spit to keep him at bay, but it's not going to change the fact that he's going to be able to pick that up, and he's taken way too much. Surely he's going to be able to tie this up. Yes, he does. And PSYGIB now will tie things up 4-all. Sadly misses that first rail on the spawn.
Defending that LG, making sure there's no shenanigans from DRAMIS and that nothing is free. Really only working with a rail and a shotgun as he's posting up for the heavy. Good initial rail there. PSYGIB's gonna gamble it all, and he gets railed off the churro, almost gets another one. DRAMIS will get the steal, and now he has spit back up and he can make his way to the rockets. Can he cut off? He's actually not gonna grab rockets. He's just gonna hit a rail. Nothing matters, Lethal. What a play.
I was going to say, what a play from PSYGIB, going 2 for 2, and look at that again, DRAMIS. Showing some incredible map presence here, just doing everything across the board. PSYGIB had some fabulous rails earlier on to retaliate or to respond to the incredible plays that DRAMIS was making, but now that DRAMIS is just doing the exact same, but making matters even worse now for PSYGIB, is you can see DRAMIS just pushing in some great rockets there, using that spit as well. And it doesn't even matter, the combo comes out. He's down to 57 HP, trying to get the spawn rail and also to contest these rockets. Is going to drop down on him. Not too sure PSYGIB's going to know, but some good shotgun shots. But
oh
is it
my
gonna
God.
be enough? He uses the gauntlet, and PSYGIB actually rails him straight afterwards. A little bit of body disrespect there. Only behind by 2 frags, and again, we've still got just over 4 minutes left remaining.
It's happening. Rail on the dead body as PSYGIB, you know, trying to say, DRAMIS, you know what? Like, respect me a little more. You saw what happened on map number 2. You want it to happen again, and DRAMIS says, here's a rocket. Stop talking. 8-5. Rail off the spawn as well. DRAMIS heating up 6 minutes into a 3-frag lead. And yeah, it's definitely a display of mechanics and aim right now, Lethal, from both players.
Yeah, both of their fundamentals have just been incredible. PSYGIB with the tri-bolt just to add another frag to his back pocket. Again, still got a decent stack. It was a clean fight for him. Mega will be up in the next 5 seconds. It depends how he wants to approach this. He does realise, oh, nice little tickle there with the tri-bolt. He knows DRAMIS is going to be down below, won't be able to contest it to the best of his ability, and still has height advantage on this heavy. But as he drops down after him, the LG's come out, decided to go for the rockets instead. Will it help him? DRAMIS with the rail. God, what's going on here?
I just don't know what you do. Like, DRAMIS is hitting all of these clutch rails, 61%. PSYGIB's hitting 56. He's not doing bad, but PSYGIB's hitting the ones that matters, the ones that win him the items. And again, rockets like that, surviving 44 HP with a little bit of armor. And oh, look, there's a Mega. PSYGIB trying to aggress off the spawn, does get the trade. But DRAMIS again hitting the dying rail, keeping it at a 4-frag game.
And he is indeed. DRAMIS actually picked up it again. He's what can you do against it? Look at the rockets as well. He is trapped in a dark place right now. Rail once again. But let's be real here, right? So DRAMIS has actually hit 64% of his rails, but PSYGIB's hit 56%. So it's not like PSYGIB's hitting some bad rails either. It's just the ones which DRAMIS are hitting have just had the, you know, been the game-changing ones to pick up some of these frags, and it's just been ridiculous. He's 6 frags behind, but again, DRAMIS needs to continue piling on the pressure. He can't just let go of the gas once again, but you can see too much damage was done before. At least he won't have to ring out in this map. Well, we hope not anyway, but 2 minutes left remaining, and PSYGIB's got to try and find 6 frags, you know, a 6 frag deficit. It could be a little bit too much, we'll see.
Oh my dunks.
No.
Oh, and the cutoff, DRAMIS. Oh, that play was gorgeous. That play was gorgeous. As PSYGIB just got tail whipped in the face. Does make a move for the Mega. Now DRAMIS in a bad way here, but PSYGIB has to finish, and he does beautifully with the shotgun. But 6 frags, a minute 40. It's going to take a bit of a miracle here, as DRAMIS can play hyper defensive now. Has the mobility on the Sorlag. Keel, not so mobile himself. And it's just a matter of guessing right and constantly catching DRAMIS out and getting clean kills, which Sorlag will not allow. The shotgun finally getting taken down with the pineapple. All things considered, that was clean. DRAMIS needs to be careful. He doesn't want to take that fight. Just get out of there. And he finally does. 5 frags. PSYGIB still aggressing. Does have the Mega to fall back on, but wow, down to 5 HP. DRAMIS holding his ground.
DRAMIS doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. What a rocket!
Oh, the rocket! Oh my
God! I know. I was literally holding onto my armchairs, man, just wondering if he was going to hit that or not. And PSYGIB, though, this is really good pressure from him. Like 4 frags in 50 seconds, it's doable, but they have to be clean. And with the starting stack from DRAMIS, I just can't see it happening. But he's going to do his best, though. But you know, you mentioned it, the mobility. there he goes. See you later. He's making a great example of it, and he does get away with that. Sorlag will find him, but yeah, 21 HP. He's going to be able to stay alive, but there's no way he can fight. His DRAMIS can easily just trade this off if he wants to.
Instead, he's going to give up the entire map, and he's just going to play the clock, and I think that's going to be enough. 20 seconds, 3 frags. It's going to be a bit too much, as DRAMIS does get caught out yet again. So this should be a frag for PSYGIB, but DRAMIS knows. Trying to shotgun rail, and PSYGIB shotgun. Somebody needs to polish that up. There's something wrong with that boy's shotgun. Not getting a lot of damage, 14-12, as the time ticks down in another intense nail-biter between these two, as they were just doing us all a favor on this beautiful Sunday and showing off their mechanical skills. But wow. Just
wow.
hell of a series. Hell of a series, Lethal.
It really was. Even some of the weapon switches that DRAMIS made, you know, trying to use those rail shots like to clean up a kill, like at close range, it was wouldn't say it was debatable. He was just basically feeling it, wasn't he? He was in beast mode, and at one point he was in the 60s in terms of percentage, 54% in the end, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done. But what can you do against that? It was really, really tough from PSYGIB. And PSYGIB, don't get me wrong, he retaliated really, really well. Like, there's a number of times where he kept good map control. He tried to make sure to have good predictive rockets to make sure that he can take advantage of those choke points with the pineapples. But DRAMIS was just having none of it. I feel like PSYGIB had a very good start. He had that methodical approach this time round instead of the aggression, but then he had to switch up his style to try and catch up with DRAMIS in his last few minutes. It was very, very tough, but if DRAMIS is hitting shots like this, like, what can you do? I don't think anyone expected him to come out the gates back in the Pro League hitting some of the things we just dream of hitting sometimes.
Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, sometimes you just have the hot hand and all your rails are hitting, and luckily for DRAMIS, literally look at all of these rail kills to seal the deal and stay alive with, 25, 30 or less HP every single time. And then when he had the stack, he can make cutoffs like that. Beautiful rocket jump to finish it after the initial rocket. It was just a really well-played game from both players, but aim and mechanics, right, come to the forefront for both, and luckily for DRAMIS, he was able to just hit so many clutch rails. Sometimes you're just hitting everything beyond the arc, Lethal. That's a basketball reference, in case you don't understand. Not that I've ever played a sport in my life. But yeah, there's the final stats from Vale. Taking a look at that, I mean, the damage extremely close between both players. 54% versus 45% rail, and again, the ones DRAMIS were hitting were the clutch rails, swapping to that last bit of burst damage that he needed, and just every single time it feels like hitting what he needed to get away.
334 damage between the two. And did you see that PSYGIB actually took most of the items? So DRAMIS only had 11 items, but he picked up 33 lights. 33. He was, people call him Pac-Man sometimes, but yeah, literally just on the back foot quite a lot in the last few moments. So he was eating up all the lights just to try and recover. You even see it on some of the occasions right from the very get-go. But like we already said, with the kill, you saw PSYGIB had positional advantage quite a lot, and it's very difficult with the choke points with the pineapples once again. And DRAMIS avoided that like the plague on a number of occasions, and some of the stuff he was hitting, it was just... it wasn't even just that map, it was just the entire series. It was just an absolute pleasure to watch. Definitely underestimated how that matchup was going to pan out.
Just bonkers, and a huge welcome back to DRAMIS. Good to see you playing again. But I think we take a quick little break, Lethal. I need to go check my blood pressure after that set. Don't go anywhere. We still have 3 sets coming right up, and a lot more Quake action for all of you. So be back in about 5. I hope everyone has had time to calm down and think about what just happened. Everybody just even out the energy levels here as we are back on the Quake Pro League Week 10. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. We just saw quite a bloodbath. We may or may not have another one on our hands, Lethal. We're going to get into Nosfa versus Zenaku.
Yeah, we saw Zenaku against Rafa. Could have gone better for him. I will say that his movement and the routes he takes along the map and how he tries to get away, it was still very, very solid, but his aim just, it really let him down. And you saw it especially in that first map. He just wasn't really hitting anything, but at the same time, I kind of felt like he had a get out of jail free card everywhere he went. He still, in terms of his position, he made sure that he kept well away from Rafa and did keep the scores really respectable. And it's a shame because I feel like everything else was okay. It was just the very little things. Literally, just his aim let him down, sadly, in that last series. But you know, against the likes of Nosfa, where he is pretty much an aim star, this is not the person you want to have your aim let you down here. And you know, obviously, don't get me wrong. It's all about not just about brawn. It's about using your brains and being able to try and be as unpredictable as possible against Nosfa. But Nosfa's got almost the whole package pretty much, and it's going to be very, very tough to defeat him. And we know that Zenaku did take his first loss last week, and I think Nosfa's currently 4-2 at the moment as well. So this should be a pretty tight matchup, but it's going to be very hard to call exactly how one of these two is going to perform in terms of actually bagging that W.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how they implement rail. I feel like both players are pretty rail dependent. That opens up a lot of their game based on how many they're hitting, and it could shut them down if they're not hitting a lot. So depending on the maps, and once we get into the pick bands, we can kind of see what picture that paints. But right off the bat, between these two, I think it's going to be, you know, rail might be the decider between the two of them. But fantastic players. Zenaku again getting better and better. His first loss against Rafa, that's not that bad. I mean, again, he did want a better performance, did get taken out 3-0, but I think that's just going to be something that he's going to learn from. He's going to review the VODs, and I think, like you said, it's mostly mechanical, not necessarily a strategy failure. And I mean, it's the end boss, it's Rafa. So shrug that one off and keep on trucking as we got 4 weeks left. And we also have the pick bands available. So let's take a look at this. And Lethal, I want you to do what you do best and talk to me about all of these.
Go on then, let's have a look. So Nosfa is actually selected Molten, which is quite interesting, but of course makes a bit of sense at the same time. Both of them are very good at Molten. We saw Zenaku play Molten against Rafa last week. The only problem was it was just literally his aim that let him down. Apart from that, though, like I said, it's like he's got a get out of jail free card every single time he's in a bit of a pickle or a bit of a bad spot. So both of them go for Molten, not really too much of a surprise. In terms of the bans, though, I've noticed that Nosfa has banned Deep Embrace. Not too sure why. I haven't really seen Zenaku a lot on Deep Embrace, but Zenaku has banned Ruins. Perfectly understand that. Nosfa's actually excelled on Ruins enough times, but one of Nosfa's best maps in Awoken is still up, and it will be the final map played. So I feel like both players are going to be equally happy with how this has panned out. You see Zenaku is going to be rocking Matt Scalebird to start things off against the Eisen. The Eisen can be a good counter, especially, you know, with the bull rush. Just throw Timmy directly in front of it, just to basically stop him in his tracks, and that's going to be about it. But apart from that, though, I think both players are going to be reasonably happy. I don't think it's going to be. It's not really one-sided at all in any way.
I think that exact scenario happened in the top 10 plays. We saw Nosfa actually deploy Timmy to block Effortless from the bull rush last week.
Oh,
and so
yes.
Nosfa is on top of it. I think he knows that matchup pretty well, and I think going into it, he's gonna know exactly how he wants to play that. Overall, though, Lethal, how do you feel if you had to make a prediction real quick while you're doing that? I'm going to take a look at what chat feels like.
I'm just worried about what happened last week with Zenaku. I think if his aim's on point, it should be 2-1 Zenaku. I feel like Nosfa will probably scrape a map, maybe on Awoken, but then again, it's difficult to say because Zenaku is also very good on this map. This is why I say it's very, very equal. Maybe on Veil, I'm not really too sure, but I'm going to say Zenaku a little bit of an edge 2-1, but he has to perform better compared to what he did last week.
Well, the chat is starting to lock in their predictions, and it looks like 59% right now for Nosfa, 41% for Zencoin. So I don't know what that means about the market, and I don't know if this one's tough to call. I feel like it's going to be 2-1 either way, but I'm not really sure which player is going to get the better of the other. Honestly, I feel like, yeah, they're pretty evenly matched, all things considered, and I really do look forward to seeing how they use the rail and who's hitting more, because I think that's just going to be so crucial for both of them.
It really is. Like you said, both players are very rail dependent, you could say, in this type of meta, and they won't really push until they get at least a bit of chip damage done, pushed across. They keep their distance very sparse, and depending on like which map it is, of course, it's going to be very, very difficult for either player to kind of, you know, go in with that execution to their attack and try and get any advantage. They like to have a little bit of leadway first before being able to push it in to make those magical frags occur on the leaderboard. But yeah, I don't know really. It's going to be very tough. It's like I said, I would say 2-1 Zanaku, but I don't know what he's going to be like. If it's the same as last week, Nosfer will probably take it 2-1. If Zanaku goes back to the way he played, which is perfectly fine, just, you know, improves mechanics just a little bit more and his aim, then I would say Zanaku should take this 2-1.
Yeah, chat seems to be more and more split on the predictions, Lethal. It looks like it's getting closer and closer to... Never mind. I just refreshed again. 63% in favor of Nosfa on the predictions now. So they think lightning in a bottle is going to strike. I don't know. Again, I feel like I'm just on the fence. It could go either way, and I'm really looking forward to kind of who uses and utilizes the rail better. We're waiting on a couple things to be confirmed before we hop into the game, so appreciate your patience. And as always, Sundays are for Quake. It's great to be here with you, Lethal, and shouts to everyone in chat for locking in and tuning in and tweeting, retweeting, everything. I don't know. It's fantastic.
Always is, isn't it?
Always a pleasure, never a chore. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I just don't know about this Scale Eisen matchup. He just better hope he doesn't have Timmy in his back pocket, or he's going to be stuffed pretty much, isn't he, in any engagement he pushes himself in. But he can use the ball rush obviously for other reasons, of course, trying to get away. He can take a lot more damage, etc. But yeah, the Scale is still, you know, it's very difficult to try and get around really. Just overall, it's not just about the chip damage, but obviously with the ball rushes and everything else, it's very tough, and you can't really utilize the turret to its full extent. You can't just randomly place it to give you an advantage in terms of maybe item control or preemptively to prepare for items, just due to the fact that if you don't get it in time once again by the time he pushes in for that item, you can't just throw it in front of him and stop him from making that ball rush. So there's a lot to take into account here. So we maybe, or could possibly see Zanaku trying to bait out some of these turrets sometimes, but again, it's a really, really tough call indeed. But you also got to worry about the trade potential as well on top of that. And with Nosfer, the way he aims, like I said, he is an aim star, one of the best aimers here in the Pro League. And Zanaku, he can't really let anything up now. He can't let anything down at all in the slightest. It was pretty bad for him last week, but he kept the scores respectable against Rafa. But let's see how he does in this first map of the series against Nosfer. And we're going to start off with Nosfer's POV on Molten Falls.
Live now indeed between Nosfa and Zanaku, and Rail almost sailing over the stairs to deal some damage, but nothing doing as Nosfa puts a nice big old delay on that Mega, so about 12 seconds split between the items. Nosfa trying to creep along here, get a little bit of initial damage to Zanaku. It's caught out just a little bit, but Nosfa might have a play here on the heavy. Zanaku trying to make his way through the stairs of LG, but he's going to be a little bit too late. So there it goes, and a great rail from Nosfa. And now he's going to be able to double back, and the Mega is delayed. So if Zen just goes all in, he's in a bad way here. Big LG into rail, and Bull Rush comes out just to save his life. Huge start for Nosfa.
Yeah, he knows that these hourglasses are always going to be available if need be. The Bull Rush does come out, it does get away. He's able to recuperate just a tad. It's already been a minute, and we've seen quite a speedy game of chess, you could say, as Nosfer just trying to work out exactly how to get around Zanaku. But he's taking a little bit of damage from Tim. He's going to be eating up the LG damage once again against Nosfer. Nosfer gets a beautiful flank around. Beautiful LG once again from Nosfer. He picks up the Mega, and already Zanaku with that deficit. But yeah, like we said, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough indeed. It just depends on how he can counter this.
Really nice rocket jump there for the cutoff and making sure he secures that frag. Nice rail as he's dropping down. Zanaku trying to get some rockets, but again, getting punished at every corner, it feels like, at least at the beginning right here. Maybe taking a little bit of time to get some his sandals under him, as the stack for Nosfa's huge, and he gets caught out again with his back turned. And another rail, and Zanaku just goes down to the machine gun. Looks a little bit lost, Lethal.
Yes, very questionable. You're right, and you know, another point you made, he did have his back turned twice. and just ate some of the damage from that turret. So this is not looking good. This is not what we expect from Zanarku. Hopefully he can turn the tide and try and re-establish himself a little bit better, but he does go up the LG stairs. Nosfer just double checking to make sure he hasn't double backed, but he hasn't, so he's going to be okay. We'll be getting this Mega for free. Look at this though, just biding his time. He has a feeling that Zanarku's going to be there. Maybe he heard him at the top shotgun earlier on and just waiting for him to drop down, but good patience from Nosfer, good discipline as well. Waiting for this next heavy, prioritising the kill over the heavy because, well, let's be honest, why not? He's still got a lot of armor left to go by, so it didn't really matter. And you can see now Nosfer just being fed info from that tri-bolt, and I don't think Zanarku's going to expect this because he didn't really take any damage from the tri-bolt. It tanks all that damage from the bull rush, and Zanarku comes out on top and only one frag behind.
Not bad at all, Zanarku getting on the board here. He is 0 for 4 on rails, and Nosfa gets that frag right back. Nosfa hitting 85% rail right now. Oh boy, Zanarku drops the shoulder. Doesn't even need to bull rush. Just got that momentum. That boy big.
He certainly is indeed. Zanarku though makes quick work, ties things up. Mega is up in the next 5 seconds, waiting for him to drop down from that Mega jump pad. Zanarku with the advantage though here. It just depends if he can stay enough long enough, which he does.
What a
and the
trade.
turret helps out a little bit, but yeah, absolutely spot on. Fantastic trade there. Now that on top, and Zanarku though, nice couple of rails from him. Picks up the heavy, and now the ball is in his court now to decide how he wants to go about this next frag and how he's going to be able to execute it. He knows exactly where Nosfer is. It's just a matter of how he wants to try and get round him as the turret does go down. And speaking of down, you can see that Nosfer does drop down to engage with Zanarku. Some great rails though. Like he was going, what, 0 for 4 at the very beginning? That's when I was like, oh, okay, this could be the same turnout as what happened against Rafa, but he's fixing it. He's rectifying his mistakes very quickly.
Yeah, I thought Zanarku was a music producer the way he was putting a donk on it. 3 in a row, almost 4. Got the bull rush, has rockets, has everything he needs, and Nosfa on the back foot now. As the play for the Mega is going to be next, and Nosfa can't really do anything. Should not show up, and he won't.
Stopwatch. Yeah, I think he got like 4 or 5 in a row then. And Zanarku, it's just beautiful. He's going to absolutely love it. He's got a huge stack. He was almost in close proximity there of Nosfer. Still hanging around the top shotgun area. And look how, oh my goodness, he's going off. He's able to stay alive, but still has the better stack key. Pushes in. Beautiful stuff here from Zanarku. Things got a little bit dicey there. As now things have shaped up a lot more differently in comparison to how we predicted right at the very beginning. As Zanarku picks up the Mega, he's going to try and get away for his dear life. Got 5 minutes left remaining, still plenty of time for Nosfer to work with, and he's trying to trap him in that rail area, but it's already taken way too much. His one shotgun shot should be able to do it, doesn't actually take him down. Leaves the turret there in place, which means it will help Nosfer feed himself some info on where Zanarku's whereabouts could be, but it's going to go straight towards the Mega to try and contest it. Nosfer is fair on the low ground, but probably realises that, yeah, there's no way you can contest this.
Zen grabbing the Mega, taking a little bit of damage, but does have 50 armor to work with, dealing with Timmy nicely. Another light armor taken again, so taking all the resources off the map. Nosfa left with nothing, and he can't even damage on the heavy, so more items for free 99 for Zanarku as he has the 2 frag lead after a slow start. Doing a great job of coming back and maintaining this lead, almost getting a fantastic rail there. And yet another item in his pocket for free, and look at the stacks, Lethal. Insane advantage for Zanarku right now, and with the bull rush, might be a matter of time. Nosfa has to dip out, but Zen with a good read. Doesn't want to fully chase, doesn't want to give up position on the heavy. Smart play.
Yeah, Zanarku's a beefy boy right now with that stack, and still has the heavy there as well whenever he wants to chime in and pick that up. Mega will be up in the next few seconds though. Just having a little wander around to see what Nosfer is up to. But Nosfer needs to try and get this chip damage done. He hasn't really found any opportunities as of it. Hasn't even been able to contest these items because he's just way outclassed in terms of the HP he's got to deal with in terms of Zanarku. But this could be a 7th frag here, as I don't think he realised he was directly beneath him. As Zanarku does find the 7th frag. He did, but it was just a little bit too late by then. I mean, if you're in close proximity against a scale bearer with that much stack, it's going to be really, really rough. And this bull rush is going to be appearing in the next 5 seconds. Picks up the Mega. I don't know how Nosfer's going to come back in this, but he needs to get some chip done soon.
Yeah, I mean, damage is a good start here. Nosfa hasn't really put out a lot of damage in a long time. There's a rail, but he needs a lot more than that as the bull rush can close the gap. There's another rail, and there's the bull rush. A tickle should do it. Nosfa just hanging on by a thread, but the vertical rail from Zanaku plants him 8-4. And again, after a rough start, Zanaku stabilizes and has full map control.
Yeah, he certainly does indeed. As Nosfer has not been as rail dependent as he normally is. Only fired 11 shots in the last 8 minutes. It's not something we'd normally see. We spoke about it in Civ that he's very rail dependent. Just waiting for him to go through that telly. He does find the opportunity here to try and get this 9th frag. Cleans him up with the shotgun. 2 minutes left remaining. Is Timmy doing a little bit of damage as well. Now Nosfer does have height on him, but again, he can't really do anything. He hasn't got the rockets to rain it down by any means. Does find Nosfer picking up that Mega, misses those couple of rounds, but he's going to be fine about that. He can just tank this damage with that bull rush. Still trying to stay alive, but done a bit of damage before he was cleaned up. Still 90 seconds left, but we know how difficult it is on Molten Fully, and especially with the scale, considering he can just bull rush and take that damage as he gets away, it's going to be pretty bleak for Nosfer.
It's going to be very, very difficult. 4 frags, minute 20. And as you mentioned, mobility is going to be his biggest enemy. And just the fact that Zanaku doesn't even have to show his face at all. So Nosfa with a good chase, but he's going to keep taking those defensive rails. So after he takes one, trying to cut back. Good pathing here. Does catch him out. Down goes Timmy, but Zanaku with a lot of damage. And Nosfa still grabbing the Mega, which is huge, but no frag. And 1 minute now left to get the 4 frags. This one might be out of reach, Lethal.
Yeah, this is going to be way too much. Nosfer has the stack now, but it's just too little too late. As Nosfer just standing his ground, waiting to get that first rocket off. Gets the rail as well, and that's going to be it pretty much. He's going to see if he can catch him with that last rail. Just not going to happen, but that's going to be pretty much GG from the first map. Zanaku did a fantastic job bringing that back. It was, like I said before, it was very dicey at the very beginning. He didn't really show much promise with his rail accuracy, and it seemed like it was going to be a repeat of last week. Nosfer showing a little bit of flair in this matchup still, even though it's got 20 seconds left, as Zanaku just trying to survive for dear life here to do everything he can. Just managed to get out of the way, but that's going to be it. That's going to be done as Zanaku wins that 10-6, and I must say that's been a good response from Zanaku, because I think a lot of us were pretty worried with how this matchup was going to go, especially after the first few minutes, but made great use of that stack. Just Nosfer couldn't find any ways to get any chip done.
Yeah, I mean, once Zanaku kind of stabilized and got momentum going, it seemed easy. But at first, just getting caught out middle of the map, Nosfa made it look easy, hitting rail after rail. And you were kind of questioning, like, oh, Zanaku looks a little bit lost, doesn't really have good map awareness on where Nosfa is. But, you know, after the 3rd or 4th minute, he was, you know, dialed in. He did what he needed to do, and he was able to snowball some frags and keep a good distance. So hats off to Zanaku for bouncing back after a rough start. And if you're a Nosfa fan, you just want to see something a little bit different on map number 2. But it is hard to go up against a scale with an Aizen, especially when you're trailing.
Yeah, you could see that though. It was, yeah, a little bit of awareness towards the start, and then you kind of felt like Zanaku just went, right, let's sort my life out a little bit. What on earth am I doing? Let's try and play my A game rather than anything else. And it was as clear as day. It just seemed a little bit weird how he was performing on approaching some of these attacks, you could say, onto Nosfer. But then, yeah, randomly, he just turned things up, you know, just turned the heat on against him, had some great executions, just making sure he can get the best out of a bad situation, had this huge stack, made sure to try and take advantage of that, some good rails to back it up, considering the poor rails he had at the very beginning. So great stuff from Zanaku, you know, want to see a bit more of that coming from him.
Yeah, and I think what was crucial is Zanaku started hitting rails. He didn't hit a ton, he didn't hit a high percentage, but he hit enough to make Nosfa not really be able to chip at items, and he had to stay away because the stack was low. So that was big, and that helped Zanaku get back into the game. Because the first 2 minutes were just the Nosfa show, hitting 85% rail, I think, and even ending with 66, which is great. But, you know, Scale Bear is a big boy, and Zanaku was starting to hit the rails that he needed to connect with to make sure that the stack was low on Nosfa, and then he had the ability to gain control over the map again and then snowball as scale. And, you know, the shoulder check never hurts. We saw the smoosh come out 1 or 2 times, and that one's going to hurt.
We absolutely did. Just looking at the damage, just under 600, which kind of makes a bit of sense. And like Nosfer just couldn't contest any items. Don't get me wrong, like he did a great job with the item control at the very beginning for the first 5 minutes, but you couldn't really find anything. It was just a real struggle for him. It just, you know, couldn't put himself in position. He was worried that at some points Zanarku will prioritize him rather than the Mega or the Heavy, which he did a couple of times, which kind of threw him off a little bit. So he wasn't too sure if he should contest it or not, or maybe just get it from a different position. It was really tough to call. I kind of felt like Nosfer ran out of options and ideas on how to kind of respond to a lot of what Zanarku was doing in terms of the routes he was taking and how he was positioning himself on a lot of his occasions.
Well, in terms of Ranger versus Death Knight, that's what we're going to have coming up on Veil. How do you feel about that matchup between these two players?
Ooh, I kind of feel like Death Knight is very good in terms of getting the items like preemptively, just prepping for him just to make sure he can keep them at bay. But for the Ranger, you know, can work some wonders as well. But I'm not really too sure. It's not really a matchup you see. Like I've seen Death Knight played a lot in scrims, but I haven't really seen it a lot in the Pro League. But I guess we'll find out. We'll see if what Zanarku is going to do, so what his plan of action is going to be. The Ranger, we don't see a huge amount on Veil, but we'll see what he's got up his sleeve and see if he wants to try and come back in this matchup. If you're just joining us in this series, it's between Nosfer and Zanarku. It's currently Zanarku up 1-0 with a nice little comeback from him, as we're going to see what Nosfer can do to retaliate, as he's going to rocket jump up. He's no mucking around here, full. He's picking up that Mega. Zanarku backs off into that rocket room, but Nosfer's the one with that stack advantage. And the only annoying thing for Nosfer is that could have been a few times now we could have got some damage on with that rail, but did not have it. It does have the Unholy Trinity, so he's going to be okay with that. Can try and work some wonders if he can, but Zanarku's just directly above him. Tanks the first shot. Zanarku just waiting for him to drop down. Tanks the second. Zanarku's just on the warpath here, just trying to find out exactly where. Oh, good flame strike though. Would he be able to clean him up as he drops down?
Wow.
Oh, and the rail from Zanarku straight afterwards. He was only on 4 HP after all that there, boy.
And it was an all-in play from Nosfa. Not necessarily the best. He took a lot of flame damage. Good heads-up play from Zanarku, knowing that, hey, if you take this, you're going to take the tick. But he almost made it work. Nosfa with fantastic LG, but just 4 HP. Zanarku hits a clutch rail, goes up 1. But I feel like we might see a little bit more of those plays from Nosfa here. He's no stranger to playing aggressive here, going up the jump pad, claiming the Mega. Zanarku takes position over the nail. Look at that LG, just drop it down. There's the flame strike again to try and keep him out, but Nosfa will be able to, through the fire and the flames, get the frag tied at 1.
He's going to be pretty pleased about that. Just going to, oh, the LG damage from Nosfer. That rail would have just complemented things, considering the situation Zanarku was in. Oh, he's railable now. He can't, yeah, that's understandable. Nosfer's just like, he knows when to back off. He knew that there was no way he can take that next fight. Zanarku was not railable. He knew that just due to the fact that he picked up that light and health bubble underneath. But Nosfer has picked up the Mega here. He can definitely pick up this Heavy if he likes. Nice little cheeky rocket jump there to secure that Heavy. And Zanarku tanks that rail, but does retaliate one of his own. Still only a couple minutes into it. Still tied up, and neither player really getting that much of a huge advantage. But as I say that, Zanarku, beautiful flame strike. Just keep Nosfer at bay, and he's going to be getting away for dear life as well, and is able to restack back to his default stack.
Yeah, Zanarku using the flame strike really well so far. Nosfa using the Ranger passive to make all these rocket jumps and set up these rails. Beautiful shot from Nosfa there. Still a very close game in early days, as that rail will just be off target for Nosfa. Trying to get position on this Mega a little bit early. I don't even know how he hit that rail, but that's just Nosfa things. Fantastic vertical rail. Now he has Zanarku trapped at this armor, but can he make something happen? Big rocket! And he does indeed. Takes the lead 2-1.
Yeah, Nosfa now picks up the Heavy, just still curious as to where Zanarku's going to go. Gets the first rail. He's tempted to go for the telly, but after him that rocket jump, Zanarku's, yeah, on your bike, see you later, I'm getting away. But Nosfa has found him, but does take that first round. Takes the second as well. This is not looking good. This Nosfa just waiting for this next Mega, but he's not going to be able to get it in time. Zanaku knows it's coming up any second now. Both items coming up in sync. And Zanaku knows that. He realizes that he's actually on the rail area as well, which means he can get this heavy for free. But in the meantime, it's already given a lot of damage inflicted towards Nosfa. So just looking good for Zanaku. Great LG once again. I think he probably made the assumption he's probably going to go towards rockets, but after he saw Nosfa dropping down in front of him, he's going to be like, okay, I'll take that. Definitely take that. 4 minutes in, and Zanaku now coming up 3-2.
Timing, so wow, what a rail from Nosfa, but timing seems to be the bane of his existence for now. Still only one frag, but Nosfa just chaining together some of these rails. Clean, heavy pickup as that rocket will do no damage and almost connects with another one. Zanaku trying to grab this light armor here. Nosfa knows that he's weak. A little bit of LG up the jump pad. Now he's railable, and there's the rocket jump for the cutoff. Beautiful defensive rocket into another one. Zanaku, the awareness and the defense pretty strong into a great rail, and now Nosfa on the back foot, wondering what the hell just happened to him.
I would be thinking the same. He can't believe Zanaku got away with that and then turned it into his advantage in the end. Zanaku does get the rail off as he was picking up the heavy, and Nosfa was considering going for the light, but he's not going to now that Zanaku is there. But he is railable. He can't really take this fight. He can now. But what's he going to do? Seems like he is going to prioritise height advantage and the Mega. Still waiting for him to go through. Does pull through in the end. The flame strike comes out. It gets a little bit of damage there. Oh, if that rail hit, you definitely would have been taken down. As Nosfa does pick up the Mega. But he saw there. It took a lot of work, a lot of trouble there for him to try and bag that. Had to use the orb through the telly to try and be able to pick that up. But Zanaku now just trying to recuperate from his losses after not been able to bag that Mega, but still looking okay so far in terms of stack. Just needs to keep a watchful eye on where Nosfa could be. It's actually directly above him. Good LG. As Nosfa has dropped down, but I don't think he's going to consider taking this fight any further. He's trying to back away, but at the same time needs to try and dodge this rail. And Zanaku does pick up that light as well.
And yet the defense from Zen is pretty good right now as the drop down from Nosfa was super aggressive. There's the flame strike to try and deal damage on the armor, but it doesn't look like any of the tick will work, and Zanaku now hanging by a thread, and Nosfa finally chases him down and is able to plant him with the rockets. Great rail off the spawn, almost clipping the toes of Zanaku, and now Zanaku on the back foot has to be extremely careful here. Nosfa also has the orb if he wants, but it looks like he's just gonna be happy with taking full map control after that play.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that so far, and considering he's got heavy for free pretty much. He's got a huge stack to work with. 3 minutes and 20 left, and he gets that first rail. This could be curtains for Zanaku in this next few moments, but the first rail comes in clutch, keeps Nosfa at bay. That will, if he didn't hit that first rail, I can tell you now that Zanaku will not be feeling too good after that one, as that was, couldn't get any more clutch if you tried. 3 minutes left remaining. Nosfa still wondering on the whereabouts of where Zanaku could be, but he's got an inkling knowing that he's probably in the rail or rocket area. Did signals of him, but just find a few rockets, see where he could be. But these rails from Zanaku is just really giving him a helping hand here, and just trying to make sure it keeps off, well, Nosfa keeps off his back here, because he's training behind him so far. He's directly above him, but the rail comes out. Good LG from Nosfa, picks up the Mega, and Zanaku's basically saying goodnight to try and get away with the heavy coming up in the next couple of seconds.
3-3. I don't know if my heart can take these matches. What do we do? We're just lethal. Just hold me here as the rails will miss Nosfa. Great stack.
Nosfa now, though, still got a couple minutes left to work with, but he's still got a huge stack, and Zanaku jumps all the way down. It all comes in. Flame Strike does as well, as Nosfa's the one who comes out on top. Finally gains the lead. He's been a very patient man here, but he finally gets it done, and still got a massive stack to continue to pile on the pressure onto Zanaku.
And now he can play a little more aggressive too, knowing that the Flame Strike is down. And that's been one of the main tools that Zanaku has been using to keep the zoning up, and Nosfa hits a great rail. Zanaku wisely doesn't give him the shot at the second one, but 5 seconds till the Mega, and Nosfa is going to probably grab this, make his way over to the Heavy, but can he find some extra damage on the way, because it could be another frag. Zanaku does a good job of making sure he has Flame Strike back up for this fight, and it's going to be huge as he is burning alive, but Nosfa does great damage. All things considered, has a great stack and could get this frag, and he does! The side-swiping rail from Nosfa, 5-3 with a minute left, slowly pulling away Lethal.
We've had a lot of 2-1s today. This is going to be potentially another 2-1. Zanaku, I assume he was just waiting for that light. He's picked up the rails, now going towards the rocket area, but needs to attack soon, even at a stack disadvantage. But that first rail is definitely going to really help him out. Still got 40 seconds left. It's just a matter of what he's going to do. And remember, Nosfa does have that orb, so he wants to try and get out of a bad pinch, then he definitely has that option. But these rails from Nosfa, it's just been... Oh my god! What a great shot! Prediction there from Zanaku, and now he can definitely come back in this matchup. 25 seconds left here for you.
Yeah, catch this indeed. Zanaku down by 1, 20 seconds, Flame Strike in hand. He's going to wait on this Heavy, but then it's got to be go, go, go. He's going to rocket jump up to just check the corners. Needs to be careful. He's going to leave the Heavy up. This is an all-in play. The rail from Nosfa will plant him 2 in a row, and that is back-breaking. Zanaku calls the GG, and Nosfa hits the clutch shots that he needs.
He really did. That was literally like a coin flip, wasn't it? He either did it or he didn't, and he literally tried to get away with it, but he just did not. Look how close it was as well. 45 damage between the two, and Nosfa had the majority of the items. He actually had 26 of the items, and Zanaku only had 10, had 26 lights. Didn't really get much item control. He tried to contest at the best of his ability. He had a bit of control at the very beginning, but that was about it. And I must say, Zanaku had a lot of clutch rails when Nosfa had a huge stack and just trying to keep him away. Did it on numerous occasions. It should have been like 8 or 9-4, but Zanaku was able to keep it as tight and competitive as possible. But Nosfa was still the one who was able to bring that back, and I must say it was very impressive. But Nosfa now, will he be able to close out this series?
I really want to see that last clip where Zanaku made his final push, because I think he had plenty of time to take the 2 seconds to just grab that Heavy, and I wonder if that would have given him one more rail opportunity to tank to try and get the frag. It was very interesting. I think it was maybe just a mistiming, but I don't know if it's going to be in the replay. But yeah, I mean, clutch play from Nosfa, being able to hit those shots. A great play from Zanaku as well. Both of these players just so close in skill. This was another nail biter, and again, Sundays are sometimes just hard on my heart, Lethal. You know, just the blood pressure skyrockets. I don't know. I should go see a doctor. But yeah, incredible play from both players on Veil, and we're gonna slowly go into a Woken. It's gonna be Strog for Nosfa, Sorlag for Zanaku, and hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, I think that series was just, or that map in general was just really frustrating, but. It's like I said before, that's the replay. Beautiful. Yeah, that was good. And he was just like, for God's sake, like, what do I need to do here to try and secure a map win against Zanaku? And looking at, though, yeah, you saw there that he'd have to hit 3 rails in order to take down Nosfa. So even if he picked up that Heavy, yeah, it would give him a little bit of help, but you damn well know as well that Nosfa would have just portaled through straight away and gone, yeah, I'm out.
Hit him with the finger wag,
any more of that.
Oh, yeah. I love the pop-offs, you know? The webcams are nice. I like it, especially Nosfa's. He's got some of the best pop-offs I've seen, so shouts to him. But, you know, sending it to map number 3, I don't know. What do you think, Lethal?
It's like we said before the series started. We said it's going to be 2-1. Depends really on Zanaku's form in terms of his accuracy compared to last series. But we've seen a lot from Zanaku. I think his aim's fine. I think it's still pretty good. He saw some clutch rails from him during that Veil game, especially when he was on the back foot and had to be on the defensive to stop Nosfa with his all-out attack, because if he did miss any of them, it would have been, yeah, curtains much earlier in that matchup. It would have been like 9-4, 10-4 at least at the bare minimum. But I really don't know at this point. It's going to be so tough. We are going to Awoken. Both players are really good on this map, and that's why it's too close to call, because I could say Zanaku's had some, really good matchups against some of his opponents, but Nosfa's also dominated a few of his opponents on the exact same map. It's very tough to call, but from what I've seen so far, I do feel like Zanaku could have the edge, but he's got to be extra cautious with his awareness on where Nosfa could be in terms of like his stack advantage, because Nosfa's looking really hot at the moment, especially with the momentum going into that last matchup in Vale.
Hot little potato indeed, as the predictions look like 59% in favor of Nosfa as we get into it. This is going to be the final map of the series. Who is going to take this one? Tied 1 apiece. Nosfa versus Zanaku, going live on Awoken right now in the eyes of Nosfa.
See what he's going to get up to. Nice bit of tri-bolt damage already very early on. As Nosfa's just going to make good use of the stroke if he can. Zanaku hits the first rail. So look for some opportunity here. The spit comes out, does actually get him, but picks up the health orb, and he is railable here. And this depends on if Zanaku wants to go for this, but he does not completely understand. It's just going to try and recover top mid, picks up the Mega 2. As Nosfa does know he's in that LG area. So a little bit of a standoff at this point for you.
Yeah, pretty crazy start there. Zanaku is hanging by a thread for the moment, but Nosfa maintaining position on rail for the time being. It's just a matter of who can kind of open this one up. Granted, it's going to be harder to snowball against a Sorlag with the stack. Ooh, good rail, and now he's trapped trying to serve up something through the drive-through window. Can't do it. Nosfa able to back off. Great rocket. But the Mega is going to be right there for Zanaku. So now that Spit's down, Nosfa has a little bit more freedom. But he needs to be very careful, keeping eyes on the vials and seeing exactly where Zanaku's pathing, so he can kind of have an estimate of when Spit's going to be back up, because that can absolutely destroy you up close.
Yeah, it certainly could indeed. Zanaku's had a little bit more item control this game. Nosfa hitting that first rail just to potentially help him out, but hasn't done a huge amount, as he knows that Nosfa's top mid just chilling, just waiting for him to go for that Mega. This could be a time for Zanaku to push, but decides not to, as Nosfa's on 75 HP. It's actually portaled through. That was very risky from Nosfa. I was actually quite surprised he managed to get away with that. It does manage to survive, but with the speed of the stroke, surely he's going to get taken down. Yes, he does, as Nosfa got away with so much in the last 10 or 15 seconds, but I like it though. I like the risk, the risky taking, but a little bit too risky there, I feel like. As now Zanaku just trying to drop down after Nosfa hits the first rail. He's going to be looking to clean this up as that last shotgun shot. Will he be able to? Surely he will. Yes, he does, left on 60 HP. Let's find out where Nosfa's going to go as Zanaku hits the first rail, misses the second, but he's done enough to be able to get away.
Yeah, good damage from Zanaku there, keeping the damage off the spawn high. I don't think that peeker connected, it looks like, and the rail vertically will miss, unfortunately, for Nosfa, so that's going to be a clean, heavy pickup for Zanaku. 125 to work with. Here's the jump pad, misses with the rail, but he does have the Mega, so item control firmly in Zanaku's favor, even though the damage is lacking a little bit, but he still has the 2-frag lead regardless. So the onus on Nosfa to try and get some chip, make sure he can get in on the next item, but right now Zanaku, good position, cut him off from the heavy.
This is a lot more calculated from Zanaku from what we've seen in the past couple of maps. Just keeping these items in check. He's already got 11 items. Nosfa's only got 2. And don't get me wrong, Nosfa's tried to contest him, but just really not giving him any chance at all. And the amount of damage he's doing, he misses. I love how he misses some of the easy shotgun shots, but he can hit these vertical rail shots like it's like it's nothing. It's just absolutely crazy. But Zanaku with a really strong start so far could pave the way to victory in this series if he keeps this up. But the item congestion, Nosfa needs to figure out how he wants to try and go about this. It's been really tough here. That first rail is definitely going to help him out. Picks up the Mega though, whips out the shotgun. Can he clean him up? I'm not too sure, as Nosfa will take him down. And then the question is, can Zanaku go for the trade? Don't think he will, but he might do after that. But after tanking that first rail, it looks like it's not going to happen.
I cannot believe Nosfa just did that and got away with it. It's absolutely bonkers. And to your point, I feel like, and I could be wrong, or people might not agree, the shotgun's the hardest weapon in the game to use. Zanaku dropping down into tons of damage, catastrophic lethal, as Nosfa takes another frag and the Mega for absolutely free.
Yeah, to be fair, you're not wrong with the show. We've all had a few wonky shots in our time, haven't we? So
I mean, I've had like 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to worry about it at all. As Zanaku cheekily manages to Ferrari peek their full light armor. Does well through the portal as well. Has gone back top mid. Nosfa still has a very tiny stack advantage, but with that split, it's definitely going to give him a massive help there. He's taken a lot of damage, and at what cost is Zanaku still with the advantage, still taking a little bit of damage, but 5 minutes is left on the clock. Zanaku needs to try and figure out the best way or the best options to continue contesting these items. As see, Zanaku's already taken 15 lights as well as the 13 items. Great peek.
Oh my
and that
God.
was an incredible play from Nosfa. And he picks up the the heavy, which means Zanaku didn't even get the chance to burn it. He tried, but yeah, this is looking very bleak here as Nosfa definitely turning the tables.
That was such a good time to use Peeker. Beautifully done, and he catches Zanaku out at the armor shard and not only gets the frag, but denies it. Could catch him again. Zanaku with the spit. Is it going to save him? The rail might, but Nosfa going to use the 25 to mitigate the spit damage. Has positioning on the heavy a little bit early, but Zanaku needs to use this time to try and get some weapons. Has Rocket's rail and is now able to use some LG, but in that time the heavy has gone to Nosfa, has the 1 frag lead. Now this battle over the Mega is going to be huge. Another Peeker! Pretty good damage, but Zanaku did steal away the Mega, but now he's trapped! Oh no, we put him in a pen. Lethal.
Oh, he literally did, and there's just nothing you could have done. He was caught with his trousers down once again, and you couldn't really dodge and weave out those LG shots. They were just beautiful from Nosfa. Knows exactly the whereabouts of Zanaku, just directly underneath him, trying to contest this heavy, which he does manage to do, but some great shots here from Zanaku, even though he does get cleared up. 3 frags behind, this is not looking good. Oh, Nosfa just is in that beast mode pretty much, and he's just barely missing anything in the later stages of this matchup. And as I say that, he gets taken out, gets kicked out the map. 2 frag deficit now. This is exactly the momentum that Zanaku was looking for, but can he take advantage of him? This is the first rail. He's not hitting that vertical rail once again, but Zanaku has got a huge stack here. Got 3 minutes left. He can definitely try and bring this back. Good damage with that last rocket. Still trying to find an opening. Does have the split if he wants to use it. And good rail. The confidence there from Zanaku is just oozing here. Just picking up the Mega. It's going to be picking up the light. And things are looking good so far from Zanaku, bringing this back from a 3 frag deficit.
Yeah, looking really strong. Has the items. Ooh, has the rails too, using that CPM movement to trap Nosfa again. He's going to use the spit. He doesn't want to push through the choke point, but the spit damage is going to be good. The rocket jump over, and now Nosfa is the one who's trapped, but somehow hits a vertical rail into the Peeker. Almost makes a little something happen. Good damage, but the Mega is going to help Zanaku out. We are tied at 6, Lethal. Another nail biter.
It certainly is. I'm not surprised at this point. I like the early spit as well from Zanaku. He knew that that would give him time to rocket jump, and he knew full well that Nosfa would push for the nearest health bubble line around to pin him at a point of no return. Zanaku still making sure to keep this lead. Just looking at the percentages so far, as Zanaku's fired 40 shots here, boy, and 33 shots fired from Nosfa. We said they were both rail dependent. They're making it look that way in this map. 39% for Zanaku and 35% for Nosfa. But in terms of damage, Nosfa's the one with 1,100 more damage here. So Zanaku just trying to bring this back and try and get a little more presence going forward.
And a rail!
Oh, as if he managed to do that as well. A minute 30 left remaining. Zanaku does not want to lose it like this. But he manages to pick up the light. Mega's coming up in the next few seconds. Doesn't look like Zanaku's going to contest it. He's just going to bide his time and wait for him to push towards rail.
The Peeker to rail play. Nosfa does take a rail and drops down. Zanaku needs to be very careful right here. A minute 20 left. And this almost feels like where Nosfa kind of excels on Awoken specifically, Lethal. How many times have we seen Nosfa play this tight game where it's tied, playing hyper defensive, using rail, and then waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike? Against a Sorlag, against Zanaku, it's going to be a lot more difficult, but the potential is there. Mobility is on his side. He has position on the Mega. Is Zanaku going to try and go for this one? Wisely drops down, hits a fantastic rail.
That one rail is going to give him some room to breathe for this heavy as well. Zanaku has the positioning for the heavy. It's just a matter of where Nosfer's going to come from. It's going to come from the rocket corridor. Good first rocket. I think that hit 51 as he's heading towards it. And he does pick up the heavy, but he does take that first rail. As you can see, Nosfer's still top mid, just using that peeker just to double check on to make sure where Zanaku could be coming from. As Nosfer does pick up that mega. Heavy's coming up in the next 15 seconds. As let's see how early Zanaku wants to try and preemptively push this heavy. Does hear his whereabouts. Knows the possibility of where he is, but we are going to go to a sudden death. And at this point, 40, who can blame him? As both players trying to find that early weakness to exploit here. Oh, Zanaku does get that first rail though, but they're both on a similar stack once again. Zanaku knows that after picking up that heavy. Next heavy's coming up next 15 seconds. This is a pretty tight game here, 40.
Very, very tight here. Zanaku knows next engagement has to be perfect. He doesn't want to commit to anything. Deals with the peeker nicely this time around. Playing very, very patiently here as Nosfa might have free reign over this heavy, and it looks like he will. Zanaku maybe posting up for a rail, decides to take the jump pad up the tribal, back to the middle of the map, playing off sound. Good spit, and now Nosfa takes the tick damage. Still has a massive stack, but a good rail from Zanaku. Slowly chipping away, getting in on the mega, and starting to take a grasp of this map with that defensive rocket, keeping Zanaku out.
Oh, that was a bit of a coin flip. Luckily, Zanaku predicted wrong in terms of where Nosfer was going to go in terms of his pathing, but good try. But they knows exactly where he is. A minute into sudden death, both on the similar stack. It's very hard to. Oh, that rail as well. He's going to try and get away for dear life, but he's actually managed to flank round. He's going to try and back away. Oh, this has been so close, and Nosfer actually missed. But now Zanaku needs to rely on picking up these lights, which he does. Uses the split, but he's on 28 HP. Nosfer rails him right at the very end. And Nosfer takes that series 2-1. You said your heart couldn't take it anymore. I don't think mine can after that. It was just remarkable. What a series there from them two. Absolutely remarkable.
It's just the cheesecakes, man. My doctor keeps saying don't do it, and I keep doing it. And then I watch games like this, and my heart just hurts. Like, what a play from Nosfa. I swear, he's just when it comes down to the wire on Awoken, the dude is just ice in his veins. Like, ice in his veins. It doesn't even matter what the matchup is. Played that perfectly, and just really well done for just hanging in there and playing as well as he did. Shouts to Zanaku. The set was incredibly close. Awoken was incredibly close, but Nosfa just clutched it again.
He really did. Even after the amount of damage Nosfer took when they were contesting Mega right near the end, I was thinking, okay, you know, Zanaku's looking very, very good. He's probably going to be able to secure this victory, just a matter of time. But the retaliation from Nosfer is just remarkable. The rails he was hitting just to do that extra chip, and it actually caught him off guard on a few of the occasions, especially at the beginning. That was just a great example there in that last highlight, and you know, we're seeing the ring outs more and more. Nosfer just having to just pretty much laugh it off. But we saw a lot of really good executions this highlight as well, in particular, where Zanaku was using that split to make sure to let him tick damage, making sure that Nosfer would definitely go for the health bubble to give him room to rocket jump up and then pin him down. And yeah, that was really, really close indeed. And yeah, I can even predict the words Zanaku just said just then. And yeah, it's some naughty language coming out, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, given the last 2 weeks, I wouldn't want to be Zanaku's desk, because I would be bruised like a peach. That's all I'm saying. But again, shouts to him. I mean, that just is a testament to how competitive Zanaku is. Everybody in this league wants to win, and they want to win bad. Nosfa taking out of Zanaku's hands, putting it up 7-6 on Awoken, taking the series. An extremely tight set of games from these two, and that's what we love to see, Lethal.
Yeah, and you can see as well, you know, in terms of major items, exactly the same in terms of count. 30 lights eaten up for Zanaku, and apart from that, no, it was just a great series all around. A lot of mind games, a lot of methodical play, a lot of aggression. We had it all in this series, and we've still got 2 more series to go, so we better calm ourselves down a little bit and get ready for them.
Yeah, especially me, because of the issues. But yeah, as you mentioned, 2 more feature matches. That means we're going to get Papa Wheat in here. But first, we're going to take a quick break, reset a little bit, and we will come back with the last 2 featured matches of the day. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Quake action shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 10 action. We have 2 featured matches remaining. I am 40 Lions, joined by really the only one on the cast who could say they are more hairy than me, because that's his name, Lethal. How are you?
Not too bad. We've got some incredible games coming up next, and the last one should be an absolute slobber knocker, to say the least. But yeah, you know, starting off with base kills and then going to Wenger Avixtra afterwards. Who can complain? Like, you know, let's be honest.
I mean, featured matches means let's get Wheat back in here. Papa Wheat, it's been a while. We need you.
Yo, what's up? I'll complain. I'm still recovering from that hairy pun a little bit. Gentlemen, hello. A happy Sunday. One of my favorite days of the week. I'm sorry I couldn't be here last week. Was, you know, America celebrating the 4th of July. But, oh my God, 2 incredible featured matches here this week. And frankly, all the matches that you guys have done, and a phenomenal job, gentlemen, have been great all day. So let's top it off. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, man, always a pleasure to have you. So Base Kilson is going to be the first featured match of the day, and just insane, I feel like. Maybe clash of styles, some might say. Lethal, how would you categorize this, if you even can, in terms of these players?
Well, you've already said my answer, so can you skip me?
No, now you have to say it again.
Fine, it's fine. But yeah, you know, pretty much what you said. It's like the styles at opposite end of the spectrum. You got base, counter-reactive, very defensive. Kilson doesn't want any of that. He wants to force the situation every single time round. And depending on the maps, we'll have to see, because in terms of the map picks and everything like that, both of them are very, very different. I can tell you now that Kilson's definitely going to ban Vale. So not just because it's on a base's best map, but he's going to ban it 100%. And in terms of what maps we're going to get, that's also going to dictate the style as well, because there's a lot of elements to it here. So we'll see.
You know, I've been pretty impressed with Base in terms of his ability to get out of his defensive shell and kind of mix it up a little bit. We haven't seen a ton of it. I think it depends a lot on what opponent he is up against. But if there was ever an opponent where he needed to exercise that muscle a little bit, it would be Kilson. I love his style. I think he's going to kind of try to force Base out of that. But as Harry said, right, with map selection and depending on what we got, that could change the entirety of the game plan. So pretty excited to see the picks and bans here.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to the picks and bans. I think both players are pretty good with Nyx, so I'm looking forward to whether they just ban it outright so nobody gets to play her, or somebody's going to be able to pick her, and we can get into it right now. The timing, again, immaculate. Thank you very much, PGL. As we take a look at the pick bans for this one, and it looks like Molten Falls, Deep Embrace, Runes of Sarnath. Lethal, why don't you run us through the champ picks, and then Wheat, why don't you give me some insight on how you feel about everything?
Well, Kilson banning Vale, shocker of it, but we're not too shocked about it with Molten Falls. Base has actually selected it this time round. And don't get me wrong, like, Kilson's also very good at Molten Falls. So Base may be, you know, feeling himself a little bit, maybe thinking he can perform better in comparison. Does use the Nyx as well against the Anarchy, so that should be an interesting matchup. Deep Embrace, Kilson's going to definitely go on the aggressive in terms of, well, you can see he's using the kills, so at least he'll get a little bit more leadway using those pineapples to try and defend himself against his opponent with the heavy setup, etc., etc. But even going to runes as well, so a lot of large maps, and I kind of feel like Base, it really does depend on how he's feeling. I think we're going to see a lot of slow gameplay coming just overall just because of the Molten and the Ruins matchups, but Deep Embrace may be a little bit different, may tell the tale a little bit. We'll have to see here, but we know what Base is like.
Yeah, I mean, Kilson's pick of Deep Embrace makes me super happy, because that's exactly what I was talking about. You're forcing Base out of his style on a map that traditionally prioritizes combat and control. And, you know, I love Deep Embrace. So I really, really like this one. Agree with you, Lethal, in terms of how Molten and Ruins are likely to be played. Look for Base to try to slow those down a little bit, but I'll be waiting anxiously for game 2, because that one is going to be my favorite for sure.
Taking a quick peek at the predictions, there was a split second where for the first time I saw 50-50, but now it's 54% in favor of Kilson, but we were close. We were close. So I think this one is going to be a close set between these two. I do think it's going to be clash with styles, and similar to what Wheat said, I'm looking forward to Deep Embrace, and if Base can kind of overcome that combat-heavy style that Kilson's probably going to bring because of the map and the nature of the map. So really looking forward to that, and Deep Embrace kind of lends itself to how Kilson likes to play. Stay in the middle of the map, rail cutoff. Stay in the middle of the map, rail cutoff, and we've seen Maxter already hit amazing rails off the spawn. Kilson might be able to do the same. But predictions, Lethal, I know it's your favorite time, but I need to hear it out of you. What do you think?
I think it's going to be Kilson. I think he'll edge this out, but it's hard to say because you've got Ruins and Molten both there, so I'm not really sure. But at the same time, Kilson's really good on the spawn on both of these maps, so it can definitely get like some chain frags overall. So we'll see. But I reckon Kilson may edge this one.
I'd agree with you on that, Lethal. I'll go with. I mean, base is looking good at number 4 spot. I would not be surprised if this was to go either way, 2-1. But I'm gonna give Kilson the edge here a little bit, right? A hungry dog who's like, I'm number 7 right now. I'd like to move up a little bit because we're getting pretty close to those stage finals, and maybe that little bit of motivation will kind of turn on Railson and Kilson and every other mode and form and that he has. So I'll say 2-1 Kilson.
Well, ain't nothing to it but to do it. I'm going to get out of here and leave you boys to cast this one. Have fun, be safe, and looking forward to some good Quake.
We will. Thank you very
sir.
much, 40, as we're going to get into the series between Kilson and Base. And we were talking about the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of the styles of play and all that stuff. And I swear, every time I see these two play, it's always on Molten. If it's map 1 or map 2, these two play Molten every single time.
All the
and
time.
I thought at some point they're going to get bored of it. They're not. They're just going to start off on Molten again and again. But do you know what? If they're happy with that, that's fine. I can watch Molten all day and just see if Base is going to stay on the middle of the map and just trying to, get those colourful rails like 40 was rightly saying before. But as soon as Kilson forces star 1 to him, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. But you've got to remember at the same time, Base has very good combat skills overall. I think people underestimate him in that kind of
Oh yeah. And before I elaborate on that, I am going to say, can I get an invite to the game? I would like to watch. Thank you. I don't want to miss this one. I have not gotten an invite yet. No. So yes, I mean, Base not only has the map awareness, the control, the ability to slow the game down, but his fundamentals are great, right? He does have a phenomenal aim. He will take risks. He definitely is someone who I think from a this is.
This is interesting. How did you do that?
Oh my gosh, that was well, we truly know now that 40 goes and gets cheesecake when he's gone. So so I completely agree. To go back to what we were talking about, yes, don't underestimate Base. And at the same token, that's why this is a great matchup, because everyone is very aware of Kilson, kind of what he's been through, how he's been performing. There it is. Sweet. We're getting in the game. And I mean, Base has gotta bring his best today.
He really does indeed. I was gonna say, I came back and go, you've done a really interesting disappearing act. How are you talking and not being at the same time? That was incredible. But yeah, I'm really impressed by that. Nice one, Week. That's definitely you're a man of many talents. Of course, Houdini acts is
also an illusionist
as well.
Yes, yeah. In between game 1 and 2, I'm gonna bring an elephant on and make it disappear. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Look forward to that anyway. As we get into the first map, shortly, sorry guys, we're starting lobby, jumping ourselves back in, and then we will be starting off from Molten Force between Base and Kilson. If you're just joining us, we've got 2 matches left to go. We do have this one and the next one, which will be Venga versus Avik straight afterwards. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. So it's gonna get very, very spicy, but this is just a glimmer of what's to come here, because the next one's going to be incredible nonetheless. But considering going to this one, Vale always banned by Kilson 24/7, always going to Molten Force as the first or second map every single time. So I wouldn't have it any other way, because we know that both these players like to be quite calculated, but at the same time, Kilson likes to really force the occasion on a number of occasions as well. So we'll have to see how this is going to go out. I hear the ding. We're going to see them go into the first map of the second to last series of the day between Base and Kilson, starting off on Molten Falls, and we're also going to start off with Base's POV.
Yep, and Base is going to get a spawn over on the heavy side, immediately grabbing that rail. See if he tries to do any denial on Kilson's side. Of course, Kilson spawned over on the... No, won't happen. Kilson just runs over and grabs it. But Base actually deciding to switch spots. That means they will engage right outside of Mega. Ghostwalk is popped, and he's going to now chase down. Saw him go through that teleporter, and kind of an interesting move there just to change position. However, it looks like they're going to swap our major items now.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Base with the slightly bigger stack, not until Kilson just picked that up. And Base, I can see him as the kind of guy who would excel with Nyx, just choosing these ghost walks wisely to his advantage, either to get away or to get the flank going, or trying to contest one of his items. We'll have to see. Nice sprinkle of damage there from Base. He's directly below him, but at the same time needs to be really careful. He hasn't got the stack to force out this next engagement, so has picked up the light, still has the ghost walk still, but they will find each other. Not available yet, but it doesn't matter, as it looks like Base will be able to pick up this heavy. But this is, yeah, that's exactly what we expected.
Yep. Yeah, I completely agree. You see the amount of respect that these two are showing one another. We're kind of doing a ballroom dance around Molten a little bit with these two players just swapping the major items, but neither really engaging or committing to any engagement. I mean, the one time that they clearly saw one another, they traded rails. So it's starting off a little bit rough, and here we go. Well, Base does spot his opponent. Kilson does land the rocket, and that means we'll do the dance one more time. Going to swap around. Kilson drops down to try to get the rail, and it looks like another exchange happening there. He'll grab that heavy. And once again, the dance continues. 2 minutes in, and, well, how much damage? We've had about 500 damage dealt out. So starting off slow, just like we said, but eventually we're going to see an explosion.
Yeah, Kilson's just hungry to get those get a chain reaction of frags straight after the first one. Kilson doesn't really have much choice, does he? Let's be fairness. And with the Anarchy, is Base can hear him from a mile off. So 2.5 minutes left as the inject does come back for Kilson, so that'll help him in this next bout. He's just weaving and diving and having a look around. Normally he's right, though. Kilson is taking the right paths. Normally Base does hang around the middle ground and does wait for those cut-off rails, but Base isn't doing it this time around. He's actually changing things a little bit more going forward. Does hear him go for the telly, gets the first rail, and let's be honest, it's frustrating. It really is. The fact that your opponent is very heavily relying on his audio cues, it's tough to come back against.
Yeah, and I really like Base kind of switching it up and taking that top position. Able to do some damage. There's the Ghost Walk going to pop out, and that's defensive all the way. Knew that he was caught kind of with his pants down there. So very, very wise disengage happening. And it is going to mean that, you know, this low armored Base is probably going to want to continue to stack up a little bit. But again, I like this going to the middle, trying to dish out some damage, maybe stealing away that heavy as well. And Kilson's ready for it every time. I like the fact that Base is mixing up and going for it.
Oh, Kilson does come in. Is this going to be the initial engagement to take? Kilson's not too sure, but he dives down anyway. Good rockets. He missed the last one. He's looking for the midday. He doesn't clean him up. And Kilson, it took a while. It took a while. Patience was a virtue, and needed a lot of discipline there. But that was great stuff there from Kilson. But Kilson could get the second frag. Not going to happen, though, as Base gets away with the Ghost Walk. Does take the route around the rail to get those hourglasses for the next Ghost Walk. And you can hear the jump pads as Kilson still knows he's there, has the info he requires in order to keep up with this engagement. But this is the other thing as well. Kilson was hanging around that rail to heavy kind of area, and you've got to remember the majority of the hourglasses are also around there, which means that it makes things even tougher for Base to try and push in or use that Ghost Walk. But the LGs will come out, Base will get taken down, and Kilson is loving life right now and gets that second frag.
I mean, such an immaculate play there by Kilson, you know, popping that inject as he comes around the corner, cause opponent with that LG, and now he's got a nice level of control. He can kind of move it around, and this is the opposite of where Base wants to be. So playing a little bit of, Kilson's playing a little bit of Base's own game here in the way that he's kind of going at it. And I really feel bad for Base. Like that little rocket exchange that he had on that first frag, that did not go in Base's favor. You mentioned he missed that last rocket, and that could have completely changed the course of that game. So Ghost Walk is popped. Kilson's going to say, okay, cool, I'm out of here. It looked like Base was going to chase a little bit, but Kilson grabbed that mega, and with 2 frag lead halfway through this game, he's sitting in a good spot.
Oh, it's so difficult as well with the inject and the mobility. You feel like Base now has to use a really early Ghost Walk in order to catch him. which you can do at some point, but it needs to do a hell of a amount of damage first as the inject comes out for Kilson. Will be dropping down onto him, but the Ghost Walk will come out for Base. 56 HP as Base does manage to pick up the heavy. Kilson gets the Mega, and already Base is on his tail here. Kilson just trying to be really cautious about his surroundings to see if Base was going to continue on pushing, but Base does miss the first one, hits the second one though. And Kilson just knows, he knows exactly what he needs to do. Just keep his distance, just keep the range as well. And if he does get a bit of chip damage, just use that mobility and do your best to get away.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to take a rail going up that jump pad the second time, but he managed to get away. And Kilson with some good control here as he continues to lock down the Mega. And always kind of, as you mentioned, knows exactly where Base is. Now, he's looking to potentially double up on both of these major items now after grabbing that Mega, and we're going to have heavy in about 10 seconds. But Kilson actually moves away from it to take away that light. He checks and sees the other light is up. And now what is he going to do? Makes his way. I think he's going to be able to... No, he's not. Never mind. Never mind, Basil. Grab the Mega. I thought there was a little more time there on the heavy, but slowing it down. Kilson, I love the fact that he is still playing his game, Harry, but he's also kind of playing Base's game.
Yeah, just, you know what, he's thinking, well, do you know what, I'll play your style and I'll make you see how it feels pretty much. He's messed up the heavy timings for Kilson. I'm not too sure if Kilson actually knows. This is a little bit out of range. I think he might have heard it just then. We'll have to see as he does take that first rail. And this is what I meant by the Ghost Walk, just using it early to put some pressure on, but that was way too obvious. Kilson knew he's going to come straight in. The rockets come out to play from both sides. Kilson comes out on top, but the problem is that Ghost Walk was just way too predictable. He knew that he was just going to come straight at him. It's just a matter of time. And Kilson now just going to keep him at bay with that tri-bolt. Knows he's gone up top. Has the inject shortly in the next 10 seconds. With a couple of minutes left, I don't think Base can do this.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be a head shaker for Base, that frag right there. I mean, imagine if that would have played out a little bit differently and it was 1-2. I think there'd be more of a chance here for Base, but he's going to be playing from the back with Kilson and a little bit of speed, right? At this point, the Ghost Walk isn't going to help him in the next 2 minutes to secure that frag. I can't really see a situation where some sort of offensive Ghost Walk is going to surprise Kilson, because he's just been so in tune and attentive to what is going on here in the arena. With 90 seconds left to go, Kilson's like, cool, guess what? I learned this from you. And he's just going to play the slow turtley game, looking for an opportunity to trap his opponent there. The rocket comes out, does a little bit of damage, does get tagged with the rail on the way back, but again, use that speed to get out of there, re-ups his health a little bit. He's got to be a little careful. There's that offensive Ghost Walk, but it doesn't really do much other than rocket. There's a rail from the back, but again, with 1 minute left to go, 3 frags is a tall order.
It really is. This is just not going to happen. He's definitely having a taste of his own medicine. At the same time, though, like, what can he do? Of course, Anarchy's got, it's a very hard hitbox. Mobility and speed. Oh my god, the tri-bolt damage there. This could be a full frag for Kilson if he makes this push.
Boom.
And he does. Good prediction there from Kilson. Let's be real though, there's nothing Base could have done. He had to make that push. Even if he didn't want to, he was forced into that situation. Waiting for him to drop onto that Mega. He may get the first frag here. Might be too little too late, but the inject comes out. He's basically saying see you later. And will he be able to survive? Base is waiting for him to go back through the portal, which he does not. And Kilson gets that 5th frag. So basically, you saw there Kilson, first couple frags, just playing his game and then switching the styles entirely, knowing that it was heavily going to work in his favor.
Yep, nicely played. And, you know, now in a situation where, yeah, I think Kilson could very well take the series, you know, given that he's got the momentum going into Deep Embrace now. But 6-0, getting that final frag there at the end, a nice way for Kilson to open up this series. And, you know, I think is pretty defining, right? I'm not going to let you get a frag. I will play this map in a way that you are often seen playing it. It's a great way to start for Kilson.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty pleased about that. And I like how he knows where base normally lurks around on the map in terms of Molten Falls, was checking the middle to make sure he's still just not, you know, being really defensive, waiting to get that first rail shot off. But this is the problem with the Nyx versus Anarchy matchup. It's the fact that you give Anarchy a couple frag lead, that's going to be it. And it's very hard not to be predictable with the aggressive Ghost Walk, because you can see it from time and time again. Kilson took from a mile off. Like, that was a great example there. Just waiting to go for the telly. He was going to do it at some stage, but there were some good rockets, some good rails overall. As Kilson just doing what he does best, and this is the problem. So against a player like that, it's tough. And you can see from Base's face as well. It was just going to be a tough ride. He knew that he was going to play defensive. He had to put himself in a disadvantageous position on countless occasions, and that's literally going to be it. But hopefully Base can be able to swing things around a little bit going to the second map.
The crazy thing is that now we're going to see Kilson completely shift gears, right? Playing Keel versus the Ranger. Sure, Ranger has a little bit mobility, can do some kind of cute things and kind of gain position with what he's got. But I kind of feel like Kilson's going to come out and be like, I am big boy Keel. Let's go, right? And this is a heavyweight versus a lightweight matchup. So I don't know. Could be wrong. Maybe just rockets to be used for kind of zoning. But I almost suspect we'll see Kilson turn up the aggression on this one.
Do you know what? I couldn't agree more. If he doesn't, then I don't know who's playing for Kilson. I have literally no idea. But yeah, you've got to talk about the kill a lot more in terms of being top mid with the pineapples. You can get a huge amount of control there, especially on the spawn. The prioritization being that you can prep for heavy a lot earlier than anyone else with those pineapples. A real nuisance to deal with. And some players will either try and just chip away at you whilst you're trying to go for the heavy, or maybe just leave it entirely, just have a gentleman's agreement and just go for each other's items. It's really tough against the kill. It really is. There's a lot of choke points there on Deep Embrace, but you're absolutely spot on though. He is definitely going to turn up the heat, put on full aggro. But we said it before, Base's combat skills are still very good, just on par, but not as aggressive as we normally see. So I'm a little bit worried for Base. I'm not going to lie to you after that first matchup as well.
Yeah. I agree. Leaving that map too without a frag is a little rough too. So we'll have to see. But certainly I think this kind of favors this second map being, in Kilson's favor. Obviously his map pick, so that's where he wants to be as well. But we'll have to see. Can Base kind of turn it on himself after the performance that we saw in game one? Not certainly how he wanted to start this off. And if he wants to stay alive in the series, he must win this one, Harry. So let's see the action as Base versus Kilson continues.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. We're going to start from Base's POV. We know we didn't have the best of starts in that first map, but never know. We'll have to see. Going to the second one. He's only got the LG. Perhaps I'll give him a helping hand. We'll find Base there. Just tickles him with that long-range shotgun. Just trying to prioritize that heavy if he does push towards it. But this is what I was talking about. Just going for that heavy early to prep for it with that kill. But he's actually turned his back. He's trying to see where Base is lurking. Once again, having to play to Base's style, which is really frustrating. But you saw there, Kilson did get that first rail. Just barely misses the second. But see now, Base does pick up the Mega. Good rail again from Kilson, as I don't think Base expected that. I think he just made the assumption he's just going to go straight for that heavy, but he doesn't. But you can see the item segregation, about 5 or 6 seconds. So both players should be able to get to each other's items in time, depending on who goes for that Mega first.
Yeah, I mean, watching Base, he is trying to play so slow, and this might work kind of initially, but what my concern is off the frag, right? Can you keep this pace for 9 more minutes as we're going to have a fight here at the heavy? Grenades coming out, 1, 2, 3, orb into a rail. Oh my God, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Like, you just can't play Deep Embrace that slow. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
What I can't believe is those 3 back-to-back rails to the tri-bolt. Railson has arrived on the server, just making life a misery for Base. It's been 12 minutes total in the series. Base still looking for that first frag, and I think you're right though. It can, it can boost your confidence a little bit. The rail again gone. Just do a second one, almost, as he does try to challenge once again. Doesn't hit the pineapple, but the damage has already been done. This Base has no armor, and Kilson's pretty much laughing in terms of stack, just holding that top mid advantage. I just love how he's not playing this defensive style because he has to. He's playing his style because he wants to, and it's just working massively here as he just needs to try and stay alive. He's railable, but managed to hit Base beautifully there, just a little bit. Using that starting shotgun does clean him up on 7 HP, picks up the heavy, but still needs to recuperate from that last engagement.
Yeah, Kilson running for his life right now. Still, there he grabs the health that he needed, but that was, we saw some nice burst damage coming out there from Base, but Kilson, again, Big Boy Keel kind of just laughed in his face as that happened. So, Base still trying to bring this back. Kilson with the commanding lead. Base get hits with another rail, just needs a tickle, and there it is, 4-0, a quarter of the way through this matchup. And Heavy is up again, but instead of Heavy, decides he wants the frag. Very, very low. Base hurting. We got an orb up to the top, and that is not going to help out. Also means that he's going to be able to grab that Heavy, and we see the Mega at the exact same time. So split major items, but Kilson with the 5 frag lead. Expect to see him continue to control that top area, waiting for his opponent to come out. Rockets and grenades meet him at the exit. Kilson now in a rough spot, but unfortunately, I do not think that Base is going to get this one. There he is. Okay. He hunts him down and grabs his first frag.
Yeah, it took a bit of time, didn't it? Literally, Base over the last game and a half has just been getting deleted left, right, and centre. Good first rail, good second rail from Base. He's starting to step things up a little bit, trying to dictate the pace of this game, trying to turn up the tempo. We're just nearly 4 minutes in. Is Kilson just chilling behind that pillar? Just waiting behind top mid. Has an inkling he could be there. Good direct, good damage straight afterwards. A nice 66 to finish things up. As Base now does find Kilson on the spawn, and it's based on the aggression, which is not something you normally see. Kilson just playing his game. It's like both players are just playing on each other's tags. It's just absolute madness as Kilson does try to hit that first rail. It was unlucky of him not being able to hit that. Mega is still up. Heavy's just spawned, and both of them are looking to go for it. Good orb, good rail, good damage there, and Base is on the hunt as Kilson gets the rail back, retaliates with an even better rail there. And already Base is starting to claw back here.
They were trying anyway. Just decided, all right, if I'm going to win a battle, I'm going to need to take 3 rails. So here we go. Kilson very, very low again, and Base is on the hunt. Not looking so healthy himself, but is going to get back up there. We've got the Heavy coming up here in just a few moments, and that is going to be a critical pickup. And it's unfortunately for Base going to go to Kilson. Kilson still needing some health. So the rail, and Base lands it, needs one more. And is he going to be able to find it? He backs off and takes that as a small victory, but he has turned this into nice rails. He pops up in a second one for his frag. And, look at the difference between Base playing now aggressive versus that opening couple minutes. That, Kilson, that's exactly how he was hoping he would play. The fact that Base has kind of turned up the heat a little bit, this is a much better Kilson or Base. Now Base using that orb to escape out of there. Get the grenades coming out, knows that Mega is going to be up soon, would love to grab it for himself, but instead will hit 1, 2 rails. Is there a third? There is, and then killing it up. Oh, the shotgun comes out, but it doesn't do enough for lethal damage, and both players will go away and fight again another day.
I had to check on a couple of occasions to look at the bottom left to make sure I'm watching Base's POV and not Kilson, because the way he's been playing has been so good, but the starting shotgun is going to be enough for Kilson here. 4 minutes left remaining. Base has done just an incredible job bringing us back a very aggressive manner. As both players just waiting for each other to go for that Megas. Kilson was just baiting it to see if he can at least get the rail off before he picks it up. But the rail is, sorry, the Mega is still up here. He's trying to back away with that pineapple using the rocket as well. Does 40-60. Oh, good fakery there from Base, and good way to kind of respond to the position that Kilson was in, just trying to peek out constantly with that rocket. It's so frustrating here. His Base knows he's directly underneath him, picks up Heavy, but surely Kilson is going to be extremely tough for him. Almost gets the rail through the stairs. Still got plenty of time. No, Base just trying to do his absolute best to try and inflict additional damage onto Kilson, but Kilson able to get away with the tail between his legs here. Still 3 minutes left, plenty of time to work with, like I said before, and base looking much better compared to what we saw at the beginning of this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to have the Mega up, and the Heavy's going to start spawning here any moment as well. And looks like base is actually going to grab. Oh my God. What a sick orb to pick up the Mega and then immediately be able to grab that Heavy as well. Trying to take back all the control here on the chase now. Can't get the rail through the murder hole. Still looking for the cleanup here as Kilson is being elusive. And he stops around the corner. Both players have dished out a fair amount of damage considering the fact that base picked up both the power-ups. And will he have another opportunity? Rail is hit. Will he chase? It looks like he's going to try. Hits him from up top, or tries to. It's not going to happen. But now the power-ups are back in it. Misses that rail. Kilson going for the Mega. He will grab it. LG up the pad. Base is going to still continue to chase. Misses that rail as well. Going to try to get the Heavy. Hits the rail. Oh my God. And the orb to tie it up and grab that Heavy. That was sick.
3 for 3. He's got 4 for 4 straight afterwards, Oh, base is just... how many has he hit in a row? That's at least 5 or 6 now, just minimum. It's just... He went from not being able to hit a barn door to hit everything, no matter how microscopic the target was. That was just ridiculous. Kilson, though, does have to stack, but what's he going to be able to do here? Not much. Base does pick up the Heavy. I can't believe what we're watching here. From what we saw right at the very beginning to now, it's just... Both players just decided to trade styles. It's working more in his favor. Base just gone from hitting barely anything to absolutely everything. In terms of percentages, 56% for Kilson, 51% for Base.
My God! That's
and the
like the
spawn
worst.
rail as well. He's going to hit it again. He might even go for the third, depending on where Kilson's going to go. He's just waiting for him to try and peek out, but instead he's going to rocket jump top mid. He's going to go for the Heavy. Does manage to get it, and God, this is just mental.
Are you kidding me? All right, whatever coffee that Base drank this morning or whatever, it kicked in like 2 minutes into this matchup. It was like, oh man, I'm really not feeling it. And then all of a sudden, the aggression gets turned on. The railgun aim warms up. The orbs have been immaculate, and this tied game just a few minutes ago has now turned into a 10-5 lead for Base, and this is not what I expected to have happen here on Deep Embrace. And you know, earlier when we were all three chatting, I mentioned the fact that Base has kind of just been mixing it up a little bit, and he's had these moments like this game right here, Lethal, that have just, you know, kind of made us go, wow, this isn't the Base that we normally see, and he is going to clinch a victory away here on Deep Embrace. The channel points are going to be wild on this one. There's another one to clean it up at the end, and Lethal, 11-6 in favor of Base. Unreal.
Mate, he was what? 4-5-0 down. I was thinking to myself, he can't not get another frag in this second match, especially on Deep Embrace. I was kind of thinking, this is going to escalate. It's already escalated. That's going to be it. And like I said before, Base went from not being able to hit anything in the slightest to hitting any target he felt like. It was just, I need to count how many rails he hit around the halfway mark. I swear he must have hit like 7, 8, or 9 in a row. I don't know exactly because I was still flabbergasted with what we were seeing. And Base is going to be thinking, okay, it's, you know, I'm going to be feeling pretty good right now. We did say, and we said it before, his combat skills are just as good, if not better than, you know, a lot of the players here, and especially in this region. He just doesn't really show it because of the style he normally plays. But that's why I keep checking in the
13
bottom
rails
left.
in a row, according to chat.
Really? No,
I mean,
well,
you know, that's...
I don't know. It did
might
feel
have
like that at one
been. Yeah.
point.
Oh, yeah. I said the exact same thing, Kilson. That is exactly what I did. Can we talk about the orb play that came out from Base? I mean, not only did we have the control orb, the orb shot from Mega to set him up to be able to grab the Heavy, and that's when he kind of gained that full control and was able to snowball the momentum. But then we saw that one off of the Heavy, and then that one near the end of the game, like just absolutely sick. You could create, you know, I don't know, the top 10 plays of the week. A couple of them might just come from the orb plays that happen here in this matchup.
God, look how calm Base is as well. It's hit, well, if it is called into chat 13 in a row, then, you know, can't see why we can't agree with him, because if it was, then I just don't know what to say. It did feel like that. It did feel he hit so many, I pretty much lost count at that point, because I was more focused on the damage that Kilson needs to take in order to try and recover, and at the same time I was like, there's no way he can hit that many. But it's crazy. Like, think about how demoralized mentally Base must have been, not getting a frag at all in the first map. The second map, the first few minutes, he's thinking, why do I have to bother at this time? It was just ridiculous. And a great Houdini at once again win. I don't know how you do it. That's the second time you've done that so far.
I almost tried to get out of my chair as quickly as possible, so when they switched back, I wasn't there either, but I was too slow. Good, nice work, production. Yeah, there's a lot to like about that match, and when we look at the series as a whole, Lethal, there's even more to like about it. I mean, we all said 2-1 either way. I was kind of thinking that, you know, it was set up to kind of go Kilson's way, especially, you know, with the keel, but wow, the orb really equalized things and Base handled it well. So we're moving on to Ruins, where we have Base on the Galena and Kilson on the Sorlag. And, you know, I don't know, both players recovering after those first two games. This third one, who knows what to expect.
I really don't know. We can say that Base does not want to give the lead to Kilson by any means with the mobility of the Sorlag, of course, but at the same time, you know, Kilson's got to keep tabs on these totems. We've seen a lot of people getting away with a lot at the very beginning with the totems at the very beginning. It's very, very difficult to keep tabs on that and map controlling the items. It's a lot to think about overall, but you just got to dip your toes here, there, and everywhere on Ruins. It's kind of those situations really, just to make sure you don't get the overstack, because normally see a few signs of it where maybe if you see him not really too, you know, overzealous in terms of extending for the mega or anything like that, that's a few signs you can normally take into account, but they probably have overstacked, or if they prioritize the heavy more. Very little things here and there, but this series has been incredible so far between both Base and Kilson. It's been very weird in terms of the styles they're playing. It's like they've traded places pretty much, but we are going to go to the final map between these two Titans and see who's going to close out this series, starting off from Base's POV.
And Base can grab that railgun. He's like, this is the only weapon I need based off the last game, but he will grab the heavy and then start to pick up his arsenal of weapons. Lands another rail. So what is that, 15 in a row? Are we gonna keep track here? See what happens. Huge LG damage coming out through the teleporter. Kilson goes, and out of the teleport once again. The spit comes down, and I think Base kind of heard it and immediately knew I could go through here and take out my opponent, and first frag goes to Base.
The chain of frags that Kilson can get on spawn is just ludicrous. He's one of the best players to do it on Ruins, and Base knows that as well. So he's thinking to himself, you know, one frag, two frags isn't going to cut it, but at the same time, the last person you want to be behind against on either Ruins or Molten is going to be Base. He's going to be lurking around the back stairs of Heavy. He's going to be on the Heavy jump pad waiting to try and be able to pull away. He's going to be, you know, possibly around the courtyard, or, you know, going to be on the back foot in terms of the tripod room. There's little areas here and there he's going to keep himself, or helping to keep Kilson guessing here. It's going to be really, really tough. So you can see already Kilson just directly above him. Base realizes that is going to back away for now. And I love what he's done here, just using that totem to leave on the Heavy jump pad, just in case Kilson's waiting for him to approach the Heavy. But items are a little bit segregated. A minute and a half has gone, and Base still in the lead ever so slightly.
Ooh, turned his back for a moment. He gets the totem hit, but he does take a lot of damage and is evicted from the Heavy armor room. And, you know, gosh, I'm just surprised that Base kind of left himself open. He completely thought there was no way that his opponent was going to come from this perspective, and sure enough, that's exactly what he did. Here, covers by picking up the Mega, but as you know, you kind of mentioned, you could tell based off of how Base is playing, he wants to prioritize that Heavy. He's going to try to do it right here as he fights it out, does manage to get Kilson out of there, but Base with no armor stack at all will be very happy to pick up that Heavy.
Yeah, Base is going to continue with this routine. It's just a matter of how Kilson can break it. There's a lot of flank potential as well, you know, with the mobility of the Sorlag. He can, there's a wide variety of strategies he can use. And he knows that Base is always going to be around that Heavy jump pad or on the back stairs. You know, it's they're very common spots to try and hide or defend against. But Base just biding his time, literally just lurking, making sure he can keep tabs on what Kilson's up to. As Kilson does have a slight stack just due to him being a Heavy champion. But it looks like he's having a little collection of totems here, just just
Yep.
biding his time once again. 3 minutes have passed, but it could go pretty quick here. It really, really can. You may feel like, yeah, fair enough, got 7 minutes left on the clock, but the time can tick. It will find these totems. Does find one, still got another one left standing. So still looking for that overstack. It's been a while yet. Does get railed on the get-go. Does retaliate with one of his own, but Kilson's on the aggressive here. Really wants to try and make this work, but can't because Base's rails are just that little bit better.
Oh man, I just really like how Base is playing right now. I mean, it's a little while just to see him just chilling down in the heavy armor room, but you can kind of see what he's trying to do. He's trying to be that Pac-Man on the map and take both of these major items and then go in for it. So far, he's gotten really, really close, and he'll continue to kind of camp down here. He's got a tent and a nice campfire, and there's some wildlife there to keep him company. And grabs that heavy, but there's so much time between these two. He's absolutely going to go up here to Mega, and Kilson is ready for it. How's he going to decide to attack this? Maybe this isn't the round, so he'll go back down, drop a totem, and continue this little camping trip here.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. It's getting a few more marshmallows to get that third totem up, and
yeah,
it's like he's planning it all out nicely. He's just decorating the heavy room, which is it's nice to see a little bit more decor here and there, which is not something you normally see. I was just about to say at the same time, from a strategical matter, you could say, every time he drops down, Base is always going to have first shot. This is a great example. He's got the third totem up, so he can overstack. Perfect timing. But this is what I mean. Base is just going back, collecting a few hourglasses, dropping down, keeping Kilson at bay, gets the second frag now. It's taken a lot of time, but there's a lot of frustration coming from Kilson, surely. And he needs to stay below. I know it sounds silly. I know he's picked up the Mega, but Base, if he wants to keep these totems up, needs to make sure to stay around this heavy. He finds the totems, but realizes that he can't do anything about it as Base securing another frag. And he's got so many totems. He's got the overstack. He's got the heavy. This is just really well planned out here, and it's like I said before, when he's hanging around that heavy area, he's going to get the first shot. He's got so many totems there, he can just recover during the process of his mid-engagements. But
wow!
I was going to say, Kilson managed to take him down, but the trade comes out, still has the overstack, and has plenty of stack to now get this Mega. Heavy's come up in the next 7 seconds. This could be his time to push in, but does he want to, though?
At this point, I think Kilson knows, all right, I've got to not let Base hang out in the basement. However, he's also got to be thinking about the fact that we're halfway through this map. Base is up 3-0, he's playing Galena, and there's absolutely the chance that he will go into super turtle mode. Now, Kilson keeps hitting these rails like this, and it's going to be a non-issue. But Base is answering right back. Finally, Kilson warming up and getting that rail, putting his first frag on the board. He desperately needed it, Ari. I think that Base may have given up his control during a time in which he didn't need to. And maybe one of the reasons why Base plays the way he does. Because, see, that's what happens when I try to mix it up a little bit, get aggressive. I lose the frag, I lose control. Base had some gnarly control going on, and that's been wiped away. He's got to kind of start all back over, but I'll be curious to see how the second half of this game plays out.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Of course, Base wasn't going to get away with that little setup for the entire majority of this game. But Base, so long as he hits these rails when Kilson makes the push with the big stack, he'll be okay. But it's actually Kilson hitting the rails. So if he was going to rocket jump, but realised that Base still standing his ground with the LG, but he could get the second frag. He's done a little bit more damage to both of them. They're very similar stacks, but Kilson sticking with the rockets. Great combo there from Kilson. Manages to almost tie things up. He's still got a few minutes left. Picks up the Mega, and now just going to try and recover until that next fight.
I mean, can we agree that Kilson has balls of titanium? Because that was, the fact that he looked over and the rate at which Base is hitting rails, he was confident enough that he was going to be able to land that and avoid the one that Base is going to throw out. And he did it. 3-2 now. Kilson 1 frag behind, and this absolutely looks like a game that he can win. Base cannot get comfortable. He's got to stay on his feet. There's a lot of time until our next set of power-ups or next set of major items, and look at what we've got here. LG out as Kilson drops down below. Base looking pretty good. Going to avoid the damage of the acid, and now he's ticking away. No! Kilson doing the dance around the middle column and gets the frag, tying it up 3-3. That was so close. It could have gone either way.
It certainly could have done. I thought Kilson was going to lose that fight after those first 3 rockets. Didn't really get any damage done, and then manages to completely change things. Base becoming a little bit more predictable now. Kilson knows he can pin him in this courtyard. That's going to be it. If Base doesn't get out of there now, he's going to have absolutely no chance. Oh, he's going to be able to stay alive. Not for long, though, as Kilson just finishes him up nicely once again with the shotgun. Kilson has the lead, has the heavy as well. A massive stack to either continue piling on the pressure or just maybe just try and keep Base back. But we know what Kilson like. You know, Kilson wants to try and extend his lead if he can, just to secure this series win. And I must say, you know, from what we saw from Kilson at the start of this map, where Base, like you said, had his own little camping trip in the heavy area, to now Kilson completely ruining that. He's still got 1:20 left to try and survive, but with the mobility of the Solak, it's going to be tough. It certainly is.
It is going to be tough. Oh, direct rocket to open up this battle down below. The heavy is going to be up. More rockets coming out. Bounce, bounce. But Kilson gets the rail amidst all of that damage being dropped down. He runs away with just above 25, 50 health. And now Base, he's frantically looking for that frag. Lands a rail, still not enough. Knows there's just one little bit left, and he does manage to grab it. He's got 50 seconds left to try to get one frag to take this to sudden death. And this is going to be a tough one. Can Base do it? Immediately goes up the hallway, sees his opponent, exchanges rocket, takes the bad end of that deal, grabs the heavy, and is it enough? That rocket exchange right there might have opened up the avenue for Kilson to grab this one, no problem. But Base is still going to hunt down. Through the teleporter they go. Then he's going Kilson with the run. He's a track star right now. Up the jump pad, missed rail. Spit comes out, rail hits, and I think Kilson's got it.
I think he might do. Depends if he hits this next rail. Oh yeah, Kilson does pick up the mega, but we'll see how these rockets go. He's got the overstack. He could, I was going to say, he could push in there and try and make something happen, but it was railable, which was a bit of a shame. Kilson takes him down 6-4, and I think Base is going to be, well, Kilson is going to be really relieved after that. Considering the circumstance that Base put himself in, having that little setup in heavy, we were really worried. Like, he was always getting first shot, had all those totems to recover from if he did put himself in a bad position. But yeah, Kilson winning that, you know, well deserved, to say the least.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll talk more. Let's bring 40 back in to get his thoughts on the entirety of the match. So 40, welcome back.
Did you guys like the chair? That was a hell of a series. That was a hell of a series. Yeah, map number 2, Base hitting like 15 in a row. What the hell was that? Can someone check him PC, please? Because that was absolutely stifling. But Kilson able to keep his head in the game and come back on Ruins. Incredible play from the 2-time champ.
Yeah, you know, that game 3 is a game that I'd go back and watch again. Really interesting to see how much control Base had, what he was doing to keep that control, and then that moment. And this is something that if we get a chance to talk to Kilson, I would love to, you know, ask him about, right? Like, what do you do in that situation when someone has that complete lockdown? But I feel like Base is the one who forced an error. And then Kilson was able to capitalize it and ultimately, you know, take the game. But such an interesting game 3 between those two.
Yeah, so close.
So I was just going to say, I just don't understand. It was just ridiculous how Base was able to get set up. But a few cheeky plays there from Base. You could see that just constantly going up for those hourglasses on the courtyard, going back down again, just making sure that he can be as not as close, but as passive as possible, just to do anything to get that first shot on Kilson and have it a perfect setup. But it was looking good at one point, but you saw, I think Wheat mentioned it as well, he changed his style a little bit and probably wished he didn't and just stuck to his guns. But it's like I said, I don't think you can keep the same level of play, like that same setup in the heavy rim the entire time. There's no way you can do that. Kilson would have figured him out momentarily.
Yeah, not flashy by any means, but it was working. But as you said, it's really hard to maintain that kind of fortress down by the heavy for 10 minutes. And yeah, just a really close set. That's been the theme of the day, it feels like, gentlemen, as these are nail-biting series that we've been watching. And I think we are going to be able to shortly, in a few moments, get a word with Kilson here. So we're taking a look at the highlights, and just a really well-played set from both players. Shouts to Kilson for taking the series. Incredible play.
It was good. I mean, to kick us off. I mean, we had such a great first featured match. We've got another one coming up. I'm definitely curious to talk to Kilson. That does bode well on his overall record, 4-1 going into this one, number 7 spot. He's now tied with Base 4-2. A little bit better map record than his opponent, but great way to kind of another big victory going into these final weeks as we prepare for the Stage 3 finals. So exciting.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. I'm interested to see what Kilson thinks, actually, especially that last map, because there's probably a lot going through his mind, probably a lot of frustration, but especially the second map as well, with Base just hitting everything. It was just remarkable.
Well, Lethal, let's bring Kilson in. Just, why don't we have a little chat with Kilson? Kilson, congratulations, welcome.
Congrats, man.
Hey, yeah, thank you very much. Hard work, especially on the last map.
Lethal,
yeah, can I just kick off?
Oh,
I've got
okay.
I've got a question about that map 3, right? We saw Base play very, very Base-like in that opening 5 minutes, and really what it looked like from our perspective is just hanging out in that heavy room, trying to lock it down, and then trying to figure out a way he can potentially get both of those major items. So it also felt like that Base kind of gave you the control back in a way in exchange that you nicely won. But what is going through your mind when a player has that level of, lockdown, kind of where they're at and what they're doing? What do you try to do? And then what do you think the turning point of that game was for you, Kilson?
I think actually my third death it was when everything changed, because I've been able to do tons of damage that moment. And because he was weak after that fight, especially, I've been able to clear the totems, and kind of heavy area was clear for me to go for. And yeah, it's kind of how you have to play this kind of style. If someone backs up like fully in the heavy room with a Galena totem in every single corner there, I really had to think about how to approach that area when he was still defending that. And he had all the weapons to his name really quick, and just went down and put up his totems, and that was kind of his main plan. But he didn't have a plan B, it seems like, and that's why in the end I managed
but you
to
did,
overcome
obviously.
him.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah, I was just going to say something a little bit similar as well to that map. Was you grateful that as soon as Base changed his style, was playing a lot more aggressively rather than just hanging out most of the time on the heavy area and picking up the hourglasses every time in the courtyard just to make sure he can collect those totems for whatever collection he wants? Was you really grateful that when he started playing a lot more aggressive to try and catch you off guard, that you was able to, leave you room to try and make your way back into the map?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Base kind of felt that at the turning point where he led 3-2, it doesn't work anymore at this moment, because I killed his totems, so he had to completely new setup there. But I've also been able to push him into heavy area. Like one totem is not a big deal. 2 totems, it gets really difficult at that point. But I didn't let him to set up like that again, and because of that. It worked with picking Sorlek, and run the map then really quick to be just quicker than he is on certain positions.
So congratulations again, Kilson. Getting closer and closer to Stage 3 finals, I always like to ask players, is there anything you're going to switch up in terms of play time, how much you play, who you play, stuff like that as we get closer and closer to playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, closely, I'm already playing more and more, like, automatically, because we also have this kind of thinking in our mind, and it's not a lot of time left until finals are happening, and I don't want to fail like I did last time. And yeah,
I don't think you failed. That's a little rough. I know that you didn't have the performance you wanted. Come on now. Definitely looking forward to how you're playing. And another quick question. I mean, I know we always talk about Railson on here. Your rail is absolutely on fire, but what does it feel like to be on the receiving end of it? I know it might be a painful memory, but the last 2-3 minutes of that second map were just incredible. And how do you deal with that pressure whenever you peak just taking rail damage? Is there anything that you could even really do at that point?
I mean, it's also the thing that I kind of allowed him to hit me like that, you know, like I've been running very open into his face, and that allowed him to put a lot of damage onto me. But also the time has been running, and the score got bigger and bigger, and I just needed a moment where I hit something maybe a little bit lucky, and then the turnaround happens because of respawns and everything. But it didn't work out, and he just ran away with the score in the end.
Well,
But yeah,
in the end, you took the series.
It doesn't feel good, you know. I can tell.
Confirmed. All right, as long as we can confirm that. Well, in the end, you came out the victor. Congratulations, Kilson. It's always
Congrats.
a pleasure, and
Yeah,
I'm
thank you
sure
very
we'll
much.
see
Yeah,
more
good
of
job, mate.
you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Well, one more featured match on the way, guys. You got the energy? Wheat, you okay out there? You're fresh. Lethal's the one that's dying. I already had a break, so
Only
I
a
have
little
too.
bit.
No,
Only a
that's
little
good.
bit, but I'm all right.
That's good.
All right, well,
I'm
let's take...
excited for the next matchup, though.
Oh, it's going to be a banger. Wenger versus Avek. Let's take a quick break, come back, and get into the action as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere. Week 10 has almost come to a close, but we have left the best for last. Avik versus Wenger. Welcome back, everybody. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal and Wheat. And Wheat, I'll start with you. Avik and Wenger, are there words? Are there words for a match this amazing?
There's some. Whether or not we'll be able to speak those words is to be determined. This is great, right? EU side, number 1 versus number 2. We've got like Mini Rafa, aka Wenger, who has just been, tearing through the competition. Every single week we see him. We've seen him with incredible comebacks. We've seen him go undefeated in his series. We've seen him give, great interviews where he continues to be a very humbled player and continues to work on the areas that he feels like he needs to work on. If Wenger is the future of Quake, the generation that will take this with, get me a ticket, boys, because I'm on that train, I'm on that plane, whatever it is. He's definitely one of the most exciting players to watch. On the flip side, Avik, well, I'll just shut up. I'll let someone else.
I was going to say, no, please.
I found the words. I was just letting them come.
I was hanging on your every word, Wheat. Why'd you cut yourself off?
I was as well. I was literally like, just keep going. It's fine. I think Wenger, I don't think he's even dropped a match at all this whole
He has not dropped
stage.
a match. He's 14-4 in maps, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
series wins.
That's just disgusting in itself in terms of, that stat line, and especially all the players he's got to come up against throughout the entire course of the stage. It's just unreal. He's a Quake gymnast for a reason. The stuff he does and sometimes can't comprehend, it's just unbelievable. And, Avik is definitely one of the very few players who can definitely give him that first L, but, this could be it, we'll have to say.
I think this one's going to be probably, all the games were tense. I feel like this might be the most tense somehow, maybe like a 10-minute sudden death. I hope so, but
Maybe.
if we have the pick bans, I would love to get into that and start digging into what we're going to see between these two. Again, Wenger and Avik going at it. So we got Corrupted Keep, Ruins of Sarnath, and Awoken. And one last time, Lethal, take a look at the champs and tell me what to think, because I don't know what to feel anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either. Seeing Ison again on Corrupted Keep. We've seen a lot of him on Corrupted Keep now from what we've seen so far. Doomslayer, kind of understandable. I'm surprised he's actually banned the Strog, because the Strog's pretty good on Corrupted Keep, but maybe he just felt like that he would rather just play it safe just in case. Ruins, a bit skeptical on how Avik's going to play that out. He's very similar to Kilson, getting those chain of frags after the first one and just making sure to suffocate them on spawners. Both those two players in particular, to Kilson and Varric, are very, very similar in terms of how they want to carry out that plan of action. But Awoken, it's two of their best maps. I'd probably say, just looking at it so far, Wenger's best maps have been Awoken, and sometimes he's been very good on Veil, but which is quite weird. Even though statistically Wenger is pretty good on Veil, I think he's just a little bit worried and didn't want to take the risk in case he's on the back foot, because it's very, very difficult to come back on, especially against the likes of Avik, where he's just constantly in your face, won't give you any chance to breathe or collect a lot of his items. A massive bully in kind of that retrospect, but looks like he's not really, too keen on it here. So we'll have to see how this pans out.
The Athena pick? Anybody? Athena on Awoken looks.
That's definitely one of the sort of key highlights of this pick bans. We've seen this go both ways. We've seen these games where we've seen the Athena pick and walked away like, gosh, everyone should pick Athena. Like, that was incredible. Look at what it. But we've also seen the opposite, where it's been like, yikes, ooh, I'm not quite sure about that pick. So I feel like you've got to have an enormous amount of confidence to pick that. Like Awoken, a map that we've seen before, certainly viable, but will it be viable in this matchup? Maybe there needs to be a little bit of unpredicted picks, bans, play in this matchup to just kind of keep both players on their toes. But it's certainly an interesting pick, 40.
I think you might be right. Add a little chaos, and we're going to do that right now. Lethal, why don't you see yourself out? I need alone time with Papa Wheat while we cover this one.
You have your alone time.
You have a great time. We'll see your empty chair soon. Wheat,
True
always a pleasure.
Words. Always a pleasure.
Going into this one, my eyeballs went straight to that Athena, but it's going to take us 2 maps before we even get to Awoken. So the heater right out of the gate is going to be Corrupted Keep. Looking at the predictions from chat, Wenger 62%. I think Avik is going to have a little something to say about that one.
I most certainly will. I mean, let's be real here. Is that the Wenger fans are some of the most diehard fans that I have seen in chat. They are, they're like, all aboard the Wenger bus, let's go. They like 3-0 easy clap all day. I mean, it's just, I love the confidence that Wenger fans have in Wenger, but you can't write off Avik. He is a legend in his own right. He's been playing this game since he was a wee young lad, and he's always a treat to play. So once again, we are treated to the old guard versus the new guard, and these matchups just never get old, 40.
Yeah, we're absolutely spoiled. And as you said, Avik learned how to rocket jump before he learned how to walk. And we're going to get into it right now. I heard the noise. Corrupted Keep is going to kick us off for this series. Make some noise for whoever you want to see win in the chat, because this is going to be our last game of the day, and it is going to be an absolute monster. Avik versus Wenger right now. Corrupted Keep going live shortly. And please, 45-minute sudden death, let's go. We are live right now. And there's Wenger's impression of base, looking oh so handsome as he gets onto the rockets immediately. Trying to defend.
Wenger wins the cosplay award this week for sure.
He killed it. It's not even Halloween. It's great.
But Wenger is starting things off a little slow here. He was veiled, if you would, there, but we're back in it now. As we're seeing this first battle, LG doing a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, what? Oh, Timmy, you had one job, and it was to hit one hit with that 1 point of the health that Wenger had, but he somehow grabs the Mega, still takes out Timmy, and gets the heavy. What an incredible start already for Wenger.
And yeah, Timmy's going to get so fired after this if Avik watches this one back, but still a long game ahead. Just unfortunate there for Avik. One frag lead for Wenger. Insane LG from both players, I feel like. A lot of shaft of Wenger setting up the trap here on the Mega. Is Avik going to try and press in? No, instead wants to deal some damage from far away. Not too bad. Wenger claps back with the heavy machine gun. Down goes Timmy again to defend the banana. Wenger has the stack to just push through here and might even get this frag, and he does, as Avik does get a rocket on the way out, and Timmy finally claps back at least a little bit, but Wenger firmly in control.
I've never seen such turret disrespect as what we're seeing from Wenger here. He is just straight up ignoring. He has ghosted the turret. He's like, I'm not returning your phone calls or your text messages. You're dead to me. And yeah, Wenger just unleashing it here. 2-0 in what I would say is a very explosive start here. Dancing around that heavy. Does look like Wenger can't stop Avik from picking it up, and Avik needs it. He is right now kind of at the mercy of Wenger, his control, these traps he's setting up. Ooh, that one almost sprung there as we saw his opponent just narrowly come around the corner. But Wenger going to swoop in, grab this Mega, I believe. No, he gives it up. And which is surprising that he gives up both these major items here in the last cycle.
I think hyper defensive as he hasn't had armor in what feels like forever, an eternity. Needs to be careful. I think he heard the shards and banana. He did a little bit of a tickle. Well-placed rocket into more LG, and the defense from Wenger is just so good.
Yeah, there's so much to like about how he is, how he's playing. And yeah, I love the fact that he's like, yeah, 64 health, so no big deal. I'll find an armor eventually. He's played a lot of this without stack, which is pretty incredible considering that he does have nearly 1,000 damage to about 730 for Avik so far.
Oh, when he's out of LG, this could be a nightmare here. Still staying alive, but there's the LG, there's the chase. It should be enough, but the rockets again from Wenger. Bail him out. This kid is insane!
Oh my God, the prediction, the read is so on point for the third frag. I can't believe it. I heard the click too, and again, it didn't matter. Those perfectly placed rockets on the defense, but here it goes. LG battle in the main room. Avik does use one of his best tools in his tool belt, the LG, and finally gets on the board with that first frag.
He had to work so hard for that. Wenger just already punishing right off the spawn. Timmy goes down and actually in a favorable position, but Wenger with the buckshot just makes it look easy. Able to grab the heavy, make his way back to the Mega. Plenty of time through the split now, and he does have LG, but no rockets. Trying to defend through the doorway here. Avik has armor to fall back on, but Wenger just makes easy work of him. And this is pretty insane. Avik with the pressure, but he's mistimed the mega play, and the shotgun finally coming through for Wenger. So good pressure from Avik, but Wenger seems to be handling it well.
I mean, you know, Avik is a beast of a player, and Wenger right now is just, you know, I'm looking over. He doesn't have a huge smile on his face, but I imagine he's still having a load of fun. 6-1 right now, 5 frag lead over a player like Avik almost halfway through this matchup. Huge. And, you know, I would say what words would you describe how Wenger is playing, right? I would not necessarily say controlling by any. He's playing a little sneaky. He's setting up these traps, a little bit aggressive as well. And one other thing that I'm just noticing about Wenger that he's doing so well is he understands the 3D space and how he could use it with Doomslayer so well. I swear to God, he has hit so many like pixel perfect double jumps that it's just hard to believe that he's continuously racked these up. But he does get caught out there. Avik with some nice LG once again, 6-2 in Avik's favor.
Avik again, he's getting the frags slowly but surely, but it's costing him so much stack and so much time. Wenger, as you said, playing it really well, using that Doom Slayer ability so well, almost to perfection. Avik has a good stack now. Stack's about even as great machine gun work. Tribolt barely clipping Avik near the end there from Wenger.
I like the little Tribolt battle that we've got going on here. Avik doing a good job with not only that machine gun, but also with that Tribolt, continuing to peck away at Wenger's stack. And oh wow, huge aggression coming out here. The LG stream does do a lot of damage, and he cleans up with the machine gun. And it seems like, although it might have been unstable grounds in the opening couple minutes, 40, certainly Avik has found his footing and is certainly turning it on big time here. He's got his opponent trapped once again, but whoa, there it is again. Just incredible.
And just so ballsy. Wenger just kind of said, you know what, I don't really have a choice. Let me go for this, and he makes it work 7-3. And really, really crazy play from Wenger there, but he makes it work. So 4 frag lead for Wenger. We knew it was going to be close, but I think Wenger might feel a little something like, I'm going to run away with this. I want this one. He's looking hungry right now as Avik. Good aggression with the LG. Dropping down and stealing away that Mega, but the Rocket, again, defense from Wenger is very, very strong.
Very strong. I mean, not only his ability to escape, but these defensive rockets that he has consistently been hitting over and over again are just bonkers. I wish I could, you know, hit rockets like that normally, and he's doing it running away while his opponent's trying to... Oh! Well, you know, there's just some things that you just can't hide from, and that would be one of them right there. Avik does manage to bring one back. Yes, that hurt a lot. I felt it.
And the split. Avik is able to put more pressure on the heavy because of the split between the items, as Wenger does have better positioning, but needs to be careful not to get popped down. And the rocket into the LG as Wenger tried to make a move, and he paid dearly for it. Now only 2 frags separate these players as Avik is starting to heat up. A little bit of LG damage, but just like that, Wenger and the shaft. Wow.
That's such a confusing frag to me based off of what I was looking through Avik's eyes, right? I mean, he saw where his opponent was. He did a lot of damage before he went through that teleporter, and he just didn't seem to know exactly where he was, and Wenger took advantage of that, kind of surprised him there. He's picked up another one, taking out the turret yet again, 9-5 now, and with 2 minutes left on the clock, 40. 4 frags is what Avik needs, and Wenger is not really slowing down at all. He's going to get another one. Nice shotgun from the lower level to the mid, 10-5, as Wenger looking to you know, kick this one off very, very strong.
Very strong indeed. 1:40, 5 frags. Wenger just trying to hold on right now in a bad way. 96 HP, decent defensive rocket, but might get caught out. Doubles back. Avik not quite quick enough. Wenger's gonna play this really, really slow game, and he's still hitting the dunk, sweet!
Direct dunk on that one. Nothing but net. And Wenger very low yet again. He will finally go down. And can Aavik string something together in about 1 minute and 10 seconds? Turrets up. That will give him a little bit of information on where his opponent is. But he has got to get a frag here in the next 10 seconds and then just really try to string them together. Every second that ticks away, I'd say at this point, you know, looking at the floor, he's pretty much called this one for himself. But we'll see here as Wenger immediately to the back hallways. Aavik calls GG.
He calls it. He calls it. Which is, I think he may have mistimed the Mega just a little bit, and eating those extra 5 seconds, he was like, you know what, like, that's all she wrote. But I don't know. I feel like he might have been able to get a chance, especially depending on where you frag your opponent in this. You can run the red room back to rocket spawn kind of cycle, like a death cycle, if you will. And it's unfortunate, but, you know, Aavik calls it. He's probably saving his mentals for the next one. There's still 2 maps to go. Still an opportunity to take this one, but Wenger comes out swinging. We'll take the first map 10-6.
Yeah, and Aavik gave it his best when he did start bringing it back. He brought it back with some fury. He definitely, his LG was on fire, but conceded at the end there with about 50 seconds left to go. And I think, as you mentioned, right, just kind of centering himself, saying, all right, let me get ready for Ruins. It's what we've got coming up next. I've still got to play that Athena game in game 3. So, you know, just getting ready for that. But an explosive start for Wenger, right? He played, he's really starting to just develop his own strategy and style. And it's always kind of been there, but I feel like every week it becomes more and more defined. He plays in a very unorthodox way. He does a lot of things and takes risks that I think a lot of other players would not do. I don't know, you know, what it is about him that makes him play that way, but I love it, 40. I'm all for it.
That's fantastic, and just the defense was so incredible. We saw the clip earlier, 5 HP, hitting the perfect rockets, getting the frag, and just being a menace. Every time Aavik got in there, his stack was absolutely melted. He had to use everything to get the frags he got. And that's just a testament to how crazy Wenger and his defense are. Those rockets and that LG, absolutely superb. And again, Aavik, no slouch with his rockets and LG at all, but it's just Wenger seems to be a little bit better. Now, going into the second map, we're going to have the addition of the rail. That should open up the game for both players a little bit. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how that might affect either strategy going into Ruins.
Yeah, I mean, it would imagine it's going to affect quite a bit. But we'll see whose rail is on today. So,
yeah, in
I don't
general,
know. 10.
Sorlag versus Ranger, a little rough. I feel like. Just because of the mobility of the Sorlag. And sometimes, you know, as big as she is, you can't really hear her pouncing up on you. So,
yeah,
we'll see how that goes.
True. Sneaky girl. Yeah, so Ruins next. Then we've got the third map, Awoken. Now, if Wenger takes this next map, he will remain and continue to be undefeated in series. It would put him at 7-0. And the only other individual I think that's undefeated right now is Rafa over in the U.S. side. So also undefeated in maps. Wenger's not quite there yet, but he's working. Yeah, one step at a time, 40.
Yeah.
But Ruins and then Awoken could be a big map win if Weng takes this.
I really hope that Aavik can dig deep and kind of send us to the third map as the decider, simply because I want to see that Athena play, and I want to see it. Not that he's not going to try if it's 2-0 Wenger, but it's just like sometimes it kind of breaks you, and you might not play for, you know, this is for the win. So hopefully, again, selfish Quake fan, I just want to see the best Quake we could see. We've been seeing it all day long, every week, so I don't think this is going to be any different. So if you're an Aavik fan, Endpoint fan, you know, make some noise in the chat. If you're behind Wenger and Maestro, let us know, because we're getting into map number 2 here shortly.
It is about 62% to 38%, which is very close to what it was last time. But yeah, put your predictions in now. But the Venga boys say 3-0, easy clap. Let's see if Ven can get one step closer, or if Aavik will have centered, gotten to Zen mode, and we'll bring it back in game 2.
Looking forward to seeing it. We're getting into it right now. There's that eyeball, Ruins of Sarnath, map number 2 between Wenger and Aavik, here for the last featured match of week 10 for the Quake Pro League, and we're live starting with the in-eyes of Wenger. And again, that sorbet already thick. getting the Mega and a little bit of armor.
Yeah, love it. Speed turning on real quick. Gonna grab himself a rail after taking one from Avic. And you asked the question, 40, and you're getting the answer right now. Rail already coming out early on. Another one fired from above. And it's going to now be the dance for the major items. Now, we've seen some unique games here on Ruins throughout the day. And curious to see how these two will clash here. Wenger is going to grab that heavy, make his way up, and then, well, possibly just double back here. Didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. Going to go up potentially for that Mega. Nope, not going to do that either.
He is unfortunately going to eat a rail, though. But still has a decent stack, playing very, very slow here. He's trying to figure out exactly where Avic is so he can not be there. Now, Avic doing a good job almost catching him if Wenger was to drop down. Avic still needs to make his way towards the rockets. He's got LG and rail, and right now he's doing a great job of utilizing that rail, hitting 50%, using the orb, and now LG, so he's going to have both items and should get free reign over these rockets. He's actually going to extend a little bit, looking for more damage, knowing he can fall back onto the item. Needs to be careful not to completely give up position. Wenger with a good rail, and the tick damage is coming out, but again, the Mega will bail him out.
Ooh. Nicely done. A lot of exchanges happening here with no frags, and that's okay too. Wenger catches his opponent going down into the armor room. It is up and has been grabbed, and Wenger knows that he has got to get out of there, but this could be an opportunity here as he's going to come up these stairs. His opponent right around the corner. Great rail coming out from Avic. Wenger down to 18 points of health and will immediately grab some health bubbles back down to the heavier room, but he had to give up the Mega as a result, and this could be an opportunity for Avic to sneak in and take control over both, and there it is. He uses the orb to get in, gets a little dirty, gets his first frag. Now his opponent off the spawn gets a second one and will pick up the heavy. A huge string of frags there for Avic.
Really, really well done there from Avic. 2-0, and I mean, it could get a little bit worse here as he does have the cycle of items. He does have rockets to work with, but other than that, just a machine gun. Spit's not going to be up, but Avic still doesn't want to deal with it, just tries to fire a rail, back off. Overall, the item control pretty firmly in favor of Avic. 4 heavies, 3 megas so far, only 1 and 2 for Wenger, but he's trying to get in on this next heavy right now, and it looks like he will.
Oh man, little surprised that Avic did not go for that. He hit that rail and then that beautiful rocket. He's going to use the orb aggressively to move in, and Wenger's ready for it. Kind of feel like that was a drop ball there by Avic a little bit. He kind of gave up position there at the heavy after doing all that damage, but Wenger capitalizes on it, right? And is looking for another frag to tie this one back up. Wenger is up top and his opponent down below. He's going to see the heavy stolen away by Avic, but still a lot of time. 7 minutes to go here in this matchup, and we are just 1 frag separating these two.
Yeah, doesn't have the timing on the armor shard, unfortunately, but will grab the outer courtyard one. Mega's going to be up. And Wenger now, you can kind of tell he doesn't really know what's up next necessarily. I don't know if he heard the Mega, but he's trying to play sneaky here, and that rocket, that flare, is going to send him flying away. Almost gets a rail opportunity, but instead Avic's the one to do the damage, and a little bit on the back foot here, Wade, is Wenger. Oh, what an orb!
Ooh, comes out. Rockets do hit. Wenger's going to have to get away yet again. And yeah, I agree with you. I think his timings, he has an idea, but that can also really work against you. Like, an idea can still have you 3-4 seconds behind. He is waiting down here for this heavy. He's going to fake a jump up the jump pad. Does land a nice rail. No, go back. It's about to spawn, and he'll still not know as his opponent does scoop in and grab that back up. So he's got an idea. It must be down. Showing up to Mega. Again, a little bit early. 7 seconds left on this one. If he can land a rail, it'll still be nice. I think he's going to be able to grab it clean. But Wenger really needs this one, and he does grab it and makes his way downstairs.
Get positioning on this heavy. Whether or not Avic wants to show up and maybe get a rail, I don't know. He's going to wait patiently and see exactly how Wenger plays after the heavy pickup. Maybe for a trap on the jump pad, but no dice. Wenger's gone through the back stairs, but here's a little bit of LG here. Avic trying to punish on the way up, and Wenger will just detour, wanting to maintain this stack, but he gave up position on the Mega.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that Wenger has not really been on top of the major items, he's still doing damage. He's being elusive. And, you know, down by 1, he still needs to try to bring it back, looking for those rails to open up an opportunity. He finally will get timing on that heavy. And will he be able to potentially grab the Mega as well? It's the big question I think we're all thinking about right now. A great rail coming out. And once again, unfortunately for Wenger, he just keeps getting stopped short by Aavik. Acid's ticking away now, as finally the Mega Health will clean that up. And it's going to be heavy next.
Good rail there from Wenger as Aavik drops down for the heavy. It should be a clean pickup. He can fall back to it. Wenger's going to deny the outside courtyard armor, get that full armor stack, but overall pretty respectful play from both. Nobody's overcommitting. Nobody's doing anything too crazy yet. The opportunity has not kind of shown itself for either player to capitalize. Good rail there from Aavik. Can Wenger make something happen? Hits the angle there as Aavik was pushing in to push him off the T-con area.
Oh, nice LG, lift him across that gap. And this is a big moment now, I think, for Wenger. He's going to grab that heavy. Oh, up the jump pad, though, and who's there waiting for him? Aavik, after just picking up that Mega, does get a little bit of damage, will force him back. And once again, both players kind of conceding, you know, that little battle.
What a rail.
And we'll wait for the next one. Some really, really nice shots coming up by both these players. I mean, like map awareness and just angles are very present in the knowledge of both of these two. And it's still an exciting match to watch, despite the fact that it's still 1-2.
That's about as most aggressive as we've seen. There's the Dyro, but he will not take it. Didn't get the damage he wanted, but he did get a rail on the way out. So slowly, the war of attrition going to Aavik here. 2 HP for Wenger. Can he make some magic happen? No. Aavik with the tickle takes a 2-frag lead with 7-12 on the board already. Pass. This could be bad off the spawn. Aavik closes it out again and adds to the body count. 4-1 in favor of Aavik.
I think Wenger's got to be careful here. Aavik is starting to really not only stack these frags up, but also just completely lock down the control on the map as he picks up the Mega and the heavy, leaving Wenger with pretty much nothing. Can't even find a light to go around, is not even full health. Will finally get back up. A few vials there as well. He's been in this room long enough. The heavy's bound to, or the light's bound to spawn, and there it is. Now getting ready for this Mega Spit coming out. He might try to make an advance on it. Nice rocket rail combo. Is enough to finish him off. Yes, great rail to follow it up. And despite the fact that he was down to about 50, he gets the frag. Is now 2 frag different. Aavik still in the lead by 2.
It's just absurd. Aavik pretty much gambling and saying, all right, hit everything. And Wenger's like, sure, I can do that. Now 2 frags separate the two. Wenger has to make a play on this Mega. This could be a big one. Good LG positioning there from Aavik. And he just has the read on exactly what Wenger's doing, so he won't be able to get in on this Mega. And he's going to have to wait another cycle. Is going to get in on the heavy, but will Aavik be in a position to rail as we've seen before? It looks like he's going to play a little more defensive and passive now, as he knows that there's a minute 25 left before he can send us to the 3rd map as the decider.
Oh, wow. Spit comes out right in between the doorway. Oh, the rail as Aavik exits out of the teleporters. Nicely put. And this could be an open opportunity, an open window for Wenger to get something here. There's the Mega. He's got plenty of time to make it down there. He's going to go for it. And look at that. Aavik knows that he cannot fight this. He gets out of there. Oh, huge boost up the jump pad with the plasma there and is on the chase. LG hitting from the back, a rail to answer, and Aavik so low. But Wenger can't chase. He's got an idea that he's so low. Where his opponent is, Spit coming out. This could be it to clench it up. And as he goes for that health bubble, boom, goes down. Wenger makes this a 1-frag game.
He's got 30 seconds and he's got timing on both items. He's going to catch out Aavik. Aavik needs to hit everything right now and he can't do it. The conversion with the rail. And Wenger now is in position to take this game based on that last heavy pickup.
Huge. And I mean, taking it into sudden death with the control that he's got is big. Oh my gosh, huge rocket to the face. He answers back with one of his own. The orb came out, but it really didn't do a whole lot. Wenger now going to try to get out of here, knowing that his opponent has repositioned as well. Mega is up and heavy is right behind it. Mega picked up by Aavik, and now sudden death alarm has sounded. The Hyper Blaster spam coming out. And Wenger grabbing that heavy. Oh, huge rail as Avic goes up the jump pad, and 10 seconds in. This is going to be a gnarly one. Will we get the 45-minute overtime that you asked for?
I don't know. Maybe. But Wenger, he can make his way onto this Mega. It's going to be very sketchy. A rocket from down under. He's not going to risk it. Avic, superior positioning to grab that one. And Wenger doing a loop-de-loop may have just forfeited heavy, and it looks like he did. The need for speed, it may be what undoes Wenger, but still, decent stack, has the spit, has rockets, has everything he needs to play defensive. Creeping down below. And the split is huge now, Weed.
Yeah, really letting the time tick away on that, and I love that in overtime. You know, the clock kind of resets, get an opportunity to reset it yourself, and Avic with the lesser stack right now, despite having picked those up. Great rail from across the map. Not enough to kind of open up a possible win, but that one is going to be big. Orb comes out, teleport downs below, and that will set himself up for the heavy. Some immaculate play from both of these players right now.
Here's the jump pad. Can Wenger line up the shot? He does, but the trade comes out, and that's not going to be in Wenger's favor. He needs to be so careful right now, Weed. He's railable.
It's huge. That Mega comes up. Avic's in a position now. The tables have turned. He sees his opponent, tags him with the rocket. On the chase around the corner. An amazing rail to take the game. And Avic will tie this series up 1-1. Unreal. Love that game.
My heart, man. I keep talking about how they can't keep doing this, but what a play from Avic there. Just very, very patient. Fantastic play. And then just a clutch shot. Just a tail's length away from getting away and maybe surviving a little bit more was Wenger. But Avic was like, no, this is going to end here. We need to go to the third map. Wow.
I was really surprised. I mean, Wenger was set up for success there at the end. You know, not saying it's ever guaranteed. I think one big thing that came in there was the weight on the heavy. Right, it left Wenger at the top level. Sky was like, I don't hear my opponent. I assumed he grabbed that heavy when I was down there. Kind of looked for him to escape on the stairs, and that gave him, Avic, the ability to then take total control and kind of play at his space, ultimately getting that frag. But you know, what an incredible comeback by Wenger, and what a way to close it out by Avic. And we're going to a third map, and guess what? We get to see that Athena.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What a set. What a day. It's just non-stop nail biters and just fantastic play. The level of skill across the entire Pro League just constantly ramping up, and especially as we're getting closer to the stage finals, it's just, it's amazing to see. We are spoiled, we are spoiled.
Yeah, we are. That was such a sick game. So much to like about that, and you know, just really a lot to take away from there. We've talked about Wenger's ability to you know, bring back those comebacks, and it's what he did despite the fact that Avic shut him down there at the very end. Still impressive to see. And then this final frag, just boom, love it. Yeah, I fist pumped too, Avic. That was sick.
Yeah, you could tell Wenger was like, damn it, but map number 3 awaits. It's not quite over yet. Wenger still has the opportunity to remain undefeated in the EU region, but it's going to come down to a Woken. Wenger's going to be on Galena, Avic on Athena, and I think the Athena is going to be the talk of the town, seeing exactly how Avic goes and plays and implements the Athena movement and strategy, because again, super mobile, super lightweight, like unbelievably glass cannon-y at times, so needs to be very, very careful.
Yeah, I won't lie. You know, I want to be impressed every time I see an Athena, and you know, sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't. But
so
gosh,
do you hate Athena as much as Scalebearer?
No, okay. Not at all. I love watching Athena games, but I also know that they could turn out to be a disaster. So,
got it.
You know, in the hands of Avic, I'm really looking forward to it. But, you know, Wenger trying to keep his undefeated series streak alive. He needs to bring it all right here. And I'm glad it comes down to this third and final map.
There's no other way to end the day, really, as I take a quick peek at the predictions. And it's 66 in favor of Wenger, 34 for Avic. Still, the Venga boys, you're right. Just diehard
Venga
fans
boys.
they're not willing to give it up.
Yeah, yeah. They predict Wenger will win even when he's not playing. Like in the last matchup at Base versus Kilson, they're like, well, Wenger's got this one.
Wenger's
3-0,
got this. Is
clap.
easy.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
shouts to the Venga
Awoken.
boys. Yeah. This is it. We're going to get woke right now. Last map of the day, chat. So make some noise. Galena versus Athena. Again, Wenger versus Avik. Can Wenger stay undefeated in the EU region, or is Avik just going to come slap him upside the head and say, no, I'm sorry, not today?
I don't know.
Never know.
Also, Chad is predicting that the outcome of this match may determine what happens in the football game that is happening right now. Apparently,
Football.
Italy is taking on the UK. I don't know. I'm rather dumb when it comes to that, but
They can't even
it could
tackle
be.
each other or use their hands, Wheat. That's not real. Anyway, now that everyone in chat is upset with me, we're going to go ahead and start off on Awoken Wenger. In the eyes of him, he's got the totem, not quite using it. Does have the Mega to work with. Just trying to lay a trap right now. Good damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And really well played because he could fall back on that Mega. So I like the way that he's using these resources early.
Yeah, and didn't drop that totem without needing to. I think just shows a level of understanding in terms of what the combat situation is and what he can do. And Avik now with definitely less of a stack. We'll see Wenger grab both of these. And so far, haven't seen a whole lot of use of this Athena quite yet, but we'll see. Nice rocket, a second rocket. Wenger now hurting, looking for a rail shot. Whoa, what was that? He's so confident. He's
Oh my
like, I will
God.
literally Keanu Reeves you from the Matrix and just like slow dodge your rail. But Avik runs away as the hurt party in that one.
Wow, and Wenger's just taking away everything. Health bubbles, armor, nothing. Leave nothing. Almost gets a rail, though, as the play for the Mega will break out, and Avik's not going to be around, so Wenger will get a free one unless he's not careful. The Athena movement again, almost the bane of his existence. The rockets, will they bail him out? The totem might, and the rail from up close. Wenger, you're absolutely insane.
That is unreal that just went down. Wenger on the map with that first frag, though, but Avik on the chase, knowing he didn't get away from that one too clean. And now that we're tied 1-1, I did want to say I saw a message in chat, Paw Dog. If Wenger wins, my mom is buying an extra large pepperoni pizza. If he loses, it's going to be a small pineapple. So take that for what it's worth. But if you want to save Paw Dog's dinner tonight, Wenger's got to win.
A lot on the line. A lot on the
A
line.
lot on the line.
1-1, 2 minutes in. Avik taking a big rocket earlier, but able to fall back on the Mega. A little bit of a damage from down below as Avik lacking armor right now. Both items all synced up. He will get the lower shard next to the drive-through window. Using the hooks a lot, but now the hooks are on cooldown. Needs to be careful. Somehow dodging that rocket, dealing good rail damage.
Yeah, just, what we're seeing from both these players, these pristine pixel shots that continuously come out. It's just a rail war. And there we see the spam coming out across map. What? Mixing in a rail as well. Hidden by that plasma. I don't know.
Wow.
But another one comes out. Wenger down to 11. Picks up a 25. He will immediately try to heal up that totem. Not ready. Gets another one. 61 in the back. Grabs a light as well. And Avik, on the other hand, right, moving around. Tribolt trying to just chip it away. Knows that Wenger is low. The heavy is up right now, but all the attention is over on that Mega. And Wenger is probably going to go in and scoop it up. And he does. Uh-oh. He might be put in a spot. There's the rail. Going to grab that heavy. Nope, waits just a little bit longer and grapples up to the top to try to get a position. Knows exactly where his opponent is, but not really in a position to be able to capitalize on it.
Wow, what a play. The totem hand grenade, and he pushes up the jump pad. Is it going to be enough? And Wenger with the shotgun. Avik didn't have rockets to defend that.
Wow. That's surprising. And Wenger's so low right now. Avik knows that his opponent just needs a tickle. Oh, and he misses the grapple. It's unfortunate. Oh, what? The rocket hit. It wasn't enough, but there it is around the corner. Machine gun. We're tied once again, 2-2. And on that kill, Avik grabs himself. Oh no, not only the heavy, but also quickly got over to the Mega. And Wenger's going to fight this one. He goes through, busts out the totem, and it is not going to work for him. And Avik takes the lead.
Venger's out here trying to play worms, throwing down holy hand grenades, and it's not really working. It worked once, but twice is a little ballsy, Venger. The meatballs on this guy as he goes down one frag. Avec taking the lead almost through the halfway point here. Wheat, good tri-bolt through the drive-through window. A little bit of rocket damage, but just the movement from Avec is insane right now with Athena and the LG. Down goes Venger again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely some seasoned Athena play right here. We've seen the grapple used in so many situations. Speed and momentum, gaining position, you know, chasing. It's all here. The utility is definitely present on this one. And Avec incredibly low right now. Venger trying to bring it back. The LG does take a little bit. Immediately picks up that Mega, and that is going to be enough to win the fight. And despite the fact that Venger has felt comfortable in a few situations, Avec kind of always seeming to have things go his way. And that one, we saw that Mega perfectly picked up in the middle of that battle. Not there. Venger would have had another one on his scoreboard.
Decent rocket here, and yeah, Venger just needs to figure out a way to get the cleanest kill possible, and then Avec can't use this off-spawn speed and aggression to get back, because the problem has just been the refrags, and now Avec has such good item control that Venger can't really get in. Missing with these rails, unfortunately. Avec almost hits a fadeaway. This is the time for Venger to start slowly clawing back. So Avec good positioning in the middle of the map now. Can hear pretty much everything, and it's just a matter of time before he gets some damage in if Venger's not careful.
And up in the middle area, more rockets just hitting perfectly. Venger finally hitting a rail, taking away all of the armor of Avec, but on the chase, he picks up that light, takes some LG damage. These two players will exchange heavy and Mega. And 3 frags is what Venger needs to tie this one back up. The LG comes out strong for Avec, chipping away. The rails hitting on Venger's side. And both these players continuously taking a few steps in the right direction, but neither able to close it up. Avec railed yet again, down to 35 points of health. How does he do it, 40?
Wow!
Oh my God!
That was a brilliant hook, and it was the only way that Avec was going to survive, and he not only survives, he steals the Mega, and Venger's still on the back foot. Avec, an absolute beast right now with Athena.
Yeah, I mean, in any other champ situation, that would have probably ended up a frag, but Avec keeping it alive, and Venger kind of breaking down at this point. He's known for his comebacks, but we're not really seeing it materialize here, 40. And you know, I don't know if that's because Avec is just really so unorthodox on where he can be and where his shots might be coming from, but 4 frags to make up in 3 minutes is gonna be tough, especially when Avec can kind of, you know, do the dance and grapple around. But here we go. He's going to go for it right here, and he does manage to win that LG battle. There's the first frag on the board. He's very hurt, but he's got to make something happen here.
And luckily for him, Avec doesn't aggress like he usually does to get the refrag, so Venger will get a Mega, and this is an opportunity to also get a heavy. Fantastic rail, but so much LG damage right off the bat, as Venger, he doesn't even grab that 25. He does grab the lower 25, but he actually missed one waiting for this lower armor. Does have a totem coming up shortly, but time is ticking, as you mentioned, Wheat. This is getting so dangerous, and Avec just has the mobility to run away if he wants. And wow, the rockets. There's the push from Avec with LG, 23 HP, but he doesn't need to chase it. He just needs to keep Venger low. 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, and that's like the huge advantage that Avec has right now, is that he doesn't need to chase it. Doing that much damage, that is a sigh of relief. You know that your opponent's going to have to go and rearm. Huge rail coming out, and Avec now no armor stack. Got to avoid this one. His opponent knows exactly where he's at. LG comes out, and Avec wins it. Very, very close. He's down to just a little bit of health remaining. And that rail misses, and unfortunately, Venger may go down again. Avec trying to clean this one up. He's trying to get away with the Venger's perfect match history here. Avec grabs that heavy, looking for the rail. Oh, he takes the bullets to land the rail. 3 to 8. Venger running after him off the spawn. But it's not enough. Avec with another one, 3 to 9, and Avec has done it. unbelievable, this matchup. And I'm sorry, it's not going to be the extra large pepperoni pizza 40, but we still got one hell of a Quake series.
Oh, I mean, I'll eat whatever. Don't worry about me. But yeah, 9-3, just Avik, insane play with this Athena. Absolutely insane. Very well done as Wenger now just has to try and make something happen, but it's just, there's not enough time. So even with the rocket jumps or anything, Avik will take this one 2-1. It was a close set, but just really, really impressed with Avik's Athena play. Clutch hooks, really good movement, really aggressive off the spawn when he did a lot of damage exactly when he needed to be. A treat to watch, a treat to watch.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, this is one of those instances where I wish I could actually hear from both players, because I'd love to hear what Wenger thought about that second game, right? And what happened in sudden death. You could tell that he wasn't too happy with the outcome. You know, no one would be. But the fact that Avik then brings it back, and right, what was definitely a wild Athena game, 9-5, is just unreal. This is super great. Let's bring Lethal back, see what he has to say about it.
Talking from beyond. I'm talking from. There we go.
We did it. We made it. It's all right.
Just arrived, just in the nick of time. But yeah, that was just a phenomenal series nonetheless. Avik, I was quite surprised, like, just to see how he made Athena work. We did talk about it earlier on. 40 made up a great point as to him selecting that champion. But I'm curious to ask the same question to Avik as to how and why he thinks Athena can work so well, depending on the matchup.
Yep. Yeah, I can't wait to talk to him. That's a big victory. Avik retains his #1 spot. He gives Wenger his first series loss. It's just like that was a mover and shaker match for sure in the EU region.
Just crazy. I need to ask about that overtime in map 2. Just like the thought process, the delaying of the heavy, was it all according to plan? Was the rail just immaculate, but it's like, is that just a lucky shot? I don't know. The pre-aim looked fantastic. What a set. What a set, and Avik pulls through. Just incredible stuff.
You know, if I was Wenger, I would not. You're going to be disappointed with any loss. But, like, I mean, think to that first game, how unbelievable it was. That second game had the comeback. I mean, Wenger played awesome. And this doesn't make me or anyone else less of a fan. I think Avik just showed up today, and his any given Sunday was today.
I think with the Athena pick as well on Awoken, it can even go really well or really, really wrong. And you saw he got full value out of those hooks every single time just to get himself out of a pickle on a number of occasions. Like, the bit of Mega as well was just ridiculous. And that's when the tide could have swung in Wenger's favor, could have continued with his stack afterwards after that clean bout. It was difficult, but Avik, luckily for his sake, he made it work.
We take a look at the stats. The wrap-up on Awoken, 9-5 is going to be the way that map 3 went. Avik, again, the talk of the town, the Athena. Absolutely insane play from Avik.
I mean, if this is right, we've been talking about it all stage, but the quality of games and the improvement that we've seen from players in both regions, you know, maybe we sound like broken records, but at the end of the day, we're going to have an incredible Stage 3 finals. I absolutely cannot wait. I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. We still have 3 weeks left to go of regulation play. I know we've been getting through some of the challengers matches, and those are exciting to hear. I don't know, as we're getting this interview set up, is there any news coming out of the challenger side of things?
So just to, we could recap on the challengers while we get Avik all set up and hopefully get a word. So on the EU side, Pasita and Hran have finished 1st and 2nd, and then on the Americas side, it was Waz and Davis. So they have qualified. We have our 4 challengers, and now it's just a matter of how the leaderboards break down for the 9th and 10th seed on either side, and then we'll have our pairings and our matchups.
And PSYGIO as well. How many times have we seen him in challenges? Like every single time, he's always bouncing around the top 6, top 8, and it's actually nice to see him be able to try and represent and actually try and grab one of his Quake Pro League spots. Because yeah, it's like I said before, back to back, it's heartbreaking for the poor man, but does manage to make it in the end. Haron, like you've already said, could be seeing him back, making return maybe. Don't know.
It's almost mirrored. Yeah, it's almost mirrored because on the EU side, you have that up-and-comer that was always nipping at the heels, trying to break through, finally did, PSYGIO. And then Davis, same thing on the America side. He's always been so close, finally punches his ticket. And then for the other ones, you have Haran and Waz, who have already been the Pro League, who just are like, you know what, I think I want to go back. So I think it'll be great. I can't wait to see how it shakes out, but we still have 3 weeks relegation or regulation before we figure out relegation. And I think we have Avik. I think I hear him.
We might do. Nice.
I heard you breathe into the mic, Avik, but welcome, congratulations. How are you?
It was a fan, not me breathing.
I'm the fan. We're here.
I'm good. How are you doing, guys?
Good.
Great,
good.
man. Congrats.
Good, thanks. Good.
Thanks.
Congrats.
Wheat, go ahead. You kick this one off.
I'm ready for difficult questions.
Are you? Okay. All right. Well, lethal, or excuse me, 40 put me on the spot. I would like to talk about the game 1. And I'm sure we'll hear about game 2 and game 3. But game 1 on Corrupted Keep, Wenger came out, was playing what I would say is very aggressive, kind of wild. And you've often talked about how Quake is a little bit like a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
So what happened in map 1, right, where it looked to be a situation of, Wenger kind of playing unorthodox and playing wild and playing aggressive. So, what was it for you that you weren't able to pull it out there?
I think I just started the game, basically the first map with the wrong mindset. I was kind of like a bit like tired maybe, because I was just like, it's really, really hot in Poland today. It's like over 30 something degrees. I was outside in the morning, like for some, I was riding the bike in the morning, so I had a lot of activity and things like this. And I think I started the match with really bad mindset. I couldn't focus. I wasn't in the game completely. I realized that I'm not even timing items. I was just like off timing. I couldn't hit and things like this. Of course, I had 2 situations to come back from this matchup, but I completely screwed it. And on the second map, I just like tried to be more calm, try to focus, just try to gather my mind again, try to like concentrate on things. So I think that the main thing was I wasn't in the game. I wasn't like focused enough.
Just as a really quick follow-up, I mean, we saw you kind of say GG, right? 50 minutes for the game, and we got to see you got up from your desk. You kind of like, what looked like taking a breather. Can we interpret that as you sort of recentering and be like, all right, let me get in the proper mindset?
Yeah, like it also gave me like a bit more time to like reset for another map, because we are quickly switching maps and things like this. So you basically don't really have time to adjust or anything like this. I just felt hot. I felt like I need water. I just stood up to the fridge. I took some water. I sit down. I thought about the game, and we started the another one. Same was before third map. I asked like for 1 minute break, just to gather my thoughts before the last map.
I'm going to be greedy. I've got 2 questions. So I'll start with the first one. I'll say the second one straight away. So the first one is, in that final map, how were you able to be so efficient with Athena? Because I don't see that pick quite often. We've seen it rarely now and again. Normally it really works well, or you can massively fail. But how did you make it so efficient? And the second question I was going to say was, of course, there was a little bit of time in between the final week of stage 3 and the stage 3 finals. Do you have any plans in terms of how you're going to try and practice? Like, you're going to put in twice the hours? Are you going to change location? There's a lot of things normally people do to prepare in that little break in between. So yeah, that's my second one.
Okay, going to your first question, I think I've seen the pick on streams a lot lately, especially North America players were like picking Athena a lot on Awoken. I've also like learned it like last final stage when I played against Rafa. I knew that he's gonna pick either like Doom or Athena. So I think there is something into it. I never like put like hours into practicing on Athena on this specific map, but I thought I'm gonna try it, and if it works, it works. If you are a pro player, you don't really need to like sit hours in training hooks and things like this. That's my approach. Maybe somebody has a different approach. But I think I think you just need to understand the mechanics of the certain champion and what you can do with that. I think that the biggest advantage was that Garina has no mobility at all. So basically I can chase her when I'm like down with frags, and I can also run away easily when I'm leading the game. So I really tried hard to not feed the frags in the beginning, get the advantage, and just played it out like really cool until the end. But going back to your second question, I really think next week I have a bye week, and I'm really gonna take a break. I'm not really gonna practice because I'm already feeling burnout, and summer is coming, and it's really hard to play after so many weeks. So I'm really missing some holidays, but for next 2 weeks, I'm just gonna take it very easy, and we'll try to reset. And then after my last game, which will be 3 weeks prior to the final stage, that last 3 weeks, I'm gonna put like more time into practice. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Because for me, I know me personally, if I'm gonna like grind for 5 weeks straight, now it's not gonna end up good. Especially like, guys, my approach is like I really take care of mental like side of the game. I think if your head is like completely out of the game, no matter how much you practice, right, like you're not gonna achieve anything. That's why only certain people get into the top, right? Because there is like a lot of people putting hours, but not many can get into the top, nonetheless. So like it must be something more than just like moving your both hands.
Well said, well said.
Cool.
Congrats. Real quickly on map number 2, just any words of advice for up-and-coming players? You stayed very calm, you took it to sudden death, and then you saw your opening and you took it. Is there any advice that you have on how to stay calm in that high-pressure situation for any of the players out there?
How to stay calm? I think just in general, before the game, you need to realize that it's not the game for life or death, right? So it's like, there's nothing to worry in the end. Like, if you lose, you're gonna lose. And also, like, if you're gonna start to worry about it, you're gonna start to think about it, and you're gonna be doing mistakes. You need to do the best out of like certain situations, and then if it works, it means it was enough. If it didn't work, it means it wasn't enough, and you didn't give like what was needed to win. So like, you don't really have impact. The only impact you have in the game is like if you're gonna put your best, and then the rest is just like the history.
I love it. I love it. Avik, thank you for the time. Congratulations
congrats,
once
man.
again.
Yeah, congrats, mate.
Yeah.
And we'll see you in the coming weeks here as we get closer and closer to the Stage 3 finals. But gentlemen, that's it for us. We've had a long day of Quake, but it's time for us to just, I don't know, send it off. Lethal, do you have any closing words?
Not much, really, mate. Just the fact that it's all been 2-1s throughout the entire course of the day. A lot of these series were really close, and some which you kind of didn't expect, but loved it nonetheless.
Awesome. I've got a 39-minute interpretive dance that I'm going to now do. So if you want a full screen on me, I'll start that now, and then we can wrap up. It'll 38, 39. I'm just kidding. Thanks for showing up on Sunday. Really exciting the last couple of weeks. Make sure that you're tuning in, as we're going to see all of the players kind of adjusting and fighting for those positions that are going to be so important as we go into the stage finals, which I feel like we just had a stage finals yesterday. But here we are again. The action's heating up. As always, 40 Lethal, it is an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you. And chat, you are very well behaved this week. I enjoyed it. Thanks.
That's it. Let's get out of here. Take us away, PGL.